Hellcat. Running like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Running like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world, welcome. 24 teams, 6 days of play, 6 games a day, and the top 16 advance for $2,000 at the end of it all. In challenging times, we've reimagined just how competitive PUBG works, from ranked queues to the brand new PUBG Continental series. My name's Toffees, and I want to say welcome back to professional PUBG. But it's not just me. I'm joined, of course, by Martin Goth, Avenger, and Tobias. I shouldn't even try to say your guys' names. Tobias, the name is Toby. Welcome. Guys, this is the rebirth of professional PUBG. It's been a while since we were able to sort of be at GLL watching it together. There was a long break for obvious reasons as COVID sort of ran around the world, and now we found a way to come back. I'm excited about it. Martin, how excited are you?
I'm extremely excited to get this started. Honestly, we obviously had a small kind of warm-up with the charity event, but this is the time to really get it started. And I think we have some amazing teams here in Europe. We've seen some of the amazing teams in the other regions as well, but I'm obviously excited to see these guys. We have some newly qualified teams, some that have been on the cusp of making it in, and I'm quite ecstatic to see how these guys are going to be able to perform coming up against the big boys.
Toby?
I'm the same. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We saw a little, I guess we can say teaser of what's about to go down in the charity showdown a couple of weeks back, and looking at the teams here, this is gonna be a couple of weeks of absolutely top tier European PUBG.
Absolutely, and as you can see, it is going to be a group system. The names that are highlighted right now are the ones that will be, I believe, playing today. That said, it is going to be round robin. It is a interesting system, and you guys brought up the Charity Cup a little bit earlier that we saw, and that was an indicator of what we're going to see, right? But a lot of teams, I think, hadn't quite stabilized their roster, hadn't been training effectively as much because there was sort of a break before it kicked off. And to me, this is the first time that we're seeing stable rosters, set performance, and teams have had, honestly, no more excuses, right? Like, they've had a couple of weeks, Martin, to get the training in, to get back up to speed and get themselves ready to play.
I would say both with, as you said yourself, ranked of some of the other tournaments we've been going up. We're slowly get the ball rolling. We also had some DreamHack tournaments. We've had some of these like really kind of kick the ball off the edge and really make it into a big snowball while it's rolling down the mountain. I think there's no excuses at this point. I feel like we've had enough time. The teams have had enough time to prepare. The online meta is a bit different, but I think we're going to see the top team prevail. The top teams prevail again. I think we're going to see some surprises. We saw them in last time as well. We also had the 24 team round robin as well. I honestly think with this format here, I think it's super exciting, and it's throwing a curveball against for these teams here, because you're not going to have the same 16 teams every time. You're going to be swapping lobbies. You're going to have to be able to adapt, and the teams that are best at adapting, they're going to win this tournament.
Now, if you guys want to see how the round-robin format's going to work and all of that, we'll be discussing it throughout the event. But you can go to PUBGesports.eu to obviously see that information, to see scoreboards and all the other fun stuff, to keep up with what's going on as the action unfolds here throughout the course of the week. Toby, you mentioned a chance for teams who've been on the cusp to sort of step into the limelight. Talk to me about some of those teams. I know that you watch a copious amount of sort of this regional PUBG. Who have you had your eye on for a while that you're excited to see stepping into the limelight?
I would say a team that I didn't think much of prior to Charity Showdown that then really showed up there was Better Luck Next Time. A team that didn't come off to the best start, even in the group stages, but they made it through to the finals, and they actually made a pretty good run for it in the finals too. And I am really interested in seeing how have they been spending these like 1.5 weeks since Charity Showdown to now get ready for the real tournament, I guess you can say, in PCS1. I think a team like them, Istanbul Wildcats as well, have had potential here and there, but had a hard time doing. But overall, there are so many teams that some of the more established teams really must have had a hard time prepping for, because they're somewhat unknown, at least some of them.
Martin, before I go to established teams, do you have any underdogs that you are excited to watch over the course of the next week?
I would say I have a few ones that obviously we saw the charity ones. I'm gonna pick one of the newly qualifying. I think Game Frame with Techers there. I think he's being on the cusp of coming, like making it into like really stepping into the top tier. And I think it's their chance. They've been dominating like their own region and their own country for the Taylor League and some of those places where they've been taking some first places in some of the bigger tournaments, winning some $1,000 there as well. So I think they're ready to step into the Big Boys League, and I think they're ready to prove that they're able to, at least to get into the top 16.
All right, so hopefully that happens. Now, other times that there's teams we've seen in the top 16 consistently, guys, like Liquid, who I think we could all agree in the Charity Showdown didn't come out and perform the way that maybe they expected or a lot of their fans expected. What's your takeaway from some of these top teams that seem to have been struggling during the Charity Showdown, or maybe not? It's hard to say struggling because they still did okay, right? But like not performing at their highest level. What do they need to look at as they go into the game one of this series, Martin?
Honestly, so for the top teams to step into like really overperform or like performing to over at the we've been before, I think again adapting. They need to be able to prep a bit more because they've come from a structure we had last year where it's been the same 16 teams. They've been able to prepare a lot better. Now you throw in 8-10 teams that are potential jokers where you don't know, they don't have the liquid hill, the game frame hill. They don't have hills where you expect these teams to play. So the underdogs that have been looking at the other guys and saying, I want to be there, I want to be in PL, I want to be in the professional leagues, they know exactly how these guys play because they've been sitting at home wanting to play with the big dogs, playing their regional tournaments, playing your online ranks and stuff like this, and looking at these guys. So they know exactly how the big dogs play, and they will be able to play around that. So they have kind of the upper hand by being that kind of joker. But for the big teams, to get back to your question, for the big teams to get into like a really established setting where we expect, like, they are performing at a high level, they are in the top 8, but to take this home, to end up in the top 3, to take a bigger kind of share of the prize pool, they need to be able to adapt extremely quick. We're talking about using those 5-10 minutes between each game to look at the VODs, to look at how these teams are playing, what spots they're playing, and write that down. Make sure that you memorize it, make sure you look at how they're playing. But it takes time because like every circle is different, so it's going to take time for them to really adapt.
Toby, he brings up an interesting point, this idea of the quote-unquote fans advantage for some of these wild card or joker teams, as you want to say. And I will say wild card, maybe it sounds a little more of what they are. But what do you make of that fans advantage? This idea that we're 3 years into competitive, right? Some of these teams that are on the up have been watching guys like Fuzzface and Ibiza, the strategize, play. They understand their gun skills. They came up and came of age watching them. Is that a big advantage for the big guys?
I think it is for the teams that are coming into it. Also, I mean, they have played more recently. They have played the open qualifiers. They've made their way here. They have clawed their way through the Wild West, and now they are here. And they have like the scars and everything to be ready for the. We have to be ready for anything. I feel like more than what some of the more established teams have. Now, while the more established team might be better on rotating, better communication, better gunplay overall, I still feel like there's somewhat of an edge in having been used to the whole environment of literally not knowing what to expect from your opponents forever as a team, where, as we were talking about PL 19, these guys, the big surprises would be if a player stole a car and then he didn't do it for the next 3 weeks. I mean, that's the big surprise, because it got kind of repetitive over the course of the PL seasons, right? So I think it's gonna be huge for the teams that are coming in, especially in the first couple of days before we really kind of get settled in with the groups that are playing.
So interesting. Let's talk about this, Martin, for a second. Is preparation for a tournament of this level, of this prize pool, of this style of play. There's been interesting stuff going on beforehand. So I want to talk about how do you prepare for these tournaments. In fact, yesterday I heard a rumor that there was a new team that had recently qualified, and I won't say names, that was literally DMing a team that was known for dropping in Los Leones and saying, listen, we have nothing to lose. If you drop there, we will fight you 12 games in a row and ruin your tournament. Is it like that's a pretty heavy mind game to set up for something like this? Is this a common, I mean, you played here, is this a common occurrence? How else do you get ready for a tournament of this caliber?
So for this, like exactly this thing, I absolutely love this. I think it's fantastic that you have these teams that are being this bold, but preparation in terms of this, you have to look at the charity showdown, because we had so many teams playing the same, but stating where you're dropping early, I like that, but you don't have any scrims now. We're going straight into the group stage. We have a lot of games, I know it's worth fighting for, but we'll see how they're going to be able to really pull it off.
All right, but as we're about to get into the game, I want to show you the schedule for you guys to look forward to. It is 6 straight days of PUBG action and 6 games to start it off. 3 in Miramar, 3 in Erangel, and it is a non-stop barn burner until 2200. I'm excited about it. I love that we're starting in the desert, boys. I think it's going to be hot and exciting to get this thing underway. And I think for game one, my biggest one is I want to see teams come out blazing. There's a lot of games, and the temptation, Toby, is going to be to start soft and play careful. But at the end of the day, if you don't put those points up and get that average 8 PPG, it's just not going to work. But I'll tell you who is going to work, who's ready to work. It is none other than our casters, Pansy and Sims. Take it away, game number one.
Steve gets me hyped up, Rich. Steve needs to be my hype man at all costs. Like, how do we get him here all the time? Sorry, James. I mean, you're great and all, but did you get that? Did you get that feeling, Rich? Woof.
It's all coming back to me, right? I mean, for Steve, it's good anyway because finally he gets to see some decent PUBG. Obviously, moving away from NA, so we know why he's here. It's for the real action. You've got to throw it out there. I love you, Steve.
Oh,
You know what? I love NA as well.
Oh, don't backtrack now, wussy baby. No. You got to stick to your guns. If you're gonna say it, stick to it.
I said it. Didn't I? I've done it. I've done my own grade now. It's all going to start.
Brave boy. Sorry, no one from NA's awake yet. You're fine. You've probably got like an hour or two until you're in trouble.
It's like a delay. Like we're in a 10-minute delay. They're just on an hour in about an hour's time. The Twitter feed just lights up. It's like, well, okay, everyone's awake now. I see. I understand it.
Right. Well, PUBG. I feel like I haven't looked at this in a week. Now, I do want to kind of look at the teams that, aren't our normal headliners. If there is any hot drops, is anyone close by? Not sure if this is going to be the map we see it on. Maybe we will. I feel there's plenty of options here, But there are lesser known names to those who maybe only watch the, tier 1 tournaments, the kind of, PELs and those sort of things. You might not be, VSS. And better luck next time. Always the ones to get themselves in trouble, right? We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, there's a lot of names in here that certainly aren't our household names. But who's caught your attention? Who are you looking at? Is there anyone that you're excited to see play today?
I think these new teams, and whenever we see people come up that we're not used to seeing as such, I mean, even Martin said it, there's been a few, really wish you would go to the Scar and just reload that for a second, please. Please, Faultless.
He's got the better gun.
Do it. I know he's got the better gun, but I still want to see the backup reloaded.
There's no need for backup when you're going to win anyway.
It's more so looking at teams that we don't regularly see. Snipe on your screens. Another one, just been kind of looking into those a little bit. It's a Croatian team. I think Luke's from Czech Republic, so a slight mix, but mainly Croatian, 3 players. There's a variation how these things can throw PUBG into the mix is that you will often see, and Steve touched on it as well, I think this is pretty cool, see teams saying, we like to drop here. Is anyone going to challenge us? Is it worth fighting for? They add a lot of new depth to it. You don't know necessarily how they're going to play. You don't know how aggressive they're going to be. I think, was it Introductory last week who was just blinding us, to be honest with every time they just decide, you know what, stuff it, we'll go for a push. And we even said we'd see an Introductory fight, they'd potentially get a knock, and they'd push on that. The aggression, sometimes it can be unmatched and you don't know how to play up to that standard because you're not used to it. There's a lot of gentlemen's rules and agreements that go into play, not even agreements as such, but people don't like to waste early fights and early deaths. There's no point. You want to take as many bodies for those final circles you possibly can do. So to see people getting aggro, to see people pushing your big names off of their loot, their loot locations and just getting stuck in, I'm all for that, and that's what I want to see more of. Really switching things up and shaking up the lobbies.
Absolutely. Now, the one big thing that's missing, obviously, to me, is there's no DA, right? And I am the world's #1 DA fan. I've been honest. The best part is I literally go and cast Valorant for like a couple of days. The team that makes it into like one of the 2 finals, Turkish. So I still got to get, someone to support WTCN's team out there. It's cool to see someone like, Mythrain was in it, WTCN, some of the old guys that, if you watched in PUBG were out. But there are a good couple of Turkish representations. I think we've got Besiktas in this, the Wildcats, at least for today. So we still got that. And speaking of the Wildcats, they're pretty slap bang in the middle. I think they're over in Picardo right now. So they're going to be a really good spot for the circle. Northern Lights just north of them. And Northern Lights, certainly a team that's on the forefront of my mind after we saw their run not too long ago. Very, very scary looking side. And I do want to see the styles coming in today. What do we see from some of these teams? Do we have more Na'Vi-esque, or are they more traditional, try and center up? Because there are going to be some unknown quantities in this lobby. Teams that we don't know too much about on their approach. It's why we're going to, I'm happy that someone like Toby's here and Martin's here, because they definitely know a lot of these teams kind of favoring, and we'll see if that works out. And speaking of Besiktas, they're getting a lot of attention early on by the cutest team in the world, the Nuclear Penguins, and that's not a good start for Besiktas, losing out on 2. As we do see Hellscream getting a good couple of points for the Penguins to begin with, and there might be more victims, Rich.
We'll keep on going. Out of the all 3 teams that came through the MEA qualifiers. Oh, look at this, straight. Pogo's going for the push-up, and they're already dead. Well, okay, 5 minutes in, and you're 16th place. Okay, Besiktas, welcome to the big leagues. It's been nice having you here. We need a bit more of a step up for that, and that's kind of a weird place. I know it was a very obscure flight path to come all the way. It was a strong flight path, to be honest, if we start over by
Wait,
the
can we
east
just
and-
look at
and basically-
Navi's position right now, Observer, if we could, up in the very far northeast? Because I think TQ have kind of gone out of their way to head up there towards Senya. I mean, I don't know if this is their rotation route to swing far around north. Rich, try and get on board with that and keep an eye on it, because they've gone out of their way to go past Navi, which is a little bit scary. It looks like they're going to carry on going. We do see a bit of a pull-up here as well. Quizzy keeping tabs on Red Zone going past. These 2 teams we certainly know about. Tornado Energy, one of James's favorites out there, loves the style of the approach, and Red Zone at the foot of the hill by the church. But yeah, we do see an early fight between Navi and TQ. Very uncharacteristic. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They went out of their way to head up north. Again, could just be their rotation route, but it's hyper far out of a traditional route into this circle. So very interested to see what the knock-on effect of that might be.
There's 2 things. So that is whether or not Navi decide they want to push on it and maybe make some kind of advancement and actually get a bit of revenge. Generally, it's not a very Navi thing to do. We saw the 4K happen at DreamHack, where they were pushed out and killed inside one of the UAZs. They never really made anything of that and went going hunting for them. They ended up just leaving it. I would suspect that Navi kind of just bail on this and leave them to it. But yeah, for now, we'll just say this is a bit of a mishap. They've caught one player. They've realized he's there, so they've singled him out for TQ. Points make prizes at the end of the day. We want to see more fraggers. We've said that. Ends on your screen is a team that we set to a higher standard, and honestly just kind of give a lot of stick to, and so be it, because we know what they're capable of. It's just a matter of we haven't been seeing that for quite some time now. Which, again, is a very PUBG thing, right? You spoke at the start with the MEA side of things and who came out of that on top. We don't have no DA. We don't have no etiquette. It was even harder, to be fair, coming through the European West qualifier. When you look at the teams that didn't make it in, Entropic, Adepts, Entropy, hell, even El Giganten. I mean, seeing, it's rather unfortunate to see El Giganten did leave the scene more recently. Gaxi, I don't know what's going on with him at the moment in his personal circumstances, whether or not he's on a team. But to see Gaxi unsigned by a roster at the moment is kind of strange and telling of the times. Like, things are changing. Hell, from the charity showdown, we saw 3 CIS teams take 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Shots from the old church at the moment. We saw, unfortunately, Redline did have to disconnect themselves from this fight, and by doing so, they opened themselves up and exposed. Magisters fell victim to that. So they got a bit aggro initially. Quizzy could have done with getting the initial tanks, but it's kind of worked out for him, and that's generally because of Red Zone's mistake. Red line, Red Zone, Red line, Red Zone. I've got to make sure we get that right. It's going to be another one of those again.
It's never easy. We are seeing most of the teams kind of centralizing up, and I'm quite surprised we've had, that full squad wipe at the start. That was a little bit uncharacteristic of a traditional game, but we do have new teams into these lobbies that may come in with their own ideas. So for now, we just kind of look at the centralized area, which is the Wildcats. We have Northern Lights, Raise Your Edge, Navi playing on the edge of the circle phase, coming in quite late, not too far. Hello, there it is. A little bit more eastern, not quite centralized, but not too bad. We do still have that big ridge line that runs around the north, but that kind of north side near Power Grid, just towards the east, is a more central area. Navi can slot in quite well. However, they are lacking a player, of course. TQ, the team on your screen, took one with them, I'm pretty sure. So that's a bit of a hefty blow to suffer initially, but this is a good circle for someone like Northern Lights and Raise Your Edge. And Raise Your Edge, another team that I've always wanted to do well. We saw... glimmers of hope from Raise Your Edge, not in the last tournament, but the one prior to that. So we're hoping we see a bit more of that Raise Your Edge. It's which one do we see today? And this fight is just it's not ending anytime soon, is it? Oh, Red Zone, Tornado Energy aren't letting them get away.
I mean, they pulled up to the compound, so I kind of understand it. They want to try and potentially make something happen, and this is what we do see when we find, you know.
Does this create a
Jewish
one-way
lobby-
smoke potentially? Smoking on the stairs, I don't know how much that plumes. I want to see it in full. He's still got another smoke going, so I think he's okay for now. I was wondering if he was trying to get a little bit of a one-way smoke to see the footsteps or the feet just underneath the ledge, because he popped it on midway through the stairs. But if Bakadar gets one and flushes, that would be quite surprising. He's drastically outnumbered and trying to make something of it, but I think he knows his days certainly do feel numbered here.
Yeah, job done. Zampor comes in, nailing the coffin, 15th place. And to lose two teams at this stage is kind of uncharacteristic, to be honest with you. We see a few stragglers taken off on transition here and there, but not so much full squad wipes in one go. Atomical on the opposing side. This was his death, obviously trying to get out of the fight that they did initially engage. Kissick decides to fall off the back of his bike. It's okay, mate. Faultless is there. Hopefully no one's behind you. For now, they are up at Pozo, so no one really should be. TQ finally have to do some damage and come down from the mountainside. They did put themselves out of picture by taking that early Na'Vi engagement. We'll see if it pays off or if it actually becomes their undoing, to be honest with you. San Martin is kind of open for them, unless they hit the nuclear penguins on the side of the hill. Circle's starting to become a little bit dense when we talk about territory. It's one of those circles where we kind of see... In theory, we should have seen few more really alive into the latter stages, but I would assume that it comes down to the fact of that plane path. Like, even with the Navi scenario, I want to see if that unfolds in the next round. That plane path just been so cut and so short, it denies land, it denies availability. Navi didn't go as further as what they normally like to do, which is up above Crater Field, somewhere around there. Kumasir area is their happy place, but for now they lose one. They are in San Martin. It's not too bad of a place on the hillside as well, so there are options for them to move. And at the moment, it's just kind of get yourself in a good footing. Circle will eventually obtain, and when it does... Well, yeah, it's pick your poison, right? Who do you want to fight? In theory, they should be pushed back by FaZe. I wouldn't anticipate that Uber and Fuzz leave them to arrive and then strike them as they get on the foothills of this one. I'd assume that they shoot at them early, which we would suggest maybe pushes them further down. By doing that as well, if he has just fired that on, no, not yet, it's still full ammunition, so it hasn't. Fuzz is going to be open to it though, so he needs to be really rather careful. And it looks like they're making an advancement on this. A good pick would be vital for them, especially with that arm. Get a pick now, get a knock, and then you can force yourself on that. But you've awoken the beast. You've got the attention of FaZe Clan and many other teams here.
Okay, well the thing is with Circle Shift, this is about to get hectic. Because it's outside, it's kind of Picado, and then those open fields towards the west of it. The northeast side is the kind of rocky ledge, which, yeah, it can house teams, but it's pretty scary. So Raise Your Edge and Na'Vi super close by, and they're one of the earlier teams to move. So they had pick of the litter, and they are still in this scenario. FaZe just want to get rid of Better Luck next time nice and quick so they can focus on their transition, but you're going to already see Faultlessly at the foot of the hill trying to find a way forward. Unity trying to make themselves, you know, cut a little bit of a route in, already receiving a lot of attention from Northern Lights, but they... Excuse me, they do have to... the penguins up above them. It's almost like I've been casting for like 10 days in a row. Ugh! But it's all good. FaZe are going to hold this as long as they have to. They can't really let Better Luck next time get around them. They can't really just ignore them. They're going to be there the whole time. Now, the problem is the GF behind them have been paying big attention. Oh, this is not a nice car. That's a vehicle I don't want to be in. Already they're losing out on players as well. Maybe in almost a bit of a kindness there, because they're being picked apart. Senya's trying to chip in on it. Senya's actually flushed both of the players that got picked out of the car, I'm pretty sure. So Raise Your Edge really suffering heavy numbers there. I don't know if that was a necessary transition. Maybe they felt it was. I thought they were already well within that circle, but it's only going to be punishing, and Faultlessly's angle is going to be huge. FaZe are in big, big danger. Uber has to bail them out somehow in a 1v potential 3. Yeah, that's a flush. FaZe maybe should have disengaged earlier, but there isn't an easy answer to that.
With the Raise Your Edge one, it's a questionable play. You did see one player get knocked out the back of the vehicle. It was on fire, but Udir, I think, F'd it. He just dived out, knocked himself, unfortunately, and then it puts Raise Your Edge in a very sticky position in the fact that they're completely open. They lose 2 players off the back of it, and now they have a very, very small compound that they have to defend. We'll stick with this fight on screen because this is still over by the northwest side of the circle. Faultlessly and the rest of Battle next time, they will continue onwards. GF is going to be in front of them, so they have to be careful to keep an eye on that fight and the kill feeds if anything unfolds on that side. Ruzen, as we do move over. Unity to hold back the Penguins. A good nade will be vital. Try and knock some health off and then get stuck in, but there is one back on the opposing side. Hellscream. 2 Ukrainian players going at it 1-1. The rest of the Russian rosters will crack on here. Another nade up and over we go. We'll see nothing of that at the moment, but it's actually FaceClan who's mopping up on this. They're in the distance. They've lost players themselves, and Uber just keeps on going. That's a third knock, potentially, if my mind's right. Set the next one to fall down on the back of Zorf. Uber again just getting involved in this one. He is being a pain in the backside here. He's outside of the blue. He's following all this. For him, 2 players down with FaceClan. And with what I've just seen on that swing as well, that is absolutely diabolical. This is not what people expected. This is just about to get to a wild game. When you see this map and you see where the circle has shifted to, I thought, like every other team in this game, this was going to be a power grid finish. It ain't. It absolutely ain't. That is a hard shift to Picado.
Wildcats are laughing in this. They started in Picado, they've shifted up towards the hillside, but everyone in the north is pretty gutted, if I'm honest. I'd say maybe 3-4 of these teams max could maybe make it in cleanly, if that. Now, Na'Vi have been doing some serious damage towards Raise Your Edge. They've been scuffling with Ents over in the northeast, but they're somewhat okay. They're still staying as the main 3. Northern Knights don't have to go down far, but they have to be so worried about the teams around them. And with the Wildcats paying them attention, it's only going to get harder. GF, Game Frame, Tekka's the man that Martin was definitely talking about, keeping our attention towards. Already starting a bit of an engagement towards Faultlessly, but you've got to be careful here. Again, for better luck next time, they've disengaged and kind of isolated themselves from Faultlessly. They're already looking for a way in on the south. Faultlessly is now just a one-man band to try and make something happen. Oh, the Bogger, the poor Penguin, might just walk into a trap. Deckers, there it is. Nice little knock to start with. Let's see what this man can do.
I'd be surprised if there's anything else, to be honest. Everyone realistically should be getting inside that circle. It will pull away from the hillside behind Picado, so I wouldn't like to be anywhere where the Wildcats are. If you can do, right, see, do you realize someone's behind you? Of course you do. Beetle down and dead in the dirt, rather unfortunate. Orange out to the blue as well. Instant knock and flush, 5 kills between Uber and Icy, so they're making this work as a 2-man roster. Pretty decent to at least pick up the points. May even be able to sneak it into the top 10. We shall see. Game frame on transition directly in front of them. That'll be the next passing fight that will probably happen in terms of FaZe Clan. 1440 by 1080. That's a great name. I'm assuming that would be your screen resolution. Yeah, wonderful amount of thought went into that name, but we'll nevertheless we carry on. The Istanbul Wildcats are going to be problematic for a lot of people here, Lauren. If we have a look at the map, you'll be able to see why. Everyone now basically has to get past them down the hillside. Na'Vi, TQ, Northern Lights, they all have to come past that one priority kind of compound, because if not, you're going to bomb it off the hillside, and once you do, you got the last 2 players of Raise Your Edge in there. Picture perfect, just like that. 1, 2, thank you. The rest of them are going to flood down. Is that a third? If you get
3.
this, oh, go on, Neil. Find all 4. Monkey actually starts the cleanup crew as well. If he gets this, this is just disgusting. One man holding the entire ridgeline himself, only silenced by the shots from a distance. Nade does come, so at least there is some kind of respite for now. Second one's a little bit too far, but to knock 3 like that, that's a good job by Nailup. Monkey just has to survive and get the res.
Yeah, but Monkey's got to get it right, you know? You don't want to start that res and then be caught on the push, so does seem to be able to kind of get the timing right. Tico, they're going to find 8C on the push-up phase, just trying to work with those 2 final players. Uber has been having a bit of a monster game as well himself individually, so let's not write him off in this. Tico going to be using the low ground, but the rest of his teammates have fallen by the wayside, and now another pull-up. Too much to handle for TQ, but for Raise Your Edge, they've got to know that now they're in trouble, but I think we just saw Monkey get found by Squeaky, so more players paying attention over towards the east, as that's the kind of Ents, Na'Vi kind of style coming in, and Northern Lights picking up that position is going to be pretty big for them here. Now, Senju's been found, and that's going to be the Wildcats starting to look towards the east themselves. Far out in the distance will be Na'Vi, the CIS god sitting out there, having a great performance before, but now, not a great game to start with. Yes, they've been doing okay, but certainly not as clean as they'd like, and what a weird circle we're seeing here.
I'm glad you touched on it. I'm currently just kind of racking my brains to see what the hell's going on, because I've honestly no idea. I expected this to push further down towards Picado, maybe even outside of it, and we take the field fights. But we're not. We're actually going towards the rock side, which is very obscure, because there are hills which are inaccessible terrain up there, and in theory, the circle won't hit it. But I was watching Raise Your Edge. They moved from the compounds. They moved down towards this. So I'm still saying that this circle's flooding down towards the south, and it should be a hard push towards Picado. But honestly, I don't know. It might just get the foot of the rocks here. It can't. In my mind, it can't stay up here. It has to go beyond this, and this is why I was saying earlier on, I don't think you survive to the late game, to the latter final 2 circles, if you're currently not in the south from 2 circles ago. You had to get to Picado and beyond. You had to go down to the south. This now makes it much more difficult. If you've got the smokes, which can provide you the cover, like Na'Vi is slowly but surely doing, eventually they will run out. They only had 3 players going into this, so it was always going to be a difficult run. But then you've just got Ents who are playing gatekeeping right now. They're the bouncers. They are just stopping everyone and denying movement from the north down to the south. Na'Vi's gone, FaZe Clan's gone, 2 teams back to back, just get battered. And now it comes down to the Wildcats. 2-2 split. It is a bit precarious for me. I'd like to see them reconsolidate themselves and take that western edge of the circle, take a fight against Tornado Energy as opposed to taking this one, because you know it's a mess. You know it's a massacre around there. Just avoid it, stay away, and try and make a sneaky route in. Picado busying itself. Better luck next time. Snip, WP, they're all chilling. Ents is here to pick up the free loot and the free gear, and also maybe even backstab these 2 teams that are going to take one nasty, nasty fight around the backside of this rock face.
Let's just see how this unfolds for a second. I mean, Northern Lights, I normally back them here, but they've kind of put themselves in a bit of a corner. You know, this gets tricky. They do still have vehicles, which is quite a rarity, or at least a vehicle, should I say. Ents look like they're trying to sweep and clear this. This is quite proactive for Ents, and again, we do question them sometimes. We definitely hold them to a high standard. Let's see if they can keep up to that. Already, the engagement is beginning on both sides. Northern Lights is focused towards Ents, and we are seeing the Wildcats diving in as well. Great nade from Mr. Master by Patulins, and now the engagement really kicks off. But for Ents, they've got to be careful. As soon as they peek Northern Lights, they're going to have attention from the Wildcats. It's a bit of a tricky battle, and now they see the attention in the foreground. Now, bear in mind, they don't know that's the Wildcats. No knocks or no damage is going to be telling from them, and it is only 2 from the Wildcats. Now, it looks like Levin and BSD are going to kind of back off this one. The nade's done enough. They can peel away from this. They could consolidate with the rest of their team, pull themselves into this, and then maybe try and clean up what's going on down here. And again, we are seeing, wait, look at Snip. They're sending it up to the hillside? Wow, okay, this is not what I expected at all.
BSD finally, dagger in the back, comes into play and picks up a ton of frags for his team. That's decent. My only still issue with Wildcats is that they've been questioning which way they want to go. I've seen players moving backwards, forwards, left, right, all over the shop. Pick a place where you want to do. Do you want to take the fight and advance down
Snipper
one side of the hill?
finance.
Or do you want to go to the opposing side? Snip have indeed engaged. Nades are out. They heard the shots from a distance. They realized, okay, we got 0 frags. Maybe we can take a team while they're in a weaker position. That's a damn good nade. That's a 2-for-1. Squeaky, who's the last man standing up high? Do they have him? They do. 6th position for Ents. They got aggressive. They got a few frags. But all of a sudden, Snip, from nowhere, decide to send it upside the hill and punish them. Punish them hard they do. They kick them out the lobby and they claim the frags.
That late game push was so well done. I guess keeping those vehicles, staying safe in Picado, and then timing the push. Excellent work. Sadly for Ents, they were just on the receiving end, but the Wildcats aren't without their own troubles. They're getting attention from Tornado Energy. But again, there's more looking towards this. As soon as they see someone getting engaged upon, okay, well, can we dive in? Can we get a third party? But this hillside will be very, very polarizing soon. This will cut off after this circle closes in. You won't be able to swing around on the north, so you can see Snip just controlling the northeast. Good tag from Melman, but now he's got multiple targets, potentially on multiple fronts, so he has to be very, very cautious where he peeks on this, and there it is. There's that danger she created. And the Wildcats, 6 kills, 3 alive. Not so bad, not, you know, holding on to this. It's the example, trying to be a bit of a danger off towards the side as well. He's the last one alive for Tornado Energy. Nade comes in. The Wildcats want to handle this quickly. This doesn't want to go on for long, and it doesn't. Rupture, nice work. Clean pick up top 4 positioning. They did start in Picado, keep in mind, so they haven't had to go too far. And I like what Snip did. It was risky. They chose to leave Picado, push up on the vehicles, cleaned out a team, and now they've picked up a very, very nice high ground position.
For example, there, he was just relying on his teammates so much to try and get a knock or two. Been on the off angle like that, it provides him leverage to kind of drive the Wildcats and dictate where they're going to go. But unfortunately, the rest of his team were just not ready to receive it. Tornado Energy had the advantage, in my opinion, for all but a moment, but the Wildcats just struck back, especially to bring their players. There was a lot of questionable back and forth, deciding which fight and which route they wanted to take. They did manage to pull out the bag. I don't know how. When you look back at that, it's with how many times they were split their resources. I'm assuming it just came down to gunplay mechanics, to be honest with you. IDW came out on top of that one against Tornado Energy, and it's a GG. They can at least carry on for this. Snip now in a dangerous position in the fact that everyone from the hillside can see them. It will be exposed. There'll be a few plateaus that you can lay down on in these hillsides. But my God, this is a... When I think back to all the games of Picado that you've landed with your squads in public matches, how many times does the circle actually come from the foot of that hill? This is a very, very strange circle, one that I'm hoping the desk kind of expands on a little bit. I have not seen something like this in a dog age. This is pretty wacky, to say the least.
Now, the Wildcats are in. They are safe, and they're getting the lay of the land. They know that Better Luck next time are deeper in the circle than the other team in front of them. So that's interesting. I want to see how long they leave that to build. Maybe they feel that they can be kept safe by this fight happening instead. Ooh, big boy shot from Kissick. Clean connection. That's what you want to be seeing. And it opens up an avenue of approach. Suddenly, the arena's looking a little bit more vulnerable. Now, we're going to have to keep attention towards the backside, too. You can see WP fully focused, hoping they could just put all their attention towards the hillside. Now, that's not going to be the case. Now, they need to pay dividends to the team that's behind them, too. But this opens up an opportunity. As soon as you see that in the kill feed, it's time to go. And oh, look who's above. She created, could just absolutely tear the heads off these players. Get the shot right, get that shot right. That's not good enough. I know how good this player is. 43 kills. Missing a sitter like that, not ideal. But now the position's noted. Not going to get away with this as much anymore. Does take down one. But sadly, She Creators limited the amount of damage that can be done from this hillside.
Yeah, needed that shot to land off the back of it. Nail that one and then advance on to the next two. Let your teammates get in a good position. Having the information taken away does slow them down for all but a moment. I'm seeing WP did manage to get the revive off. Super hard shift towards Picado. It knocks out the inaccessible hillside like we expected. Better luck next time. We kind of sit here, to be honest with you. They're in a ditch. They're not too exposed for now. Inman takes out Zeko. That's only a knock. Wildcats may be able to make some sort of push on that if they want to make the approach on there. If not, Rupture and BSD, depending on how many smokes they have left, may be able to make a run. If She Created hits the molly just to the side, that's going to get two of them. This is the only thing for a position like Snip. I like the play. Aggro, get up towards ends, take the fight. But you have to look at the position that you're left standing in, which... Again, there's a lot of things that go through a PUBG player's mind. There's a lot of obstacles that you have to overcome. And some of the top tier teams, it's what they do so well. It's looking at your exit options. It's looking at what happens if the circle moves here. Your next plan of attack. At the moment, they're up against the blue with nowhere real to go. And all the teams up in the northern side. That's a nice little dink. Ruptured down. That's it. So at least now they can maybe get down the hill. The blue I'm seeing there, BSD, could be sticking the res. This will be difficult for anyone who's already up there.
Yeah, I think for now, if you're Snip, you're just trying to outlive the Wildcats. Although the Wildcats have done more than enough. 9 kills, you know, top 5 position, pretty happy. I don't think they'll be able to leave this hillside, and I think they know that. So they're just trying to frag out while they're up there, not give points away to teams that could be potentially trying to chase them afterwards. So you will be seeing, at least for now, Snip outlive them. They were kind of tucked in a position that they couldn't quite get away from. The transfer away of being a drop down the hillside and into the loving and open arms of the Snip side. So for now, let's look at what we have left with these three teams. One slap bang in the middle of WP. Got all 4 players back up on their feet after that arm shot came in from the south with better luck next time. 2 alive. Now again, 2 in the north. The shack that potentially Snip could get to could be dangerous, but I don't know if they can get there. Got to see what the vision's like on this. Croman's going to spot out better luck next time, trying to make their move up. Smokes give away the game. Micah moves in towards it. He's shifting himself to be in a good position, potentially to catch the rotation. But Kissick is still your danger man. Having that Orm in play is still going to create potential opportunities you wouldn't be given otherwise. But again, they get closer and closer. Now they're right next to WP, but there's one of the players waiting to catch Artix easily. Now Kissick, last one standing. Can he do any damage here? 2 players in front. This is about as far as he can go to the left side. He's going to have to go into frag out mode if he wants to go any further forward, and Mike is looking for him. Smoke barely keeping him safe here. Damage coming through, being tagged up, able to be spotted. Luke just about catching a glimpse. Oof, any of those shots coming in is going to be really, really quite deadly, Rich.
You can essentially hold him dead to rights, and with him and on the backside, once that smoke dissipates, he's dead, just like that. You're down to your two teams, Snip versus with potential. You had a WP playing not so long back in the group stages. We'll see if they can fare better here this time round.
Oh, no, stuck on the door.
Stuck on the door? That's a 2.
Rich.
Okay, so Luke's just opened this up completely.
Wait. Look at this. Look who's above. Look who's around the back. This is a perfect flank. Oh, this could actually keep things all going towards WP, and he just about saves it in time.
Wow.
With potential, just got bailed out of that situation from going from bad to worse then. That could have been so dangerous. I think it was Luke who got the 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. And then that hillside push, them just not being able to catch a glimpse of it, it was so lucky that came in when it did, because there's a world where I could have seen those 2 players going 2v4.
That's insane. I mean, it's what is pretty good for me of this kind of. I know I get it. It's game 1. I understand that. But Snipping with potential, they're 2 qualified teams. They're 2 teams that came for all the qualifiers, made it to the top, and they're actually the best ones. You know, they came 4th and 5th when we look towards those qualifiers. Seeing them open up on things like that. I mean, hell, we saw Snip push on to Ends to get aggro, and then we see WP picking up a win. I'm hoping this is a sign of things to come. I'm hoping this mixes things up further, and if we keep getting circles like that, well, we're in for a fun competition.
We certainly are. New boys at the top to start off with. Always a good look. Guys, enjoy talking this one through. Steve, Martin, and Toby.
Thank you very much. I gotta say, Sims took the words right out of my mouth. The fact that we've got 2 qualifier teams, and I think gentlemen asked you earlier, both of them came all the way through the open meat grinder. Like, these weren't even like invited to the second stage kind of teams. Showing up in the final 3 is kind of a big deal, isn't it? Let's say, Toby, we'll start with you on this one.
It is. I mean, it's that's the way you want to start off a tournament like this. Yes, there's plenty of games to be played, plenty of weeks of PUBG coming up. But if you're a team that has fought your way here, maybe you're a little, how well are we gonna do? I don't want to call you insecure, but maybe to some extent you are. If you can go out and either win a game or get second in game 1 like this, in a very, very tough match as well with rough circles all over the place, then you gotta be feeling happy.
Yeah, confidence creates victories. And Martin, that was we're going to watch the highlights right now. You guys can see it on your screen. We'll jump over to some big stuff. But that was a pretty wild game for a number of reasons, including a circle shift back to Picado on 4 that I think no one expected.
Honestly, with all these guys, obviously have a big understanding of how land ratio works on Miramar. I don't think anyone expected that. But for the teams hoping for something like that to happen, sitting and being prepared for like that is just amazing for them. Obviously, they were sitting in a pretty decent spot, and I think they approached it pretty well, because you can actually, if it's ranked north, you can actually quite easily get up to the northern position from Picado. So I actually respect that they stayed there and try to stock it out with that. But I really love these kind of circles. I gotta say, this kind of curveball here, you send this way, it creates a super interesting gameplay where these guys, they just have to adapt on the fly, and that's where you, if you're a skilled player, skilled team, that's where it really comes in big.
That BSD backstab was absolutely beautiful. You can see the pushes constant. And honestly, so I just want to point out, Ents got killed in the exact same spot by the exact same grenade that I believe Squeaky had used to eliminate another team right before that. So, you know, one of those maybe learn from yourself sort of situations, but fun action. And I got to be honest, my favorite action, and I think we might have seen it in the highlights at the very start. Oh, what a shot. Was that Boggers from TNP, from Nuclear Penguins, chasing Besiktas to the shack at the very start of the game? What was that even? I think, to me, it was, I guess, the Penguins' willingness to sort of throw caution to the wind and go crazy. Is that something that we should expect to see from them throughout this entire series? Is that their style of play, Martin?
I think something like this in early game, where you're not even like prioritizing a position like that, I think it's fine to do it. But a pull-up, it's I mean, they saw the car was smoking. It was kind of already burning, right? So why not just try to do a full send and try to go for it while the circle is still kind of closing and you're trying to get in there? Let's take a look at the points then.
Points up on the board, 16th. Besiktas, unfortunately, the ire was drawn on them of the Nuclear Penguins. They were knocked out first. As we go on up, you can see Na'Vi. Northern Lights, favorites coming out of the Charity Series, only get 3 points off of that one. But the top 8 teams with potential comes away with a big 15-point total. What else do you see from this leaderboard, Toby?
I mean, we said it before, right? Top 3 all teams that made it through the open qualifiers, that on its own is massive. And also, I mean, the fact that we see the bottom 2 teams go out 0 points very early on in the game, as unfortunate as it was for them to barely get playtime in the first game of the tournament, I think everyone else was really happy because there was not space. I mean, there was nowhere you could play. You saw how early teams were forced to take fights in phase 2, phase 3, which would normally not be taking place before maybe phase 5 or 6. Had there been 2 more full 4-man teams in that whole cluster, it would have made for even a harder game for the players. So interesting one. You can see some Wildcats with all the high ground there, 1600 damage.
I mean, we talked about the qualifier teams being in the top 3. Well, also, the Istanbul Wildcats, they went out earlier, but they still ended up in the top 3. Another qualifier team. And look at their kill lead. 4 kills for BSD, 4 for She Created. This team is really, really impressive. And then again, they lead the damage, Martin.
Yeah, amazing to see these guys step up. We've seen it again and again. I think they're hungry coming into this, and I think we're going to see them continue with this play style. And I think they're going to be benefiting from us having a bit more random teams, us like the whole tournament having a bit more random teams. These kind of curveballs are going to be thrown at them because I think they really good at adapting these kind of curveballs and these kind of circles thrown at them.
Yeah, I think we've had the pleasure of watching them before. And, the Wildcats is sort of a good name for them because they do seem to sort of thrive in these catch you off guard, sort of Joker's Wild scenarios, Toby. Is that going to work in the next round? If they make it through to the top 16, will they still be able to thrive on sort of wild play?
They can. It's gonna be a different type of wild play though, because now, I mean, obviously this first game had like all the 3 counters, right? You have a first game of a tournament, you had a lot of teams that haven't played against each other before, and then you have the circles, which just kept going stranger and stranger and more unforgiving. That in itself is a perfect element for them to, you can call it the Wildcats' natural habitat. But I mean, it was perfect for them, and I think they can keep abusing that for the future as well.
All right, I think it looks like we've got an interview ready to go. With the winning team. With who?
Nixties.
Nixties. Hello. Welcome, my friend. So, excellent win for you guys. You came out, had a good spot. Let me first ask, that shift on Circle 4, jumping to Picado, did that catch you off guard? And what was sort of the response and comms to prepare for it?
100%. We thought it was going to go power.
And so did you guys frantically have to make a change? Or? All right, Martin?
I just want to ask you guys, obviously coming into this tournament, you're one of the newcomers. How have you guys prepared for a tournament like this?
I mean, we just started to play as much together as possible. I mean, we're a very new team. We played together for like 2 weeks, so we just wanted to try and get some kills and just find our way into the zone if we don't get it. But sometimes service comes.
Toby?
Yeah, I want to hear from you, Nixties. Now you say you're a new team together, so obviously you might not have the same communication that other teams that have been established for a long time does. What have you done over the course of this very short time to become as work together a team as you are?
I mean, there's a lot of communication problems, of course. I mean, that's how it is in a new team. But we feel like we can play well together, and we just listen to each other. It's gonna work.
Sounds good.
Interesting. All right, fair enough. Well, I will close with one last question. As you said, you're a new team. What has been the biggest challenge for you guys coming together and preparing to play at this level as a new squad?
I mean, the biggest challenge is probably the open stage. Trying to make it every round. I mean, it's a lot of... it's only best of 6 all the way, so I mean, any good team can go out, so we were happy we made it.
Well, considering the fact that you won the first game, I think we're happy that you made it too. and I look forward to seeing what you guys bring. I'm going to let you go take your break so you can get your headspace ready for the next round of Miramar in just a minute or two. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, I think that With Potential is the perfect name for these guys, right? Like, that's what we're really seeing out of them.
Right.
They played that very well. It was clean the way that they executed that, and I think they got a little bit of help. We saw some other teams choose not to shoot at them early on. There was a couple of spots where we were like, why aren't they being engaged? That said, that's what this game's about, right? Maximizing every mistake your opponent makes, and that's what these guys did. So super hyped to see it. What else stood out for you guys from the first round? Were there any other bright spots from other teams that you want to touch on?
I think from like a starting like this, it's hard to say because it's the first team. This is the most nervous that people get. It's always the first game. You're sweaty hands, like you're trying to prepare for this. I like to see how well both Northern Lights and also Energy they're able to play around. But it's gonna come. We have a lot more games to come. I understand though. Nixis said they have some hard times with communications. I understand with that microphone, you should probably get that looked at. But like going further and coming in like a new team like this, these guys have experience. Like Nixis is a very good friend of Wanted. He has a lot of experience. He's been playing just below that level of PLB, played contenders a lot. The other guys have a lot of experience. So coming into a tournament like this with the kind of backpack they have, I think they're going to be able to do well. And starting the day with a win like this is going to be massive for them. They're going to be able to snowball off that.
Awesome. Any thoughts on that one, Toby?
No, I think what Nixis said was also really important. I think it's something people might not think too much of when some of these open teams come in. You have top 5 going through, top 6 going through over multiple rounds for your qualifiers to go here. And as he said, when that happens, a lot of good teams will fall out. And if we look at just the last round of the qualifiers, like the final round of the closed qualifiers, you had Entropic, you had Adepts, you had Entropy Game, you had Elgigant, and so many teams that have showed us time and time again that they can go up and play with the best. And now these guys, I mean, With Potential, Snip, and all of them, they come in and they show, no, they had their chance, now it's our turn, and they best them to get here. I think that speaks for itself, and for people that might not know them too well, just, I mean, goes to show the depth of the, I guess, the EMEA player pool.
If you're a fan of top teams like FaZe, teams that, you know, we're used to seeing absolutely dominate time and time again, I mean, let's don't get wrong, 7 kills, that's a incredible kill count. Uba, I think, got 5 of the 7, but they still went out in like 8th place. Do I, as a fan, say that's a symptom of a very difficult circle, or is there a little bit of hand-wringing that should start right now, Martin?
I'm not nervous at all. This is exactly what FaZe they do best. They in a bad game with 0 placement points, they go away with 7 kills, seven kills that another team would not have gotten. We saw, yes, there was some luck a bit there where I believe it was Orange that tried to flush one of the kills that Uber had knocked. He managed to get him down to, you know, like 5 HP. Then he ticked down and bled out, and Uber got the kill anyway. So a slight kind of luck, but also they just know, okay, guys, we're in a rough circle. They expected to have a power grid ending. They were already on the west, and it shrank the worst possible, but they still walk away with 7 points. So if you do that on your bad games, on your hardest games, we're going to see that from them as well, I'm sure. When they have a good game, when they're in a great position, when they manage to not drop into core to where they usually not drop, where they drop, if they could drop into Monza instead, they're going to have a great game. They're going to walk away with 25 points.
So let me ask you this, Toby. So North America also just wrapped up their first week of PCS1, and in Miramar, there was a ton of these sort of northeastern, very difficult circles, and the players were like, why is it always so hard to play these circles, and like, why are we getting them so much? Would you consider this circle a very difficult one, or is this, because it's in the middle, you think the players are going to be very happy with how this one played out?
I think circles, I mean, that's also part of the reason I've always been advocating removing the lamp ratio on a map like Miramar, because I think circles are only as hard as the players make them. You have to think, when you have that big mountain in the middle, which is theoretically like unusable terrain, you can't get up on the top unless if you like fly up on a bike or something. You just need to think of that circle as being one circle ahead of where you are, and just expect there to be more people around you. And that's, I think, what players sometimes go, oh, it's phase 3, then we know we have this much space. No, you have to think of where you are in the map as well. And yes, it's tricky when you have little cover, but then you just got to make that much more space for yourself.
Fair enough. And I think it sometimes comes down to the shifts too, doesn't it, Martin? It's all about not necessarily where the first circle goes, but how the ones that come after go. That said, it is time for us to see where the first circle goes in game number 2 of the PUBG Continental Series Europe Day 1. Let's head over to the only English duo I want to spill tea with, Pansy and Sims.
Do you think he practices these, Rich? Do you think he sits at home? I think he gets his. In my head, I see Steve just on his like American ranch. I don't know why. It's maybe more of a Matchroom thing, but he sat there with just like his notebook. Look, yeah, I just think of Matchroom just on a horse constantly. You know what I mean, like the little cowboy hat on. But anyway, Steve just on his ranch, just taking notes, and he's got a cup of coffee there with him. He's like, right, what can I do today? What have I got for these guys? He just he makes a nice little list. I love the prep, Steve. I love the throw. And I've loved the game so far. Very good points brought up by the boys in this. We've got two quite, I don't want to say unheard of. They've definitely been heard of, but, underappreciated teams picking up that first and second position there. So, really good start. Where do we need to look now? So we've seen that, yep, all these teams are capable. We don't need to hit that storyline anymore. They're all pretty solid. Let's now kind of treat them with potentially the respect they deserve because they're good enough to be warranting that. That's a lot of teams around San Martin. It's like TSM's nightmare all over again. Oofed. Oofed.
So, I was going to say, okay, I don't mean to be offensive here, but I want to write the game off as game number 1 is a bit of an outlier. We had a very, very, very strong playing path, starting over by all the way to the east, and it basically didn't even touch the west. It went towards the south. So it put everyone in a very, very strong position in the worst of ways possible. No one's at their normal home location. No, everyone's off of their loot. Everyone's off of their rotational paths. And then when we get that hard shift towards Picado, yeah, I mean, I'm all more for some weird and wonderful circles. I'm down for it. I think it keeps things fun. It keeps us on his toes a little bit, and it keeps all these players on the toes and the people outside entertained. Yeah, it could be an obscure one. It could be an outlander. We shall see. And then we get given a circle like this, where 40%'s water. Please, for the love of God, just yeet it over to the east and give us an island circle. I think 2 weird things like that back to back would be fun, to say the least, to start off this entire competition.
Island,
it could happen.
Island.
I want to give you the island, Lauren. You haven't had the. Have you actually had the island over on this one?
Nope.
No, we haven't have Higos, have you? Okay,
Nope,
so you haven't had Higos or
fun.
island.
I literally have no fun. I get the most basic, boring ass Miramar circles. Like, and I hate it. All the teams like, it's so much fun playing the same boring circles. No.
It's going to the fields of Impala.
Of course it is. Of course it is. It's exactly where Luke is right now. If you have the map stream open, it's exactly where they are. Like, of course, I know that. I know.
Did we get 3 or 4 well, we definitely got 2 in a row last week. I think there were 3 within
I've never had them. They refuse to. They refuse to give me fun. I'm certain of it. They see it's me casting like, not for you. I think
it's because of that hillside behind Impala, though, isn't it? It always just floods down. You'll have Impala, and it's like, okay, well, I need to move out of Impala now. Which way do I go? Oh, there's a big, big mountainside here, so we'll just slide to the right and fields.
I just need fun in my life. All right, I've been in quarantine now for what feels like years. I've reverted to watching anime and hating my life. I play Minecraft. I play WoW again. I need something. Oh no, it's literally the worst combination. I've hit such a low point in my life, and it's just like, when you're aware that you're at that low point, but you're doing nothing to fix it. So here I am, just living my worst life. So give me an island circle.
There was a very slim moment the other week where me and the wife opened the fridge, and it was about 11. I'm like, "Do we have a beer?" It's like,
day beers, absolutely.
No, yeah.
Holidays, if you're on holiday, 10
on
a.m.
holiday.
Well, it's not like your job's hard, Richard.
There is that. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Okay. So, I will be the most disappointed person in the world now if Snip lose a player when they have been sat in Impala for the last 4 minutes all together. You've been sat there, you've been chilling, and you've had a player go down. If NCU and Punt... Oh, thank the Lord NC have pulled up here. Otherwise, they would have had a field there, quite literally. I hope to God they can get him back in his feeding time, because if not, there's disappointment is just immeasurable at the moment. They should be okay.
I do worry. I do want to see if they stay in. I doubt they intended this 2-2 split because they lost their player like that. So I'm hoping they kind of pull together. You can't really. I don't think
They
you
have
can
more
hold
moves
it.
though, Lauren.
I know, that's what I'm scared of. I'm a bit worried they're kind of going to be pulling off 2-2 splits against teams that will willingly crash this now. Like, I get it, but also, like, if we go by what we've seen so far, and especially these side circles, it is the Impala field. You know, that's it. It's what we've seen on a regular basis. Teams will go for that early, and we've got red zone Ents. Ents have taken over Ents compound. It's a pretty normal pick for them. But someone like Rage Your Red, someone like Red Zone, I don't think they're going to be against getting quite close to this. Besiktas picking up where DA left off. Don't do this! Don't!
Oh, no. Smiles in Tommel. Laughs in Tommel. Cries in Tommel.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Like, coming off the back of a 16th as well, this will not feel good. To lose a player.
No,
lose the first one
why
as a
you
match
have
on
the
the second time
vehicles?
round. It could happen. Oh, that's an awful place to be. Oh, that's an awful vehicle to have. Oh, no, they're going to lose 3. Okay, this is just... It's one of those where you know that you've already lost in transition. It's like, okay, the idea that we had, there's a team there, where do we bounce to? And the second that you spin around, every single compound is gone. But I have to say, you have to be aware of this. With this circle, you have 40% water. You're all the way up against the coastline. Every compound is not only crucial, but every compound is killer.
Yeah. Hey. Alright, it's rough out here. Oh no, not
Is this
again.
it's 2. All right. That's unfortunate. It's one of those where you've got to now just kind of keep the roster stable. Look towards your... Yeah.
Oh,
You said you
why
wanted
you gotta
fun?
do me like that? Yeah, I get. You know, honestly, that's the fun I'll take right now. I'll accept that. Right. Better luck next time in a similar position. Honestly, game frame got Arctic's kind of dead to rights here. One good nade and you're kind of out of it. That's not a good spot to be in. Arctic's better. Oh, he's got the moves. He's been working on his dance moves in his downtime. It's perfect. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not that close. That
no.
one's good. All right, Tech is good job. And that's, yeah, a little unfortunate for better luck next time. Again, so some of the teams that were doing quite well initially, you know, in the first game, Snip lost down a player early. They have got them back on their feet, so they're okay. And no one's gone for a crash yet, which is, I don't want to say surprising, but if it does get pressured on the western side, you will see them shift east, of course. And that's when you might have to see Zico and co move across. But if they've got a good idea of the timing that they want to play with, fair enough. Maybe I'm underestimating their, you know, their capabilities and understanding of, you know, when we want to get this pressure building or not. But again, we've seen a couple of those teams lose out on a couple of players here and there. Better luck next time. Miles away. Look at Fate, just in the middle of nowhere. Kissick and Faultlessly are about to get in trouble as well, because yes, they did just get that pressure towards one of them, towards Arctics, but they're not in a much better position to punish us. Maybe catch one on transition, but they can get out of those vehicles and fight. And always be an unfavorable scenario. Kissick, sneaky.
I'm okay with that. You know, you're on your own. You don't really have any defensive position at all. You're completely exposed, and all the teams running past you. You've already lost one. You might as well hold it out. Your teammate's still out in the blue, unfortunately. Like Fade is miles away. Faultlessly is a bit further. Excuse me. Kissick is a little bit further afield. He does catch one off the back of the bag. The rest of them could opt to just disengage from this, and they should. There's no point to fight here. The one place that hasn't been taking up residency yet, I mean, true, never mind, it won't be. I'm about to say behind Impala, where we usually see Na'Vi find the feet and just go up into the hillside. Well, it pulls to the north. We don't get the island
Petrol
circle
station?
just yet. Yeah, by the junction road. It's a solid call.
Okay, so let's remind ourselves what happened here. So better luck next time. Lost out on Arctics earlier on towards GF. These guys kind of, you know, did the dirty. They pinned him down individually, and then they got caught right back around. So kind of mutually assured destruction. Neither of those teams are going to be happy with what's just happened to each other. So, you know, they're going to have to just kind of deal with the consequences of the actions that they've just caused and move on. Everyone is now piling in towards Impala. This is going to be a big thing for me. Does Snip consolidate everything cleanly? They were sat in the 2-2, and they've actually shuffled quite far north. So they are not sitting in Impala. They're moving way beyond that towards Q, towards WP, towards a lot of teams here. This is a risky rotation. I'm not sure if they've misread the amount of freedom they think they might have for it.
Build time as well, they can be quite deadly. We've seen a lot of teams play off the back of this because it gives a good, it gives you a good lay of the land what's in front of you. You can see with the amount of line of sight you get from up here, you can just read where teams are. You can take fights. You have a good height advantage on teams as well. And because it's a very, very open, sandy background, it's easy to pick people off, but it's also easy to be spotted. If there are teams out in the field that have scopes, anything above a 4 times, you have to just crawl your way into the corner and hope. Oh, that's a third team. So this will be an intriguing one for Snip. Whether or not they can take advantage of this one. Dagger from the back. Redzy does go down at least, but now with potential. I want to try and make something of this and get involved themselves. 3 teams battling over this rock side is weird, to say the least. And once again, it's our 3 teams that have come through the open qualifiers.
A similar play style of just, however, but the team who is obviously very good in game 1, not having a great game 2, which a little rough to see. Senya going to find one of the players as well. So Na'Vi definitely putting their attention down towards the south side by that big hill. Na'Vi is still quite split here, kind of, creating this kind of box effect around that T-junction up towards the north. But Tornado Energy aren't far away either, so they need to be a little bit careful to not allow players to get isolated and be untradeable. So that's going to be something going on in their minds, considering you've got the CIS band in the north. Not only is it Tornado Energy and Na'Vi, you also have Northern Lights up there. So plenty of teams to be a little scared of. Unity not far off either. So you've got to be a little cautious when it comes to that northern side, which I'm sure they will be. Na'Vi are one of the teams that they've done so well in these scenarios. I don't think I have to doubt them at all. I think I can just leave them to their own devices and they'll be perfectly fine. Even if they lose out, it's all good. Right. In the south, better luck next time, Red Zone. The Wildcats, FaZe, Raise Your Edge, all kind of around the same place.
When you look towards this circle, you have Elazam towards the north. You have Minas Generales towards the west and Impala down towards the south. And then you got water on the opposing side. For me, that main road where TMP are, that's looking good. That's looking like a solid place to be, especially even if it doesn't go there, you have options to move. If the circle goes anywhere in around there, look at that, central. It's kind of, if you imagine all 3 cities around it in the water, they're acting as a magnet, but instead of pulling the circle towards them, it's the same polar position. It's going to push it towards the middle. That's what it's done. It's flooded down. It's avoided the water as much as it can. Even though it shouldn't have to do yet because it's only circle 3, it's still doing it anyway, just out of pure luck. But it's avoiding those cities. It's pushed straight onto that main road. TNP are in a prime position here. They can set this out for maybe the next circle. They'll have to defend it well. Na'Vi, great position. Unity, also good position. They could back off up to Junkyard if they really want to. Northern Lights, you will have to find against Tornado Energy eventually. You'll have to find the one most... Ooh, that could have been a big smash. Actually, she created who hit him and ended up on the rough end of the stick there. Gustav will have to pull here. FaZe will have to hit this one. Getting tanked up from the back and also being damaged on arrival regardless. Knocked, flushed, finished. That's 2. I'd see there. 1 person running around the window. There is a bit of a response here. Can they deny this flush? No, they cannot. Pulse says, you know what? You've already took one of my brothers. I'll take one of yours. Job done. Look, keep going. Squeaky's outside. Hip fire from the front. Where's his teammate? Does he have anyone else with him? Uber has to be in there, right?
Still there. But with all this noise, they're getting a lot of attention from further afield. Enter pulling the other players over as well to try and help out Squeaky, who's feeling a little bit under fire. And I don't, blame him for those sort of feelings. I think Diggory and Rustamar have just turned up. The molly comes through, so it's all looking good. Now, can they control the threat that was building? FaZe have taken over a small piece of land, but who else is nearby? You do raise your edge. You have better luck next time in GF, all within sight range. But the hillside, the topography doesn't really... allow too many other teams to get vision on it. GF maybe, but they've got their own fights going on. Uber. Nade over. Nothing on the other end of it for now.
Getting back on this feet and it goes into the 3 versus 3. Don't forget about Raise Your Edge. Shiv, at a very small line of sight, you will have a bit of a tiny bump behind FaZe Clan, so that'll obscure them from the vision. They shouldn't be able to get seen unless Raise Your Edge wants to get a bit more overextensive and go upwards. But by doing so, you'll then have GF, Unity, you will be exposed. So you have to play this one carefully and cautiously. Try and work the nades, see if you can get some kind of knock. That'd have been beautiful if they managed to get this one in. Squeaky knows what the play is here. Uber's trying to eliminate him and then force the other two players into a resible position. Try and knock one out. That's the knock that we spoke about that they had to be careful of. Fuzz goes down, Shiv finds him. Overextends a little bit too much, and this is where Monkey and Shiv will begin to play that hillside. They can move, they can traverse, but they have to be careful themselves. Both of those teams, all three of them in fact, are not in the greatest of positions. Circle pulls from them. Junkyard is a place now where the Wildcats or Unity may dive into. It will be up against the edge of the circle, but it's a good place to be, right? It's inside at least. It's safe for now, and they can play off the back of it, maybe work their ways into the open sandbanks. Tornado Energy, good for them. Northern Lights, good for them. You've got compounds. Are you central for those two teams in the north? No, you're hell. But it's safety for now, and probably for the next circle. Now V will gatekeep. You spoke about that petrol station, how it would come into play. Well, now it does. It's right on the edge of where teams may try and potentially make a transition into this circle. Red Zone, TQ, BL. They all have to come this way. BL may even take the fight up against FaZe Clan and ENCE if they want to try and sneak a few points here and there. But it is an open run from BL's position, straight off the back of those dark rocks and out into the open. Nice, a lot of people are also playing the old barrel. I wonder if they've been playing live servers too much and just got used to it. Unless this is the patched version, which I don't think it is on Esports here. I think it's still the non-live version just yet, the one previous to it. Squeaky, you lucky, lucky boy.
6 HP. FaZe looking like they want to go on this, so you can see them going through all their utility. They're going to make their push soon enough. Keep in mind, their side of the circle is not in. ENCE's side is just about in, so they're going to have to make their play sometime soon and decide how they want to approach this. Decide what they want to do with it. Squeaky and the other boys not really leaving this. Rustamar's been kind of cut off from the situation, allowing FaZe to use the front door entrance if they want to try and take this building. They can't stay there forever, though. Those smokes will dissipate, and they're going to have to make their move. Diggory is holding a nice passive angle. Fuzzface just outside that window ledge. Might be a peekaboo moment if he's unsuspecting. Very, very patient from FaZe here. Not showing too much, not giving away too much. Uber and 80 nearby. Nades coming out. Fuzzface leapfrogs further ahead than ENCE. And let's see if they can isolate Rustamar, the one man on his own here. This could be problems.
Flashbang in and limited space to move, but the backside of the building is covered by his teammates. Oh, that is disgusting. Hip fire as well. The grenade goes off and just hides him for all but a second as the dust will settle. That's a second one follow-up. Now he's looking. I did get confirmation that this is the live patch, so we do have the barrel buff in play, and that's why a lot of them are opting to go for that. It's a damn good gun. It's basically the, you know, when we look towards the M4, that it has been nerfed ever so slightly. It's had its damage decreased. It's had its reload time increased. It's not what it used to be. It's still a damn good laser beam. But this barrel now stands up to the test. Molly in. That should strike him on the floor as well and will hit. I'd see 3 HP and a mere dream. Still, cracks off the first aid and he can keep on going.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes across what else is happening in this one. We've got 80 kind of pinned in there. We'll keep tabs on that, of course, but to keep you updated across the board, everyone else is trying to hold on. Quantum's just gone down, so we are down to about 12 teams, but you know, this is where it gets pretty brutal, bear in mind. The outskirts are rife. Na'Vi starting to look like they want to start their sweep. 8C gets contact on one. Diggory with a good trade. As soon as the contact was made, he was there. ENCE did lose out on Tixu and Rustamar, but they control some good portion of the south. They'll probably have to move soon. Now, I'm glad that Na'Vi did extend away from just playing passively in the compound, purely because of the way the terrain works. Once you get towards that lip, that ledge, you can actually fight really nicely off it, and that's what they're doing. They're able to isolate WP, which is now meaning that better luck next time with their chime in of a kill means they're eliminated. 10 teams left. Na'Vi in the east with Red Zone and Tornado Energy in the north. Northern Lights. The Penguins slap bang in the middle. Raise your edge. Way out in the west and in the south. You've got better luck next time. Ish, GF, and ENCE. So a good mixture of all these teams, but look at the terrain around the Penguins. It's rough. It's rough out there. There ain't much to play with.
And they eyed that up pretty early. So to get to it and claim it for their own, it is good. It only becomes difficult if the circle really comes down towards the south. In the north, it's not much of a problem for them. Raise Your Edge do have a sandbank they can play off the back of towards the west. In the north, though, the northern lights would just be totally exposed. It's more that south, getting over the hump across the road. There's like this huge little like boulder area, just goes up and over. It's difficult because teams can just hide behind it, so they will be at the disadvantaged side there if it is down south, but we shall see. Navi on the move as well. Squeaky, first knock for him. Diggory potentially on one already. We have seen a few of those players being damaged in the face-off. Better luck next time. Actually trying to get around the back. This time Bestelok isn't out early game. He is in the lobby. He's in the server. Wants to make his presence felt. Does get a knock at distance and kind of stops the wrap, which was coming from Bedlock next time. You could see the idea of getting behind Ents, cleaning them up, and maybe taking the fight then against GF. It might be GF who actually finishes off the Ents players if they do not, which helps them out instantaneously and basically just claims the south. Raise your edge with a 2-2. A bit better than last time, accidentally jumping out of the vehicle, although it was a bit of a rough pull-up anyway, regardless that vehicle was smoking. We'll give it to him. You make these mistakes here and there, but nail up with the old 3 players coming down the hillside. Kind of made up for it a little bit. Monkey. I want to get his POV at some point to see exactly what information he has. Over by Navi, they're just playing this open terrain. There's a lot of them that have to come down from the north, a couple of teams in the south, and with them being central and having a ridge line they can play off the back of, this is workable terrain.
I actually like what Rage Reg are doing with this 2-2. You know that the Penguins aren't going to leave that compound. You've got some, decent idea of safety around you. I like that. Holding north and south on the road, it gives you the best chance, I guess, because, if this does isolate on one and not the other, you're going to have to depend on that heavily. For now, it keeps both sides in. Nail up and Monkey looking to clear out. I think they've squared out set, but they've got to be careful because now they're going to be in vision of Northern Lights, and Northern Lights are going to keep Monkey humble. Ents did go down. That was to GF in the south, and if GF push any further towards the east, they're going to get the attention of Fate, Senya, and Besto. So a lot of big names down there that you probably don't need to push for. But then again, you look behind you, Shiv and Odir. So there's no easy way to come around this or get further forward. Monkey's going to try and get some fire back towards Northern Lights. But this is all building around the Penguins. They still hold the, the castle at this point. We still have Tornado Energy quietly waiting out in the east. And Na'Vi holding back red zone as well.
It's not very often we'd see a team playing 2-2 late game, but this is doable for Raise Your Edge. The only thing is if 2 of them do go down back-to-back, then you lose 50% of your roster just like that. There's no potential chance for a smoke and a res whatsoever. You would have to commit every single piece of utility in your arsenal to get across that roadside, and honestly, it's just running a gauntlet. Kemba oversteps the boundaries. Atomical steals it, though, before we can see Yoshi been able to claim that one. Raise Your Edge have consolidated, and that goes really bad for Tico, who's the last man standing for his roster here. It's been a 4 versus 1 scenario. It's going to be difficult. Wonderful things can happen, but not this time round. Easy for Shiv. 2 kills, 2 points. Into the top 7 we go. Melman at distance finds Magisters. Does he realize that Atomical's here, though? A very low-handed grenade, and there it is. Could be devastating. But he also is throwing these blindly. No idea where they are. The molly doesn't clip him in time, but it doesn't matter. At least force him into a position where he can take the fight. Another one goes out. That one should. Still tanks in the back. It should. But Navi's there to obviously just kill everybody else because that's what they do best, right?
Yeah, I feel like everyone on these outskirts is just battering each other. Technically, they could all be fighting from each other. They've all got ridge lines to sit on, but they feel as though probably, going central on this is going to be very, very limited success. So maybe fragging out on the outskirts is the best chance. Northern Lights on the move. They're the ones I want to watch here. Tornado Energy hold a bit of the ridgeline in their way. So Batulin's nade could really help, especially if they go near that vehicle. Spray comes in. It's not connected cleanly. That keeps them standing. Spyro's gone down. Perfectix has gone down. It's not clean for Northern Lights, and these guys were our highlights just a couple of days ago. Batulin's in the deep, the last 2 standing here. Batulin's pretty disengaged from the others. The deep feels like he's a mile away here. He could have really done with some help. But now Tornado Energy laying down the nades, laying down all that artillery. Besto's actually helping out from further away. Now Odir coming in, stealing the points. Deep goes down, and the Northern Lights are on the receiving end of a lot of attention.
And after all that, it's only Batulin's left standing, but for very much how long? Probably not too long, given the fact that the circle's all the way up there, and he's going to be moving shortly. Look at this compound, though. Talk about a GOG compound. Completely open on all four sides. You have a roof that you can work off the back of as well. Actually, one of Razor Edge's players just kind of goes down here. If we're, you know what, if we had to be safe here, you would say this is a TNP win.
Ooh, look at Navi's pull up. Hold on. Look at this pull up. Besto, Tab, they're all piling over here. I think they got the knock on Shiv. I saw that Shiv, was knocked. Time to push over, try and take this territory, maybe catch Razor Edge in the heels. It's a good idea. Razor Edge have been in the north, in the south, and then back to the north. The circle kind of forcing this a bit, and honestly, it's not a bad plan. I'm kind of interested to watch this one play out, because you've got Batulins isolated on his own, but Na'Vi aren't in the current circle, and their options are, okay, we could try and slot in just to the right side of the hill there, but probably visible to the Penguins. Or we run the road, try and fight Razor Edge. Do they have enough smokes for that? I'm not sure.
You're playing for second, right? At least that's what it feels like. With TMP there, you're just playing for second place. So survivability will kick in. Do we flee from this one? Do we potentially see if Na'Vi or whoever's left on the side of Northern Lights may meet them first? Naileup and Udyr aren't to be trifled with. It's still a damn good duo, but this is Na'Vi, and they do have 3 players up. Senyu's already got the info. Tab's in a vehicle. That could be baiting Naileup out, unfortunately, into a position, which it does. He times the strike rather unfortunately bad. The vehicle maybe was there for bait. Forces him into the open, and down he goes. 3 times
Penguins
on the back
are
of the sky. There is a comp on there. We will see. The Penguins have evacuated their building. Is this their time to the strike? I hope they don't get into a position where Batulins can see one, knock one from the back lines, and then puts them in a really, really nasty position against Na'Vi. They have left 1 player back. Hellscream's in the building. His job is to hold the Northern Lights, or Batulin, should I say, as a single lone ranger. This will be an intriguing one. Please don't throw it, boys. You've had all the time in the world, and all the players have to come towards you now.
I don't mind it. I really don't. I mean, we discredit teams who just sit, overly patient in compounds. They walk away with a win, but maybe like no kills or like a kill or something small like that. At least they try to play that out, secure that side. Now, with the contact coming from Batulins, maybe that's kind of brought them back here. And they're going, okay, we've got to keep that in mind. And also, the circle's played towards it. They've fallen back off this, and their push out has kind of slowed down Na'Vi's approach, which is good, which makes their run harder now. Na'Vi have to try and play into this, which is going to be tricky, but Na'Vi are one of the teams that can do it. One big knock and it's game back on. And considering Batulins won't get too much vision on Na'Vi, potentially maybe a bit here and there, that could almost help out. So the Penguins need to be very careful of their backs being open to Batulins and him just fragging out on it, and then obviously allowing Na'Vi a little too close, because this is where Na'Vi get dangerous. They have theories, they have ideas. I like Scooby trying to get a deeper off angle, but he's got to be careful of Batulins. Again, let's keep that in mind here.
You have to just find a player off guard, catch them with the pants down, and just absolutely flush them. You might even get second if Na'Vi get pushed into a corner here. The blue is on them, so they have to do the run. All the smoke down. All the utility is used and abused. Scooby will fall, though. Is that time for Batulins to try and make some kind of a stand? Steal a point away? Or do you want to play for second place here? We will see. With the fire and the flames, looking for a point of entry here. As he does arrive. 1-2, thank you. What a switch that was, Zorf. Puts Na'Vi in the ground, and now it comes down to a 4 versus 1. Could call it 3. And
Yeah,
that's the Nuclear Penguins sending a nuclear missile towards the side of Batulins, and a win for them. A satisfying win, you would say. The circle's been extremely favorable to you. Taking that compound, and they read it well. It is a very strong compound. Teams can't really push it. Once the team in there, there's no point. They're dug in. You've got so much open land around you. You have the second floor to it that you can just look out through the windows, use the terrain, use the position's just fantastic. It's so hard to breach. Circle's good for them.
Yeah.
We have to say it. That's why there's only 5 kills towards that win.
Yeah, but I do want to highlight Zorf and Scooby's position was very nice. They both kind of pushed out to watch the extremities to ensure no one could push in, which is, yeah, okay, we did see, I think Scooby went down, but then Zorf did manage to get, I think, 2 or 3 trying to push up to the compound. So rather than being too passive, sitting in, just kind of being almost, manhandled by Na'Vi, they were proactive, and that's a good kind of approach to the game. So anyway, to break it down further, let's head back to the boys to have us a chat through what we just watched.
Thank you very much, Pansy. Couldn't agree more about the importance of watching the extremities at all times. The Nuclear Penguins doing a good job of grabbing the saloon down inside the dip. And as every country western movie has taught me in my life, the biggest risk you have is kicking open the door of the saloon. And it seems as if the Penguins were destined to win that for a while there, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, having a center spot like that in fourth, it was coming their way. The saloon is extremely hard to breach because it's kind of in a dip, and everybody will be fighting above you. Like all of the fights will be like at a higher elevation, and the terrain around it really accommodates being able to sit there for a long time. Again, that's what the guys also said. 5 kills is no wonder when you're sitting there for such a long time. But again, they did have to move. They started in water treatment, and they were fighting. But a lot of interesting fights. This was one of them. And overall, I think the game turned out some surprising decisions in terms of macro, but overall, kind of turned out well what we expected when we saw the second and third circle pop.
Toby?
I think one of the big things to me is, I mean, if you're a team that's not playing today, sitting and watching these games, obviously maybe taking notes, prepping for tomorrow, there are so many things happening. I know we're only 2 games in, but there's been so many things happening in terms of rotation timings, teams committing on crash. There's so much more aggression going on today. You can see it here as well. I mean, yes, we are forcing the players out into some really tough areas of the map. The whole valley point you have up towards the Lazar is practically unplayable, so you're forcing teams to fight earlier. But they commit to it. It's not like they keep backing off. They keep committing. And I think that's scary for teams that like playing passive, maybe like to get space because other teams don't push them. If you're constantly being forced to fight, if you're not ready for that fight, you're going to go down, and you're going to go down early.
That grenade was absolutely beautiful, by the way. Like, if he had been wearing a button-down shirt, it would have landed in his breast pocket. So I got to give a shout-out to that. With the new grenades, precision is very important, and I feel like some teams have really dialed in mastery of these new grenades. Speaking of that, we've also seen, Martin, an uptick in barrel use. Why is that?
Yeah, obviously we are on playing the 7.2 patch or live patch, and there's a massive buff to barrel, mainly decreased recoil and increased velocity of muzzle. So it's been buffed a lot, and it accommodates you running, the SLR when you find that, and sometimes or rarely we see the SKS in use as well. But let's take a look at the points. 5 points
we'll
and 5
kills.
Talk a little
more about that. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little more in a second. Let's take a look at 9 through 16. 5 kills for Ents, as you said. Kills seem easy for Ents, but placement doesn't of late. And I need, it's one of those things where 5 kills is good, Toby, but we need to start seeing a points per round or points per game creeping above 8 if you really want to stay in this thing. Looking at the top 8 teams, Toby, the Nuclear Penguins come out on top with 15 points, 5 kills. What else do you see here on the top 8 that stands out to you?
I mean, that's a huge game. We have 4 teams with double-digit points in total. I think that's pretty telling. We didn't have that one team that went out with 1 billion kills, meaning that everyone got a piece of the pie, essentially. And for the teams that were in the top last game, that's just, we saw both Istanbul Wildcats and I believe Snip as well, 0-point games. Yes, your high-point games are great. Yes, for Nuclear Penguins now to get all the circles in the world is great, but it's the games that they don't get that. It's the games where they have to go out and claw. They need to be able to perform there too.
Martin?
Yeah, and obviously with this, nice to see the damage dealer here as well. We're going to talk about them a bit later. Two guys from Navi, but from this game as well, when your top team gets 5 kills, Sorf were able to get a lot of them. When those guys get 5 kills, it's obviously going to go flow out. But as you said, Toby, the teams that are getting your 3 to 5 points, that's their mediocre games. That's not their bad games. They get that on a mediocre So they need to step up that. They need to push it up. As you talk about all the constantly toughies, we need to hit that 8 kind of point per game. I know we're just 2 games in, but we need to see that step up at a kind of escalate a little bit.
Well, as we think more about this break point, sort of point breaks that you need to have in order to make yourself the top 16, we're going to take a little bit of a break ourselves to take a rest, get the players ready, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the power of the barrel, that circle and how it differentiated from last time, and maybe talk to some players. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Yeah, this is not good for Monkey, I'm afraid. Oh, it's a good molly. Sixmo is going to burn. Sixmo is going to burn. looking what's on the floor, anything available for me. Goes around the side, finds Petralius, gets the flush down. Mert's been picked up by Beautiful Death's nade. Beautiful Death is the solo man left. What is going on? Monkey's just like, I'm going to push it, I'm going to go for it. Let's try and get him around here. Almost finishing him off. Oh my god.
Now just needs to tick it right. Deliver it through the door.
That's
cooked. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, that is done.
Oh my god.
That was just, on a nice edge. G2 now clashing with the Knights. They're all just scrapping for this tiny little ditch. With the Knights, they're all just scrapping for this tiny little ditch.
Trajan just smashed them.
And Trajan's just around the corner. Yeah. Oh, what? Nell's just absolutely snapped to his face. TSM still with 3. Central, FaZe standing tall. Na'Vi doing pretty well for themselves with only 2.
Eviscerated from, along with the Knights. Along with the Knights, the circle goes south again.
He just played the blue. That's such a risky play, and it paid off. He didn't expect the blue play, but here comes Razor Edge flooding forward. Oh my god, he got the knock on one.
Welcome back. I think that you got a chance to guess at what happens next, and we get a chance to see what happens next as we go to our third and final match of Miramar for today. 2 very different map experiences for our teams this time around, Martin. The first one had a very dramatic shift at 4, but a pretty common center play until then, whereas this first one, we started out with 30% of the map essentially unplayable, and then the shifts from there, I think for the most part, just made sense and weren't too bad. So when you go into that, how different is that sort of setup to a game?
It's obviously very different. I was just surprised not to see more people or more teams adapt to what we kind of know as the liquid rotation. It's kind of 2018, where you go out and go around. You would expect the circle to, I would expect that at least, to go north with the land ratios, the tendencies we kind of have with that, and from the kind of playable space in the north. I expected some of these teams to kind of adapt to that, but I guess with not having liquid in the lobby, we're not going to see a team do that if they're stuck on the south. We saw a lot of teams ending up and fighting in a position that we know where the circle is definitely not going to go in 4th circle, with potential and some of the other guys fighting up there. But how you approach in terms of approaching this, you need to just try to adapt to your style. Try to keep playing your style. Whatever you decided to, you've been looking at the charity. If you're a team that's been looking, weren't playing in the charity, you've been looking at it. You have to say, okay, either we're gonna play, we're gonna try to hard play center, or we're gonna hard play edge and try to get the kills there. If we do get the zone, like we saw with Potential do, we're gonna play kind of that center meta instead.
Toby, let's get a little more direct there. What is I know that you take strategy, you do the Weatherman segments a lot for GLL. We have a lot of fun sort of watching you break things down. When you get 30% that you just can't touch in circle number 1, what do you think is the best strategy to sort of set yourself up for success? Maybe for those of us who play on the new ranked system and need a little bit of a tip.
It's, I think one of the main things to take away is that when you have circles that are excluding a whole side of the map, normally you go like you want to rotate around the circle and reach in on the other side. Unless if you're taking a boat, you have very limited space on like far eastern rotations in that sense, which means that you're really forcing everyone to try and wrap west around. And where can you go? Either you're going through the, or like over the road, past a billion compounds, which you know is going to be occupied. You're going into junkyard, where you're going to have to leave for your cars and fight in the open, or you're going down into the crater where there's, or like the valley point where there's nothing to play from. So that's why we saw so many teams kind of, despite them maybe wanting to go up north, they were essentially forced to stay south because they go, yes, we can drive there. You saw FaZe Clan, they pull up on a compound phase 1, how many times, or phase 2 I believe it was, how many times do we see that happen? Kind of goes to show the desperation that this circle shift caused for a lot of the teams. So the smart play in this situation, I think if you're not already on the northern side in this case, you just got to play it slow and like make sure to frag out to keep space between you and the opponents.
Thank you. A team that played slow in that last match and it worked out for them is the Nuclear Penguins as they take over first place in the overall standings. 20. Better luck next time. Our champions from the first game at 17. I'm sorry, with potential was our champions. There have 17. Better luck next time with a bit of a better kill count. We'll move into second with 17. Na'Vi at 16. And Tornado Energy, who we haven't really talked about because we haven't seen them a ton, is actually sitting in 5th place with 15 points. And I think that speaks a little bit, Martin, to some of these teams in their early game number put up and how valuable those early kills and good PPG is going to be for these guys as the tournament goes forward.
Yeah, definitely. That's also the style we see from Tornado Energy. You know, if they will always kill, they will always frag out, they will always put themselves in positions where they will be forced to fight. And also in terms of how their style is, like we rarely see them push center early. We rarely see them in the center position in, you know, first, second circle, unless they happen to be that they happen to get the circle. They're gonna shrug and they're like, okay, guys, let's play this compound aggressively. Let's try to put some pressure from the inside out rather. And we see that again and again from them, and they're gonna continue this. That's why we see them here. They struggled with it a bit in the charity group stage, but they really came back and managed to perform pretty well in the finals. So I'm expecting to see this continue for them. I'm expecting to see the 5 to 7 kills from them when they don't get any placements, or 3 to 7 because they will have some rough games as well. But they always put up kills. They always third party. They always put themselves in a position where they're able to get a few points, even if they're like gate kept or they're outside the zone or they don't have an edge in the circle.
I remember when PUBG was first starting out, and actually in a lot of other games as well, we often refer to sort of Eastern Europeans having aggressive styles of play, early game engagements, not being too scared to take a fight. Do you think that caricature of their style of play is still relevant, Toby? Do we still see some of the Eastern European and sort of those teams being more aggressive than their counterparts from the West?
To some extent, but I actually no, I don't think so. Not in terms of PUBG. Okay. I mean, we can just go back to M19 TLL Season 2. They win the tournament without a win, and they were literally snaking their way to a victory, right? That's some teams do that. It's fine, but I think teams are being forced to go more aggressive, not depending on whether they're from Eastern Europe or whether they're from Western Europe or from MEA for that sake, but it's the point system. There are simply too many kills per placement point that you can live off of just getting placement points. And that's what I think is really important that when we look at Tornado Energy, is that we've seen them, yes, they go out and get their 15, 18, even 20 kill wins, which is amazing. But if they can't follow that up with the next 5 games of being 0-1 point, that's scary. Here today, so far, a 8-point game and a 7-point game. It's not a good games, but it's, I mean, if you can average that, it's amazing. And they're not the team to go out and have good averages. They have insane highs and scary low lows. So the fact that they have 2 average games to start off with, that's just going to make that pop-off game mean even more because they already have like a good foundation to back it up.
That's a very good point, Toby. Martin, to sort of double down on that, we've seen in North America where I've been working the last couple of weeks, the top teams are almost always equal to like the kill numbers. When we look at like post 8 games, the top 3 kill teams are also the top 3 teams on the leaderboard. And it seems like a lot of teams in other regions have started to sort of move away from this idea of placement is everything. And, you know, do you think that that's true? Have we moved away from the old mentality of we're going to jettison 2 off the back, we're going to do some splits, we're going to focus on placement, to a point where teams are just saying from the get-go, kills, kills, kills?
I think if you talk from like a North American perspective, I think you guys have a very fortunate situation where you have some teams that are, in terms of pure mechanical skill and experience and macro, I think you're very far ahead in the top 3, top 4. So I think no matter what, they will always be able to do both. Like they're going to be able to see themselves in a situation where they're sitting on the edge and they're going to get 10 kills anyway, or they get sent a compound and they played super aggressively. They get 25 points in that game with 15 kills. You know, so I think with with those guys being able to adapt, I think that they're fortunate that they're that good, and I think they're just that far ahead of the pack when we're talking NA. When we're talking EMEA and EU, we have some more random factors. I feel like some of the top teams. We also had some of the interviews where they said it as well themselves. They're like, some of these guys, they're the wild cards, they're jokers, they're doing random stuff we don't expect because we haven't played.
So, Toby, to double down on that, in a region where the top teams aren't separated nearly as much as they might be in other places, what do you do if you're a top team? How do you plan for the fact that every single day, every team, like, according to what Martin said, can basically take your trophy?
I think what you need to do is you need to find out what do you want to do as a team. We can see Navi is a great example. Navi has, in my opinion, literally played the same playstyle since like end 2018, and they make it work, and they continue to make it work. ENCE had a great strategy in PL phase 1 that no one could really replicate. Therefore, they were skyrocketing and separating themselves from everyone else. But when other teams caught up to them, they hadn't come up with, oh, what do we do then? You always have to be able to think one step ahead and be able to adapt your plan on the fly, especially with like curveball circles we've seen today. And the teams that get like too tunneled down and locked in on one specific strat, they're gonna have a hard time. So even if you're a top team that has a great success over a couple of months, if that meta changes and you're not ready for the change, then you're gonna have a hard time.
Well, I'll tell you who is going to have an awesome time taking us through our last game of Miramar today as we get our dessert in the desert. We're going to send it over to the yin and the yang of PUBG, Sims and the Intrepid Pansy.
Thank you very much, Steve. I have no idea how I follow up to such a fantastic introduction like that, and it's every time. I have to agree with Lauren. Like I don't know where you get them from. It's a good mind you've got going there, but you are correct. This is the final map of Miramar for today, and currently, to all Lauren's happiness, we have a set of four very angry penguins at the top of the leaderboard.
It's my boys. They're not my boys, but I like the fact that the penguin. I'm stupid and I need small things to keep me happy, like a stupid penguin for an icon. I mean, everyone else is like serious, you know what I mean? And then you just get the like penguins just waddling about having a sick day. You know what I mean? Like, they're on Miramar. This isn't even their homeland. You know, maybe Vikendi would be better. But here they are, doing their damn best, and that's all I can ever ask from them. Playing path, east to west. Standard as you like. Not standard. Very far towards the west. This is going to be a little bit tricky for a couple of teams. Obviously, the big pack middle by San Martin, always tricky to rotate around. I think Besiktas kind of feeling the same pain that TSM did. That you are perpetually surrounded. Go on, make
please.
Richard's day. Make
Please.
Richard's day.
Failed me. You failed. This there's so many words I could say about Idzy right now, actually, on air. I caught him on a secondary account last week, and he absolutely devastated me. I'd played 7 games of Sanhok in a row. Gets the first Erangel. Oh, great. We've got Idzy in the middle of the field doing donuts. Then he runs me over and kills me. Thanks.
Just get good, Richard. That's all you gotta do, bud. One day.
Oh, yeah. Against pros, great. Yeah. Just get good. Forehead.
I don't
No.
see what the issue is. Just get good. Why are you so bad at the game?
No.
Look, it's okay, Rich. Just just keep trying, mate. You'll get there one day. That's why they leave you on Sanhok with your own sort of people. You know, Sanhok gamers. They leave you there, and they thought, all right, he's whinging on Twitter. Let's open him up to the real player base, and then you're unhappy with it. So I don't know what to say to you, mate. It's weird not seeing Sanhok in a tournament, though. I mean,
Weird.
it was always the quick one. I mean, well, it depends if I want to go to bed early, right? So we're playing a meta game we're talking commentating. Sometimes I don't want to be casting at 12 p.m., especially my neighbors. Not a big fan. So when you see Sanhok in there, you're like, hey,
Quick
nice
game.
and quick. Exactly. But then also you're like, Sanhok. So, it's nice. It's nice to not have to face off against that. I just want Vikendi. I know it'd be like ridiculous to add it in at this point.
It's
with
insane
obviously
how
like
many
not talking
people
to
are like,
players.
the love and hate relationship with it. I love it personally, but the
I
amount
just-
of people like,
again,
no,
like-
we don't want it.
Oh, people don't like change, Richard. That's the problem. Like, anyone who plays a game this long does not like change. They've already done the hard work. They don't want to start doing it again, right? That's what it is. Like, any update, it's like, have you ever seen, like, when a game updates anything? Okay, let's not just talk about PUBG, 'cause sometimes the updates in PUBG, yeah, alright, you're allowed to be a little bit, about that. But generally, any other game, any updates, this is garbage, the game's ruined, the game's trash, I might as well quit now, etc., etc. They play it, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. People don't like change. Sometimes you gotta just let it happen. You gotta make it happen. We do see everyone kind of, heading over towards the west again with this much of a playable area, especially on that southern road. Unless teams are just risking it, they should be fine. There shouldn't be too many losses on rotations, really.
The bells have begun to toll, so it must be 7:30 in sunny Germany. We can always tell the time, at least with Lauren's beautiful alarm clock in the background. This circle, then let's talk a little bit more about this one. So, obviously, you have the west. There is a cliff face. It don't go there, and generally speaking, it pulls away from it. It takes quite a lot to stick towards the wall, or at least towards the roadside. For everybody in this complete server, you want to be now on the right-hand side of that road. The road that runs pretty much parallel against the rock face and against the cliff face all the way down in the west. There is potential that it does go on top of the hills against the road. There is small potential. This is where you will see teams like FaZe Clan, Better Luck next time, potentially even Red Zone, maybe try and take a position, because it can pretty much bob from anywhere around the outskirts of Monte Nuevo all the way down to above Valdemar, where the crossroads meet one another. Anywhere along that ridgeline, it can go, but it takes a few circles to do so. You have to have the hillside, the western embankment, the cliff face, it has to be in play for a good 2 to 3 circles in order to get that one. All the dominoes have to fall in the correct sequence. It's like we speak about getting the Zaki circle, maybe even getting the island circles on this map. It is at the disadvantage of how the circles work. Somebody may be in a disadvantaged position at the moment. Makandak caught off guard faultlessly. You can tell they've been struggling for loot, given the fact that he has no scope on that, and a budget biker helmet to boot as well. If he's got no scope, if he does have one between it, he'll put it on the back for the SLR for the distance, but at least they pick up a point and keep them pushed back. That puts Red Zone in a very, very nasty position. They're completely split apart. No real designated zone to be going towards. I prefer them to kind of split towards the north now and just take up residency inside a building and work your way in from there. But again, we are in a position where you kind of pick in 2 fronts of the circle, right? It's when we get that yin and yang circle on Erangel. You get the snake and river through the middle. Do you want to go to the north? Do you want to go to the south a bit? With this one, do you want to stick towards the cliff face? Do you want to stick towards that hillside in the middle? Or do you want to play east? There is a big potential. It does swing towards the east, and then lo and behold, we get the Monte Nuevo circle. It happens. We get the end in there. The amount of times we've seen them, it's kind of rinse and repeat like Impala. So if you're an IGL, you have to pick a position at the moment where you want to be, or, more importantly, where's attainable? Where's a position that we can rotate from? That's the better IGL for me. That's the one who looks beyond this circle currently. Kissick, fight of his life. All the teams pulling up to this one, and he has been found out and flushed instantly. There is a response. There is a bit of late reprieval as they do come running upside the hill, but instantly punished backwards, and FaZe Clan jumps into that. They hear the gunshots from a distance, and that's something you will always have difficulty in because you're playing off the back of hillsides. I mean, hell, he's shooting a dead body, doesn't realize he's been stolen, he's dead.
It's really loud, those bells, isn't it?
Oh, they are. Good lord, yeah.
They're really kicking off today. Yeah, literally. They're really into a bit of, bit of all that. What day is it? It's Tuesday. It's not even a Sunday. Flippin' neck. And there's no real churches to talk about. That's the problem. I like to try and, embrace a church potentially, bring in something. But also, you don't want to joke about religion. They get real mardy about that stuff. So, it is the case. North side's going to be fun. Let's have a little look up there as well as Na'Vi, Penguins, and Unity are quite close by. I don't know if anyone's going to pull up on rotations. They are. Orange going to try and spot out Tab. Good tags. Tab is a one-shot. Oh, there it is. Anyone's going to get it. Na'Vi now have to decide, do they pull up or do they carry on?
I think they'll carry on with this one, given how many teams you'd have to expect have been lurking in the distance. The north, is going to be a bit sketchy, given the fact there's only one way really to go. You don't want to be running in open fields against the Pozo, Montenuevo backgrounds, because someone's going to be sat inside Nuevo just waiting for you. It's the benefit of being the only team in Montenuevo, and at the moment it's Tornado Energy. If it does pull towards the east, they're going to be in a bloody damn good position. They can take the pick of the bunch. They've won, or at least got into the top 3, certainly, memory serves me, off Montenuevo a few times, and that's because of how they like to encompass it. You can see already just splitting their resources. Now, this is the circle that I spoke about. It keeps that hillside in play. It becomes difficult now. You have the road that runs straight through the middle. Which side of it do you want to be? Do you want to be where FaZe Clan is in a really strong position to take control of the hill? You're on top of it. Everyone has to work the way towards you. Or do you want to be where the Wildcats are, on the opposing side, waiting for that lower Montenuevo area to come into play? Just above Kumasera, we get a few circles in between there. Really, at the moment, it's a guessing game. You could do what Tornado Energy is doing and head towards the middle. Then you've got both sides of the coin to work off the back of. It is a difficult infrastructure to hold, given the fact that once it doesn't go that way, generally speaking, it doesn't. We have seen a few, but generally speaking, it doesn't go directly towards there. They'll be close by. It's getting to that next step. It's working your way out of that. It's moving across the terrain. When you've got players that are already set up in front of you and you just fallen victim to a bit of bad circle luck, then it's problematic. FaZe Clan have the same idea, and both of those teams rotated at the exact same time. With Tornado Energy getting there before them, FaZe are now moving into a 1-1-2 split. They're taking all the little miniature compounds, giving themselves as much land as possible, as much control of that lower embankment. It's it's a bit of a waiting game. Everyone's going to get rather close. You'll see a couple of people have some sketchy times, a few shots here and there, but generally speaking, it's just waiting for that next circle. Do we go to the west or do we go to the east?
Good couple of options to be had. I'm quite surprised 16 teams are still alive here. Obviously, this hasn't fully concluded in the north yet, but genuinely speaking, there's not that much room available. I mean, if you consider, Valley Del Mar is playable, but it's obviously not an ideal position. There's playable area, but it's, how do you get there if you're transitioning in from the north, for example, or, where Besiktas currently are, they need to be quite careful. Where they go towards Na'Vi, of course, trying to find a position for themselves. With merely 3, the Penguins sticking on the road. Zorf trying to catch up with the others. Zorf is going to have to run the Na'Vi gauntlet, and so far so good. That's not worked out well for TQ, though. They have got the attention of Besto, but it is just Besto, and I think he's realized that he's a little outnumbered, but it's still Besto, so he can at least take one with him. Any more to come through? Gonna try and nade a similar location, see if he can punish the res. Does a little bit of follow-up damage, too, so TQ looking for a little bit more today. See if they can make something more out of their performance so far. Senya's coming back around as well.
They just don't care, do they? Even though he's outmanned and outgunned, he does not care. Stand your ground like this, it takes nerves of steel. And Besto is so confident in his own shot and own abilities, he does it so well. Like, a lot of players individually would fault and fall at that point. Just because of pure pressure, because of what you're up against. They fumble it, they unfortunately miss up the pull down on the mouse. Your shots go everywhere, you windmill, and then all of a sudden you're dead. With someone like Besto, it's so scary. Like, the amount of 1v1s we see him win, when you see him die in the kill feed, it's like, well, that he's just been copped from nowhere. Like, he's obviously been dropped because he didn't realize where the shots are coming from. Every time you see the kill feed, it's like, okay, well, that's a no man's land shot that you wouldn't have expected, so fair play. But yeah, the one versus one factor that he holds, it's amazing. And we are going to the east. It shifted. The Delia becomes a very, very pivotal point here for a lot of teams who want to rotate around it. Remember those garage fights that we saw off the back where you can control the top lines of it? GF, NLT. They are sitting happy. ENCE might be able to make something work off of this, but they would need a lot of circle luck to get that hardship coming their way. That field, though, that quadrant to where they are, it's a very, very strong place.
Certainly is. A couple of teams now become kind of power players in this phase, have the opportunity to kind of take over the south, but it's not a huge position. There are teams like Tornado Energy now. They're someone to look at. They just caught a glimpse of FaZe on their way through, and you'd argue this was a FaZe circle at the start, so you've got to keep that in mind. Northern Lights were in a bit of a split. They're now going to have to try and get together with Spyro Vectors, GF, the Wildcats, ENCE, suddenly become quite powerful players, but that western side has gone from bad to worse. It was pretty dicey to begin with. You had a lot of teams So this is going to be hard to get away cleanly. Already, Scooby's going to find faultlessly. You've got Fate, flushing Besto. So Na'Vi have had a really hard run here. I don't know how they're going to approach it with what they have left. I mean, Senya and Kemba are fantastic players, but they've been left out in the cold here. Fate's been holding by himself in this tiny little compound, trying to make something happen. Besiktas on the outskirts with Na'Vi. Red Zone looking on the outside, and Teak north. There's no easy way in. There has to be a fight here. Besiktas need more than what they've had so far. They've been one of the first out every single time, and Senya might just do it to him again. This could be brutal. They should be able to survive here. There's so many players, but they're just sitting ducks for Senya. Oh, no. Besiktas, come on, hold on to this, please. This is not going to be 3 games, surely. You can't fall like this. That's a flush. Na'Vi need to switch into potentially frag out mode here, because getting into this next circle, very unpleasant.
Well, with Na'Vi having 2 players alive, this was an opportunity for Besiktas to actually get out of 16th place and do something. All of a sudden, they've been split at the wayside by 2 different rosters, or even just one-man band. I mean, you saw the spin on the mini to get the dink on the headshot and force one back. CKTR is just rezzing at the wayside. Better luck next time's also here. So there's another solo ban. There is still opportunities that Besiktas could do something. A couple of points to pick up. It would have been nothing, but it'll be a start of things to hopefully come their way. 1-on-1. And it's actually Na'Vi. Okay, so this time around we don't have the old triple threat going through. Besiktas do survive not only 6th position, 16th even, should I say, but they're actually up into 14th. So they take out 1 player, pick up a point, make something of it. But still, I mean, we're saying that like it's a bit of a meme. It's not great. It's not good points at all. It's 0 coming into this after 2 games flat done. I know we have a 6-day group stage. I understand that. It's kind of said before, there's a lot of matches to be played out, but with every single one, you just go further and further down that leaderboard. It becomes so much more difficult to get yourself back up to the top and into the qualification zone.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, we say it time and time again, and we say it to the higher end teams that we know can do better. Obviously, for me, Besiktas, I haven't been able to see a lot of, so I don't know if they are capable of recovering on this. We'll see. Now, this currently is in the northwest portion. This is where Northern Lights held the compound, I think, initially. But they were in a 2-2, so you have Perfectix and Spire on the other side. Unity of trying to get themselves over, so they're more worried about getting towards the other side of this road. The Penguins over there on the other side, they're just about in phase, trying to shuffle in underneath Tornado Energy almost. And yeah, this new western side on the map is going to keep getting more and more condensed, and this time the problem is the road just cuts off, only maybe 5-10%, but it's enough that's going to cost, potentially 2 or 3 teams any entrance to this new circle.
Bears with their split, I've got some players and allow themselves an access point into the circle, but unfortunately Tornado Energy has the priority compound in front of them, which kind of hinders any further progress. Nuclear Penguins will hold the compound to the left of the road and basically can just bang everyone dead to rights on the western embankment. TQ ends probably mutual self-destruction so shortly. Circle have pulled a bit more than what I anticipated from the roadside, so they'll have to go further up through that open field area. NLT and GF still in fantastic positions. IW off the back of the hillside, also in a priority compound, so great work for them. Raise Your Edge or WP may try and scout in and get killed on arrival. We shall see. We'll watch that kill feed and keep an eye. Red Zone going for the push. Welcome to the party. Northern Lights at the bottom and welcoming them with open arms. Batulin with a follow-up. Monkey goes down. I did say you may potentially see the scouts going over and getting killed, which they did, so Raise Your Edge will kind of stay their footing for now. WP has made it out into an open field. Scooby from the side, and that's that priority compound off the side of the hill. It's time to do work on teams working their way in. FaZe Clan losing a player. Not too good. They're in a vehicle and they're trying to make something work. Hit one of the ditches upside of the hill, which they do for now. If Mome doesn't have the information that they're here, although you should have heard the vehicle given his position, or maybe not. It is a bit too far. Tekka's top of the hill, can 98. Come on, son, using a bolt action, hit a shot. We want to see it. Hopefully he does. IW backside of the hill. Actually, to be fair, it's not that bad given its position because no one else is around them, and it's workable terrain upside that hill if they want to hit that compound on that plateau. If it does go that way, that is. Bit of a standoff, though, towards this side. The Penguins have come away, and I like this. It's a proactive play. Even though they are safe and inside the circle, They wanted to go further. Nice extend. Beautiful little over peak. NLT working as a team. They eliminate FaZe Clan. That is really good teamwork and a nice read as well for the over.
And underwhelming for FaZe, considering this circle, this is normally where they are very, very strong and they should be able to pull results away. I understand it's not how it always goes, but so far not so good for FaZe, in my opinion, and I want to see them do better, and I think we can hold a team like that accountable even in the early foray of games. Now, beyond that, though, look at the East. No one's over there. Ents have shifted further up north, from east to north. They might be able to swap back down, but the Wildcats hold a massive amount of the compound. Tornado Energy getting quite interested in this, and they hold a good deal of the south side. What a weird ending. Now, Northern Lights are about to be into a bit of a fight, but they are being helped out by, as said, Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy get to see the push-up that the Penguins were trying to get towards, and if they'd maybe got into the junkyard sort of area here, that little kind of scrappy area that kind of litters this hillside, they could have maybe worked with it. They could have maybe done something about it. But no, sadly for the Penguins, they fall foul to the third party as Tornado Energy can't really do much more than that. However, they've got a threat from on top of the hill. Momi's gotten interested. He's heard what's been going on, and there's been no pressure. So why not try and cost a little bit of that security, remove some of that blanket away from Tornado Energy, and pressure them here? Because Momi is the only one standing for his side. I don't mind it at all. Try and do what you can. It's your game to play now.
It was a good idea from the Penguins to make this move from across the road. They know they'd have to do it eventually, so no, why not get aggressive and send two over to start things off and get the ball rolling? Mome's attention has been drawn by Tornado Energy, so it actually relieves a little bit of pressure for the northern side of the Northern Lights and the Nuclear Penguins. Mome should be down and dead, which he is. Alia says thank you very much. Now they can turn their attention and refocus to what was going on earlier. TQ and Unity have hit themselves and found themselves finally in the right position. This pays off for the rest of the teams, Northern Lights and the Nuclear Penguins, or at least what's left of them, to try and at least escape this brutal territory. Raise your edge going down. Udir outside did get dinked at distance. Not entirely who that was from. Didn't quite catch it in the end. Just saw him down in the kill feed. Alia still looking for this one player. Needs to be careful he doesn't overpeak too much, given the fact that TQ is still in the distance and will have line of sight onto that. Perfectix instantly falters and gets floored. Will rotate back. Melman's inside the circle. It gives Quizzy and Elia something to play with at least, but Snip is up there. And they will hear these shots. They are waiting. They're assessing the lay of the land, realizing where potential threats could be coming from. GF, compound, solid. There is smack bang in the center, and same goes for IW. Yep. Their only real problem is Ents in the distance. It's just to kind of give you some sort of information of everything that's going on beyond this central area. For Tornado Energy, if TQ get in unhindered, and as I say that, the K98 we spoke about earlier on, dink, straight to the dome, knocks him down. He's in the blue as well, so that'll be a confirmed kill. But it comes down to Tornado Energy and Snip. How much casualty do you take on the rotate to get through this? With a shot like that coming out of Batulins, it makes it all that much harder. For a newer team, you'd think, okay, well, we can't leave his comrade. We're inside the circle. We'll smoke this one up. We'll use the utility, and we'll try and get him back on his feet. But then you get punished. You can see now they're forcing themselves into these resable positions, but this leaves them exposed. He's gone for the res. Stealthy's back up, but they're in open water here. This should be a field day for all the teams around them. Nade goes down. Will it find anybody? Of course it does. He's half health. Easy peasy. Zekko's there as well. This could be a follow-up. It was a really, really strange call to go for that res, especially in such a very, very open position. It's now punishing. They've lost 2 by doing so.
Yeah, no way they're getting back on their feet there. Snip, I mean, I don't know how long they felt they could hold that position, just because, you know, you were going to get a great deal of pressure. You can see the send it happening, just trying to get through to a ditch, find some sort of position to try and play from, and WP are now under fire. They did take one, but Evolution does get traded out in the end. That's going to be the last of his kind as well. With potential going down, we are down to 7 teams. Let's take a look at what we have in this circle. A lot of fractured, broken teams left alive. Ents getting the sharp end of the stick from the Wildcats. And the Wildcats could become a big threat down the line. Same with GF. Purely because they have these 4 players alive. Tornado Energy down to 3. Ents, I think maybe you have only 1. Rustamar here. Bog is still alive. Croman still alive. You know, TQ were down to 2 and now make it 1. Probably Redzi being caught up by Melman. It's going to be a big battle between the 2 bigger sides left. And look at that high ground sitting firmly with the GF squad. Oh, Rustamar. Oh, dearie me. Just a free bit of feed coming through. Rupture's going to claim that one. That's going to be the flush going towards him.
Last player from TQ should be falling. Quantum go out in 6th position. It's pretty scary to think that all that, even though he's not with us in the lobby anymore, all that initial engagement kicked off from Batulin just getting one knock onto one player. Every other team around them just says, okay, well, there's a fight going on, so let's just magnetize towards this. Catches them healing. And Snip, from 4 players up, looking in a really strong position to 1 player left standing. T down there, the Nuclear Penguins, actually, I'm going to say, to get to this position from across the road, to avoid and escape all those fights. T to do this, that rotate down to the south has been good.
Rich. This is... that could have been so juicy, what She Creator was doing. And GF have no idea this has happened. They seem unawares. GF are so focused on Tornado Energy, they have no clue that She Creator was just below them. They were so lucky to get in their vehicles when they did. This could be massive. And he's got a teammate with him. Rupture's there. They have the other 2 playing safe on circle. This is most of the lobby in front of them. This is a free kill all day of the week. Spray down, easy, comfy, insta-flush. That is the barrel at his peak. Another headshot. She created his nuts. If he stays alive here, Rupture needs to support his teammate right now. Needs to provide backup. But look how many players are in front of them. There's so many scurrying around this hillside.
I don't know what meta you're playing in Beetle, but an SKS and an Uzi. I mean, whatever works, right? Nades come down. She Created should be able to pick up a few frags here off the back of them, but it's stolen away. Alia steps up. Ab will face the full frontal force of Tornado Energy. They are stepping up. Both of these rosters looking really strong at the moment. 4 players standing, though, and a very damaged, a very broken Tornado Energy arrives to the party. Quizzy, the only player with full health, I stand corrected, instantly eliminated. Rupture rips his face off, and it comes down to Alia. Hold the ground on this side. The Wildcats, there's 3 players over here. They've let the vent off the leash to go control the Eastern Embankment. And IW, well, they're looking unstoppable. This could be their game.
I'm so impressed with the Wildcats play then, literally pushing out at the perfect time. And really, I'm surprised that, GF were that short-sighted to not imagine a world where that could have happened. Maybe feeling they had the time before the push would have come in. But, again, these guys are playing a very aggressive game. We said that with the Wildcats. They're a team that, does have that go switch. They have that, Turkish style to them that, it can be passive, it can be slow. But then if the switch gets hit, they go. They full send and they don't stop. So I love what She Created just did with that play, putting up to just that bottom side of the hill. Very, very smart. Now, 3 teams left. Really? 1 team and then 2 snakes left. We do have Bogger for the Penguins. Shout out to oh, did the car just move? Well, been spotted. Levin's found Bogger, and we are, found Bogger, and now it's just Croman alive. Magnetizing to the vehicles, these snakes. And if you can get anything, that's great. I doubt you'll be able to walk away with much here, though, Croman.
Levent may get an angle given his position behind him. Oh, is he having a look? Okay, fancies it. Insta, you've got to hit that. Tap, tap, tap. All 3 of them are now just aiming down the barrel. Should be an easy GG. Job done. The Istanbul Wildcats, 20-point game. Pretty damn decent. We were saying we wanted to see from one of these Turkish rosters really step it up, especially with DA, the more well-known team, I want to say, from the Turkish region. We wanted to see someone kind of take that mantle and prove to everybody else that Turkey does. To be fair, they really damn do give some good players. I mean, hell, look at Ira's progression, where he's come from, what he's got to now, been in this top-tier team. Someone needs to take that mantle. Someone needs to take the Turkey representation and say, okay, we are it. We've seen a few things coming out of the Wildcats. We've seen a lot of promising games, promising matches, promising tournaments, to be honest with you, but never really all the way to the end. The late game is sometimes the latter stage of a tournament where we see them falter. If they manage to get to the grand finals of PCS1, this could certainly be a team that we need to be aware of and look out for more within PUBG.
You're bang on with that. I think I like their style. I like their approach at the end there. It was a good way to play it out. I think that's as much as you could really say about it. I think their push towards the biggest opponent left was the smartest play they could have made, and it worked out incredibly well for them. So happy to be seeing that. Happy to see a good end play come from them towards GF there. I'm a little surprised GF got caught off by that. They didn't leave that player behind. Anyway, enough from us theorizing. Let's hear from the desk and hear their thoughts on what just went down.
Thank you so much, guys. It was rapturous play from the Wildcats as She Created tons of space for the team. BSD played one of the best anchor roles I've seen in a while. Also worth noting, guys, this is the third game we've played and the third game that a team from the qualifiers has come out and won. I guess, is there something to be said for coming in warm?
I honestly, I think with this, you can see how warm they are. Toby was talking a little bit about it. Like, they're coming out of opens, you know, they're warm, they're ready. Like, they've already kind of played this. This is the same style. They're just kind of copy pasting this to it. So they've really been stepping up. Also, we do have, I feel like my count might be wrong. I feel like we have a little bit more of the open teams in this lobby today. I'm not sure if I'm 100% correct or not. I haven't done the exact count, but so by that will obviously be a bigger chance having more of those. But 3 in a row, very unlikely considering you have the likes of Tornado Energy, FaZe Clan, Navi, some of these guys that are directly invited with big teams for this tournament here. So pretty surprised to see these 3 teams, not specifically the teams, but these 3 teams coming from Open being able to take these 3 wins here immediately.
That spray by Batu was absolutely beautiful. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing or what your takeaway is from those games, Toby.
I just think it's impressive to see how you can, in games where the terrain plays a massive factor and it's really hard, like you always have to keep someone looking behind you. It's so crucial that you always clear your back, and that opens up for some of these situations, right? If you can catch them with their backs turned, you can get a massive amount of points, but don't overextend. We saw it. You and me, Toby, talked about it, that it was a bit of an overextend, to be fair. Rupture, say he only has one guy there to help, but as soon as BSD was there, they knew, great, we're 3 now. Now we can start sweeping, and they do it together. So the timings of their engagements for Istanbul Wildcats this game was very, very, very high caliber play coming out of it.
It was beautiful to see. Take a look at the match rankings as we continue to talk. Razor Edge finishing on the bottom phase with a tough start. Besiktas in 12th place. That's their best finish so far today. So a team that I'd love to see pick it up a little bit. I'm glad that they put some points on the board, however, this time around. Top score, Wildcats get 10 kill points and 10 placement points for a whopping 20 on that Game 3 Tornado Energy. And, you know, Toby, you actually, while we were talking off screen, called the Istanbul Wildcats sort of that region's version of Tornado Energy. And it was fun to sort of see them come in 1-2, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I've always, and some might find this offensive. It's not at all. I've always thought of Istanbul Wildcats as the younger brother of DA. They come from the same region. They play a very similar style, but I feel like Istanbul Wildcats had always lacked the firepower that DA for a long time had. But now, with a few roster changes, Istanbul Wildcats have become as I said, and when we were talking, a Tornado Energy-esque caliber team out of their own region. And when they then combine that with great rotations and good timing on engagements, they can fight with the best.
Absolutely. Martin, as we take a look at the kill leaders here, give me your thoughts on these numbers as well as what we've been seeing.
Well, no surprise to see Wildcats being able to pull up this. They nearly doubled the second place team in the regional qualifier for this tournament here. So I'm not surprised. We also saw what they were capable of in the charity event, and I think they've come back stronger with this, also being more warmed up for this specific tournament here. And I think we're like, with what we've seen so far today and how they've kind of turned up and how many points they put on the board already, I'm quite sure we're going to see them in the top 16 when we're done.
I can't argue with that. Let's talk about the play to win a little bit, sort of how they handled that fight. I think we saw that Wildcats were sort of pushing up. Tornado Energy engages game frame and drops them as a team, has their full team standing there after the fight. She created, and I forgot who his partner was at that moment, decided to go for the push. They opened it before BSD even got there, got the first knock with the barrel. By the way, I don't know how she created sprays the barrel that beautifully. I know it was changed a little bit, but it was insane. And then BSD, the second that knock happens, jumps on a bike and comes over to back them up while leaving their anchor. And they go 3 against and completely dominate. That seemed to me overly aggressive to push his 2 and kind of a huge risk. Am I wrong, or is that exactly the right play there?
Honestly, with the game frame having high ground, I don't understand why they let go of them being able to contain them in that compound. So that was the first mistake from great game frame's position. Second of all, Tornado Energy was expected to come from that position, but it was a great play from Wildcats. Like, they were able to kind of pounce in and just take advantage on a third party and capitalize on that situation. So they did that extremely well. But it was also them being able to succeed was also due to a few kind of missed calls or failed plays, in my opinion.
Toby, it was the right play, obviously, because it panned out. But I think there was a moment where you go, this is too aggressive. And I guess, how do you gauge that? Is it just, there's a point where you just have to give yourself the full confidence? Or is it, when you get a knock, you always pull the trigger and rush?
I think we both called it really risky, but there's a reason for this saying existing. And that is, with high risk sometimes comes high reward, right? And I think that's the case. They knew that right now, okay, Tornado Energy has literally just finished fighting game frame. We could wait for a third player, but then we're fighting 4 players who are going to be looking at us. If we go now, maybe we're outnumbered, but half the players will be healing or maybe reloading. So we have the 2 to 3 second gap right now to make a play. So as scary as it was in terms of the numbers, who has the more players, it actually worked out for them pretty well.
Let's take a look at the overall standings as the Istanbul Wildcats take over first place with 33 points. Tornado Energy with 30. The Nuclear Penguins right behind that at 28. And Northern Lights, who I think has been quiet, we haven't talked about them a ton, managed to move up with 21. Martin, take a look at this list and tell me what's your biggest disappointment and your biggest success?
It's kind of hard to say. I would say the Nuclear Penguins on 28 is the biggest success so far. 3 games being able to go up there. Disappointment, I don't want to see FaceClan on the right side when they're playing, but 10 points in 3 games is below their average. But we're going to come to Erangel, and I'm quite sure they're going to claw back. And I doubt we're going to see them in the finals anyway. And I'm not sure how much they're up to, but I'm not worried for their kind of matter right now.
Toby, your biggest frustration on this board?
I would say FaZe is. It's just because it's the name, right? You don't combine the thought of FaZe Clan with 13. But then again, we're 3 games into the tournament. B, there's a reason the whole FaZe Sunday expression ever existed. When has FaZe ever, on day 1, gone out and absolutely wrecked everyone? Rarely ever. They always, once they get the feeling of the group, once they know what to expect from their opponents, that's when they really start outshining everyone. So while they are floating and surviving in the early couple of, maybe not necessarily days, but at least games, it's their, when everyone else is fatigued, that they start completely and utterly slaughtering people. So I'm by no means worried for FaZe. And to me, one of the standouts is Istanbul Wildcats' first place, second game, they had 0 points. They're essentially in first place off of 2 games when everyone else played 3.
And that, you're right, they are playing aggressively, putting up those numbers. Martin, is there something to be said for the fact that these teams are not necessarily, I don't want to say they're not playing for first place, because any competitor will tell you I always want to win. But the reality is you just need top 16 at this stage. Does that affect game plans, do you think, or not really?
As a team that needs to come into this and think we need to show up big. I think you need to play at your absolute best, because you can't really, at this point, how far we're into the meta and with no changes to circle settings or algorithm or anything, you can't really go out and say, I've got a game plan that nobody knows going into the finals and I'm going to hide that. So you have to play to your absolute best. You're going to have to play to the standard that you usually play and approach it like you would do if you were playing the grand finals at this point, to make sure that you get into the finals, because you're going to have some rough games, and if you slack on it, you're just not going to get into the finals.
Quick thought, Toby?
No, I agree. It's there's no hiding any strats under the bed sheets anymore. It's everything is pretty much laid out, and you gotta be able to perform. Having said that, yes, you might be guaranteed to go into the finals 1 day before the finals start, but use this. You don't get people playing against you for everything they can as much as they do here. Use it to best of your advantage.
Well, let's see how these teams use the change to Erangel to the best of their advantage as we send it over to Pansy and the long-lost 6th Weasley. It's Sims.
He's definitely taken notes. He's definitely made some intros up. He's definitely thought about this. That's why we love Steve being on the desk. It's a pleasure to have you with us here over in Europe, but we need to look at the game. It's the first time we get to see Erangel in this tournament, and bear in mind, thus far, we have had these upcoming teams Some we've seen more of than others. Of course, the Wildcats definitely were brought to our radar. But, you know, for me, this has been a wonderful tournament so far to have a look at what's beyond the top, 5 that we see on a regular basis. We're used to seeing Na'Vi winning things. We're used to seeing, Northern Lights picking up these victories. But can these newer teams transfer it to the classic, the old school, the back in the day? Is there going to be any of those potential hot drops? Another theoried point that was brought up initially, is there going to be anyone a little bit too close for comfort? We'll find out, because of course there's plenty of room available for some of these newer teams, because this roster, this group of players is very varied from what we've seen recently. But still, Rich, my mind goes towards, can they replicate that on a map that has been done to death? I love Erangel. It's one of my favorite maps to watch, hands down in most esports there is. But as said, the top know exactly how to play this. They know this map inside out, upside down, every which way possible. Is there a chance that this suddenly becomes a little bit too tricky for some of these teams? Or is this just another opportunity to prove that that up-and-coming scene is just as viable as those, the old guard right now?
I agree with you to some extent, or a rather large extent, in the fact that people do know how to play Erangel. We've had this from day one. This is the PUBG map. This is what we all know and love. This is home to many. But it has been changed, This is Erangel, new Erangel, remastered, whatever you want to call it. This is the newer version. There are some new additions. There are some new lay of the lands that you need to be learning. All these teams and all these players, whether it just be public matches, whether it be through custom games, whatever, they know it like the back of their hand. And I think that kind of plays a little bit to the advantage of some that didn't know it as well as others, being able to come into this with and say, okay, it's changed quite quite a lot in certain areas for everybody. There's more terrain to play off of. There's more areas that can be contested a little bit easier. So there is a saving grace in that this isn't the Erangel of old. This isn't the one that we've absolutely banged to death and know it inside and out. So yes, there is a saving grace. There's also saving grace that people are playing it where they're not used to. We came to a point during PEL where I think it's safe to say us as talent got a little bit linear, a little bit boring. So did the players. I think for ENCE, that was one of them, where they were playing the same game from PEL stage number 1 into stage 2, and everyone was like, well, you're going to get punished for it because you haven't changed anything. We all definitely got a little bit lackluster and a little bit, linear. So something like this changes things up, and that's why I pray for weird and wonderful circles. I know, and something Toby spoke about this before on stream, and I've heard him discussing it. He's a man who enjoys a very competitive circle, because it brings out and breeds the best in players, and it shows you their skill of map knowledge, awareness. With me, I like a little bit more fire, because I like to see a bit more gun skill and really keep players on the toes, and I think it's good for the audience as well. There's two sides to that coin, and both parties are correct. We've seen I remember the last time we cast may have been the grand finals day, where we saw the circle and we thought, okay, it's going to be a really boring one, which was the NLT win in the fields. Then it came to a structure where it was basically Ragey Rage versus Northern Lights, but in a very open area. And it came to being actually a really, really good, it was, Tempest. And it ended up being a really, really structured and really well-balanced game. So there's both sides to that, and I agree with both. But when you've got this lobby, and with all due respect to Besiktas, we haven't really seen anything from yet. They could throw a caution into the wind. They could either be feeding a team 3 points if they're not going to play to the standard that they're clearly capable of. They've got through the open bracket and they've made it to here, so I'm not going to discredit them or take anything away from them. They could accidentally feed points to a team that needs it for qualification. Or they could turn up and rock up to a party at the wrong time for a team that's about to qualify and take that all away from them and kill them. Anything at the moment, I suppose that's the biggest story of PUBG. Anything happens on any given Sunday. But also with so many uncontrollable teams, uncontrollable rosters, honestly, I have no idea how this competition goes down. I can't even write, who makes it through to the grand finals. I do think we will see a team or two from our 6 invited that do not make it to that championship stage. And if they don't, I think they have to go and take a long look at the VODs and say, okay, what went wrong? Because this just isn't good enough.
I tend to agree. I think this could be a good wake-up call. I think this is something where you can't just blame them, it was random, blah, 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 blah. You can't do that anymore. It's too far beyond that. We've seen too many teams being regularly strong on a standardized basis, so you can't do that anymore. Now, looking at this current circle out in the east, we've seen the amount of times it's gone towards the east of Yasnaya, that kind of winding road up towards Kabeshki, and it's been quite a mainstay actually. It's been quite surprising how often we've seen that. Now, I wonder if we see that again. I wonder if we see a tendency of it going north. Now, this does have a fair amount of room in play. Of course, there is a great deal of water too, so we'll see teams play to that. The barrel will be a mainstay with us as well. This is something that is becoming more and more common, of course, with the update. Martin touched on it a little bit as they were chatting about it earlier. And you can see Quantum definitely showing their presence on the outskirts of Yasnaya, wanting no one nearby and hoping maybe they could snag a kill or two. That would be wonderful. But for now, let's look at the teams who aren't comfortable yet. It's the teams outside the circle. Unity could be potentially holding back Northern Lights. Na'Vi taking their time on the bridge cross as well. WP working their way in, and Raise Your Edge doing the same thing. We see another loss of life. Tekka's going down early. A little unfortunate, but garnered plenty of attention on their rotation route.
I think there's one thing to be said about PUBG. I like that they're adapting things and changing things up. We're not in it yet, and we've only just, this is our 4th game on the new patch, so I don't want to start talking too much of it. But if you've read the recent patch notes, the changes to vehicles are insane. They're going to change the game so much. The vehicles will have different areas of body damage, different percentage of damage from different areas, but also once they're on fire and they're smoking, they don't instantly blow up. There is a 5-second time. So you now know that when your vehicle's dead and gone in the water, you can pull to a house, to some kind of rock, to something, to try and stay alive. It's going to change the meta and change the game and change how people rotate and play and pull up. 2 players going down from Besiktas, as I was saying that. Again, don't want to touch on it too much, but I just kind of give note to PUBG of how things are still adapting, how things are changing up. It's pretty damn good, and I'm excited to see how that patch plays out at a later date. For now, I'm excited, ecstatic to be honest with you, to see the barrel in play. It's always been a favourite gun of mine. Such a great gun for close combat, and now with everything else changing up around, and again, it's not just that. With the M4 taking a little bit of a nerf, decreased damage, decreased velocity, increased on the reload time. Don't get me wrong, it's still a phenomenal weapon for someone who honestly struggles aiming, but if you just want it to be that gun where you can spray and laser instantly, it's always been that. The stock and the stick that you can put underneath on the under attachments on the underbarrel is just in a great gun. But now we're allowing more towards the meta. I'm intrigued to see how people use and abuse this. We haven't seen any mutants come into play in the M16, and for Tapfire, a few people were testing them out as opposed to using SKS. Unfortunately, we've still got the huge amount of damage, and Martin touching it on Twitter not so long back. The SLR is still, for me, overpowered. It needs a nerf. Kind of roll it down a little bit. We said, how do we bring more things in and try and get more bolt actions? And it's not that simple to bring more bolt actions into play. The meta that we play off of, because it's once a player goes down, you need to confirm that knock. So everyone's going to use the DMR because you just spray in and confirm the knock before it's stolen. It's a point. It has to happen. That's why bolt actions we really don't see in play. But what we do see is when we get to that late game, if there's one player on the team that's holding a bolt action, they can do so much. They're so vital and so important because they can just remove utility, remove helmets, body armor, and get that one opening frag that you need to make an advancement. So that's enough talking about metas and everything else. We will shift back to the game. The circle, I think it's standard to say, we've seen this a few times, Lauren, those new compounds, or these, especially the one with the little bunker that works around with the dugout in front of it, these will now come into play. Those positions, that's why Snip has been up there just hanging around for quite some time. And now they can take the pick of the bunch. Good read from Raise Your Edge to go on the outskirts. They can get up there first before anyone else can. And really, yeah, take the priority compound, whatever you want, boys. If you want to go in a 2-2 split, now's the time to do it and take control.
You're bang on. I mean, Raise Your Edge, though, have been doing this on a pretty consistent basis. Nice pickup. Fuzzface lost en route. Those barrels are going to tear through vehicles, more and more. You'll start seeing that gun doing a lot of work. And Gustav's now surrounded in all front. You can see Northern Lights in the vehicles right beside him. Vectic's going to be getting a couple of shots through. Gustav trying to get down the dip and get away, get to a bit of cover. Deny line of sight, as Northern Lights are not far off from this. And if they keep chasing, though, they'll go right towards Uber, right towards 80. So they can't keep doing this. And Batulins, you better be careful. Don't be short-sighted on this one. Don't get ahead of yourself. This could be a mistake from Batulins. As you can see the fire on the corner. A little tunnel visioned on the approach, as the rest of Northern Lights now need to carry on past and leave Batulins to die. A little unfortunate for him, but it's what can happen. But yes, Raise Your Edge have been often seen swinging far up towards the north of that hillside. It was one of the redeeming qualities that we saw just a couple of days ago, really. Playing from that hillside got them their way back into some of those matchups. But then bear in mind we have Na'Vi and Ents. So somewhat the old guard sitting on the northern portion. Northern Lights now shifting up there as well. Itty does get the flush, so that's points for FaZe. But FaZe have had a rough run so far. This has not been smooth for them. Currently sitting in 10th. Not bad, but not brilliant. Not the FaZe you'd want to be seeing right now. You'd want to see a little bit stronger, you'd imagine. That's strong, though, from Kissick. Nice little double tap, but it's not without an answer back from Elia. SLRs galore. Everyone fancying a bit of it.
We'll attempt to get the revive here. They've got the utility. They haven't been in too many engagements just yet, which with your armor, you can at least take those extra bullets. It does go up in flames as the vehicle, so Kissick is eliminated from the lobby for now. They've already lost Artix as well, so for better luck next time, it's probably just survive, go into recuperation mode, fall back, play edge, go quiet. I think that's definitely the options here for them. Circle itself, again, we'd expect it to go to the north just because of the tendencies that we've been watching as casters that we've seen for quite some time now. This is probably the previous one on the vehicle. Okay, so that's a drive-by. Nice work, Melman. Good job. Barrel off the back of the car. Big fan. Fate's getting ahead of them slightly. We saw him pick up a kill on Miramar off the back of the vehicles. Maybe with the barrel, should he have it, with the fact that it's less kick on it, you do have these possibilities. You can do a lot of damage to vehicles. He's just listening for where there's actually a rotation behind him, so they're setting up to kind of take them out, remove them from field of play, and by doing so, give themselves a lot of room and breathing space to be able to carry on through the game.
Absolutely. Now, you did see She Created getting a little bit closer there, playing from kind of Heaven's side. I feel as though the Wildcats lost out on a player. I don't remember when, but they are playing with 3 currently, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, circle going. As we've expected, it does tend to go further north from the Yasnaya fields, but for now, that's yet to be seen. The ditch hasn't been taken, so obviously it's not a first priority position to head to, but it can become that kind of backup piece. It's just kind of where Snip currently are, heading over towards it. And the Wildcats spotting Tornado Energy on the move. They themselves have to consider how they want to leave the southern edge of the map. Same sort of story for Unity, a little bit closer. And WP, Na'Vi can shift further north. They're okay. Don't have to be too worried about their approach. They're quite comfortable. And everyone else is somewhat currently inside the circle. I think, as I said, most of the teams watching the current games, when you saw this hit, you get that feeling that it likes to go a little north. So I don't think it's a bad idea to position for that and account for it early on. Besiktas, their final 2 have to be quite cautious here. It's definitely catching the eyes of the players. BSD catching the back of Melman, down to a 1-shot now. Melman tries to stand his ground, gets put on his knees, and BSD claims another. And for the Wildcats, it's going to be a slower approach than they potentially like, but they will maybe find a place in the south unless Tornado Energy set up a bit of a camp on the outskirts of that new circle.
The thing is, ahead of them, and we can see it on the map, there's already teams doing that. Yasnaya's got TQ, the full roster in there. Between the Yasnaya field to the right-hand side, we'll see GF in a 1-1 split. A 2-1, excuse me. Third time lucky. 2-1 split, taking the smaller compounds. So it really leaves very little area to play for them. They'll have to play the grassy area, the edge of the circle. You mentioned maybe set up an entrapment. That's exactly what Tornado appear to be doing. They're hitting the garage compound, which is just to the far side of the apartments and the police station. She created. Is that no helmet as well? It is. Yep. That's exactly what it isn't. It is a hoodie. Instant tag, instant frag. Job done for Elliot. Remove 1 and carry on. Can now maybe feel out where the rest of them are and feed that information back. Actually seen on the opposing side maybe a Moisen as well, so I would say listen out for that to come into effect, but it is rather quieter compared to the Kar 98, so if you find one of those, you will be using it as opposed to the Kar 9. Meant to be just listening for where this one player is. Besiktas trying to avoid another 16th place. They should see him straight out the back. Job done. That's a 3 out of 4. 16th placements coming out of Besiktas. This is not a good day, boys, whatsoever.
No, that's going to be a get back to the drawing board and work it out. Time to step into, finding a bit more form here. It can happen. You can have bad runs, you can have bad days, but, that low down on the board is pretty brutal. I think they've got 3 or 4 points. It's not enough right now, really. But as said, it's quite polarizing, this circle. The S9 fields do split quite a great deal of this lobby, considering you'll be north and south, where the vast majority of the cover is. We've seen it mostly go north, where we're seeing Na'Vi, Raise Your Edge, Northern Lights. Northern Lights will put Spyro and Deep back in their vehicles probably, and head up towards Perfectix. Ents can kind of stay around this area. You don't want to be playing in that compound as much, but more around the outskirts, ensure no one tries to use those slow sides to get into the circle. We'll be seeing the Wildcats try to full send through the Yaz fields, but it's a tricky run. It's a treacherous run. You know, GF, you've got Party Beetle over there. Arb as well, both waiting to see if they can see him. They're just down the side of that hill, so it's actually a kill still to get BSD rather than anyone else. Levin has made it further forward, but it's a matter of how far can you go here.
All these teams are on the same transitional path. They're going to use the snaking road for the vehicles to try and get in and make something happen. PvP attempt to take the small shack on the outskirts, but unfortunately the nuclear penguins will be here for them. They call and get collected instantly. Smoke's down, res up, should be. GF are the next ones to attack this compound though, so to keep an eye on the kill feed to see if we see anything happen there. It looks like to me on the map I can see TQ have already seen GF crossing the field, so it'll be a bit of a slowdown for now. Raise Your Edge, happy, chilling, easy. Northern Lights disconnected from each other, they need to make their way up the hillside. Perfecting is on top of the plateau. GF, we said, get ready for them to arrive here. It looks like the res has come off, I believe. I'm not missing him one. Nope, Scooby's in the distance. Good weapon for it, though. Up close and personal. The barrel will come into play here. There is one on the There's 2, actually, on the receiving side. Everyone's bloody using it. It's going to be the new meta now. It certainly is in public, so it certainly will be in comp. Zorf, at least, can feed information, but unfortunately he has nothing because of the smokes. It'll also hidden his footsteps away, so they won't know he's there. That's backed up by the car that's on fire next to it, so his approach to the compound will be hidden. Over to Ents, as we bop on with FaZe Clan as well. Everyone just moving POVs because everyone's rotating. Do what you can. Get inside the Harry Potter compound. And no, I haven't forgotten about Steve's comment at the start about the Harry Potter joke. I will remember that one, Steve. There isn't a ginger host this time to defend me, so I'm marking all these down. Don't you worry.
It's mad when Hagrid starts kicking off at you.
Oh my God, Lauren.
You're a Weasley, Richard. It's brilliant. I love it. I'm happy. Anyway, speaking of happiness, Na'Vi gonna be laughing up in the north. If they can get rid of Tixu pretty quick, actually they've lost out on him towards Besto's been flushed. If they'd kept that clean, they would have been so happy, but they've been picked apart a little bit on the sides, and that's a little unfortunate. Their position would have been so strong up there, because they could have just swept down the hillside, but not able to keep it as clean as they'd like. The south is about to come to a bit of a pointy end as well. FaZe could be swinging towards Unity. GF, Red Zone, the Penguins. This is about to get very, very brutal. We're going to lose a good couple of teams in the next couple of seconds.
Tico down to the blue. He will be picked up, though, and at least the point is not wasted. So Unity seal that one, but they've got problems of their own by making noise. They are out inside of the blue. Red Zone, FaZe Clan. GF, the last player standing, Beetle. TMP now, their position to fight for that compound, just move further afield, has become all that more important. Because backed up by the compound that they hold, there is a ridgeline. It gives them a bit of a vantage point and everybody else. That's a good nade if it wasn't a, but it's not. Atomical out of the blue and into the fires and flames of FaZe Clan. Easy kill for them. Job done. Gustav with the SLR probably just trying to find where the next point of contact will be. Fire through the smoke. It gets the job done at least. Fate force for the heal. The frag could be, even just the tag will get the job done because he's so weak. Maybe a bit further back. 32 damage. It was close. A little bit too far. Avoids the flash. Nice to at least turn around and say no, not today. That's a banger of some damage, though. The only problem is this needed to be a bit more quick, Lauren, I would say. This is stalling them.
Yeah, you bang on. For Senya and Kemba, they'd want to just get past this to try and focus on playing down the hill or do anything else with that. Snipper actually going to go fight in the south as well. Let's look at the map there. They're trying to obviously swing a little further towards the west while they do it, but they would love to be able to clear some of these teams up. 80 does find Set. So that was initial, I think, Snip's target, trying to clear out anyone in the blue. But the Penguins fighting the same sort of position as well. Quantum trying to hold on in the southwest side, but they are being fought to the nines. Quizzy to find kill still. And Tornado Energy with 3 players against the mere 1. It's going to be a sweep through, and that's 10 kills for Tornado Energy, playing a pretty harsh game. We've got to look at the South pretty soon. Fate is a dead man. Surely, Kevin's going to trade that. Beryl, big boy damage.
Oh!
Tixu nabbed it.
He did him. He did him. 2 versus 1. You can't let that slip, and we spoke about being slowed down. Not only slowed down, it stopped them going anywhere further. They're dead. That's a bit unfortunate for Na'Vi. 2 versus 1 to lose that, and to commit so much time and utility towards it as well. That's devastating for the simple fact that the North is pretty much clear, apart from Levant. Or he had Tixu, but he wasn't getting too involved at distance. Now he can just go mop up. That's exactly what he's doing, just taking all the gear that's left on the floor. Face Clan did hit up against Nuclear Penguins. But then comes the next, either victim or assassin. Which one's it going to be, Snip? What do you want to do? How do you play this? 4 versus 4. Crumman's down. The push comes upside the hill. You have the advantage. They don't know where you are. You can see them. They're just blind firing trees at the moment. They will fall back. But I've just seen on the map. Northern Lights. They've arrived as well. Everyone's just coming down. It's like the current house of cards is just falling around them. This is just toppling from team to team to team. And Raise Your Edge in the back lines as well, I can see laying into them from distance. The Northern Lights are actually exposing their position. They probably have to move ever so slightly. By doing so, we'll give them a bit more of a better eye line this entire fight. Zorf, Bogger, they're all falling to the blue. They've been slowed down so much, there's nothing they can do.
The only one team can really walk away in this position. That's why they're trying to fight it out now, I guess. Zico tried to move forward, but I think he's been spotted by Rage Your Edge, about to move slightly further south. You see the Northern Lights keeping the Penguins at bay, and they need to move back around that hillside. Stealthy's still alive in the smoke, which is quite surprising, but maybe living up to that name. The Wildcat still has, I think it's 11 alive in that circle. Rage Your Edge with 4, of course. Very, very comfy. Monkey finding Zico does mean that Stealthy is the only one standing for Snip, and they're in danger now. Perfectix is going to try to work through this. Stealthy trying to play the edge of the smoke. That's good for 1. That was a good bit of damage towards a second. Spyro certainly on the receiving end there, but Northern Lights will manage to stay alive for now. Monkey's getting quite interested in this, though.
To be fair, I would as well, just because of the fact that there's only... When that kill came in, there was 7 seconds left on the clock until you knew it when to move. It will kill you. At this point, it will kill you. Like, even if you're not healed up, it's gonna kill you. So if Monkey can take advantage of that and see a weakened player, then fair play. Raise Your Edge will go for a 2-2. We said before, we've seen them win games off the back of this. Tixu from the back lines, from nowhere, to be honest with you. There's the one standing lone Finn in the north. Comfortable, happy. No one really to argue with him. I'll have some rocks to play off and trees as well, so it should be a hidden approach. I like Monkey's position, though, currently on the map. It's pivotal for the rest of Raise Your Edge to deny Unity any further advancement inside this circle. Example, onto Levant, finds another solo snake in the grass. Job done, they take the plateau. Nice place for Tornado Energy. Let's not forget about them whatsoever. I actually forgot the name, so it's kind of ironic. Tornado Energy, really good place for them at the moment. Probably the strongest area, bar the 2 players from TMP, but they've only got a very small hillside to play off the back of. Level 3 gear, I'm hoping on one of these rosters, seeing a Mark 14, unless it's been picked off of a dead body.
Oof, Tixu.
Down. Could be dead as well. Oh, that'd be devastating. Get him. He doesn't get him.
So close. Nailup's almost dead in the water. Yeah, Alia does find him. Tornado Energy becomes stronger and stronger now. A 3v3, almost a 3v2 if the res doesn't come out. We did see the knock towards Shiv, but they've stabilized. They've brought themselves together, and I feel like Raise Your Edge thought they might have an easier time sweeping through the south than they did actually have, and Tornado Energy has built up to be this threat that they didn't expect. And look at that high ground. Look how much this provides vision-wise. And they've got a huge high ground, huge amount of kills. They've got to be feeling themselves here. A little low on ammo potentially, and utility. You see Alia trying to maybe look for some more. That could be great for him to boost up his overall utility beside him. Let's see where that circle pushes towards. Okay, Tornado Energy will have to leave this plateau, but there might be more in front of them.
Score has at least been evened up, against Raise Your Edge. But we do have this triangle of teams. Who hits who first? Where do we work off the back of? Okay. Big old spray. Fully automatic Mark 14. There is a sight to be seen, especially if you use it as a breaching weapon and want to get stuck in, which we have seen in the past. Monkey Moving away from the rest of the pack, something that he does rather well, I must say. He can play solo, and rather than it's not even necessarily scouting sometimes, although it does do a good job of that for Raise Your Edge when things do go well. He's always the first one to give it up and die happily if he has to save the rest of the roster. But for now, his position can at least stop the direct middle advancement, I want to say, from Tornado Energy. The only problem is Scooby. If he gets a really low, shallow angle, that's going to be a meat in his maker, unfortunately. And then it removes all the anchor point position that he's holding currently.
Oh, look at this plateau Alia's maybe about to get to. If he works out how strong that is, you're going to be able to undo Monkey. Monkey needs to be aware of his open side, which he's about to find out now. Alia, he took his time, a couple more seconds. That would have been so much cleaner. I know you're not in the new circle, but you've made a bit of a meal of that one. You've got to be really careful with how you approach this. Yes, they're in, but barely. They don't have too much room to play with. Now, Deer and Shiv could try and flank that up, but you think how isolated Monkey is. If that was a knock on Monkey, center point, and this ridgeline, they could have played with it all.
I would just really, really hope that he were going to roll that vehicle off the edge and just send it towards them. That'd have been so good. Try and use it for some kind of bait, which we have seen to before. It's though someone will get in a vehicle, then a team will just step out, and you think, okay, well, away we go. Jumping for information does get caught. I suppose the only small downside to this defilade is that nades will bounce off the back wall and roll straight into you below your feet. Again, that vehicle is potential to play off the back of. There is options that you can use it, but they're running slim for time, given where the blue is. Circle pops. Comes towards a Monkey in the center. Let's not forget the nuclear penguins, and you've still got that ridgeline they can work with. It runs it into the circle further than what some teams will probably hope it would. Gives them a good amount of cover as well. The fact that nobody... Same goes for all these teams, to be fair, when you've got no one on your backside. It's Shivanudir in the most precarious position. Monkey's probably there for the refrag of someone else overextending, I want to say.
This is brave. So essentially, Monkey is going to try and kill Example, but you've got to hope that Alia and Quizzy keep him safe, and that's what he's done. Example's been allowed to move up to that tree under the assumption his teammates were to keep him safe. Nice work, hit and run, back away. That's going to put the pressure back on Raise Your Edge now. Really nice small piece from Tornado Energy, and Monkey is desperate to try and counter this, try and counter-fight this, but there should be a trade available. There it is, right back in Alia. Straight away there, as soon as Example went down, they had that in mind. Udir has made a run for it. Udir's out of there now. It's going to be down to the Penguins to come into this matter with potentially a good amount of players left. Hellscream's position could be quite nice too. This suddenly kind of changes the landscape we're witnessing.
I don't think Udir is anywhere even close for a position of a res. We would expect not. Nuclear Penguins have managed to split off 1-to-1. Polar opposite ends of the map, maybe to try and encompass into a position and see what they can do. Monkey gone, removed from play. Udir last man standing, but again, it's a decent weapon to hold. Information has been taken away to his direct location. Also, the attention has been drawn towards the... I wonder if Scooby at the moment is just shooting towards them, Lauren, to maybe try and let Hellscream get in a better position. If he can get behind them and flank them, that'd be phenomenal.
Certainly could be, but we have to wait and see if that would ever be the matter as Scooby and Hellscream. To try and make this one count, Hellscream's position, it's has the potential, right? It has everything that could go right for it, but he's got to time it right, he's got to play it right. Scooby needs to get the heal off and then try and play it back in. And this is the chance. 3 alive, though. Put it back on their feet. This is a big bit of attention trying to be grabbed by Scooby, just like, please, look at me. Hellscream, do something. Try and get that knock. Try and get on that ridgeline. Try and do something. Try and garner some of the damage you could have done, but no, it's all but over. The Penguins full foul at the end, and Tornado Energy. My word, what a bit of performance at the end there. I loved watching that. I was kind of surprised they got away with it. I thought Raise Your Edge could have exploited that more potentially, but it wasn't to be.
I didn't realize it was an 18-kill game. That's massive. 28 frag game. 28-point game from 18 frags. Can't complain at that. Example topping the board with 6. Quizzy and Alia with 5 apiece as well. That ain't a bad win. I was kind of hoping towards the end Hellscream may have moved a little bit earlier. Like, he was stationary for quite some time. Usually, 90% of times teams will push on a knock. The knock came through and he kind of stood still and wondered, what do I do? Do I rotate back to my teammate? Do I stand my ground if they come this way? Don't know how many nades he had. Don't remember. Wasn't certainly looking at the bottom of the UI. It may have been nicer to see him just kind of push and advance over that hillside. Catch them off guard. Catch them when they're slowed down. Hell, even if they get the res off, one player's at least going to be out of position and the other one's going to be very weakened when it comes to the health situation of just healing up. But yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's all a different thing. Tornado Energy, they bagged the win, and it's a big win as well. 18 frags is big points.
It is, and it's good to see a team that we know, that comes into this certainly grabbing our attention previous to now, stepping up to the plate, because some of the big names certainly haven't been doing that. But for now, let's head back to Hagrid and his merry men.
Thank you very much, Pansy, the best Ravenclaw we've ever had. Glad to have you on the mic again. Guys, that was a heck of a game. A new member in the 16K club, Tornado Energy, comes out in Game 4 with 18 kills. That's going to be a 28-point game. When we went into this one, they were playing tippy-tap with, I think it was the Wildcats for first place, and they have since just smacked them in the face and said, no, we are going to be in first. And I got to be honest, 4 games in to the first day of play, having a lead that this is going to be pretty significant is going to be sending a message to every other group and everyone else you're going to see for the remainder of this event. Martin?
Yeah, honestly, I think Sims underplayed this whole game for Tornado Energy. They were outside in circle too. Like, they had to fight so much for this win. It was actually insane. They fought Better Luck Next Time down in the south. Then they gate kept Team Quantum and Ends on the west side, and they pushed up to the north and cleaned out that. It was an insane game from 18 points. Very impressive to see from these guys. Some drive-bys as well, and also I was extremely surprised to see that it took 4 games for Sims and Pansy to come with a comeback for your very nice throws.
It's not a comeback if they're all, the Weasleys are awesome. That said, Tornado Energy was on fire from the very start, as you saw from these highlights, Toby. And to me, that's the danger of a team like Tornado. It's that once they start to feel the vibe, they seem like one of those teams that's just sort of like never lets off the throttle.
Yeah, that's one of the things to me that makes them extra scary is that in this game is a perfect case of it. They don't depend on circles. Their strategy, much like what Navi likes to do, is they will do their own thing early game and then they will fight late. Now, having said that, if anyone goes to fight them early game, they will do everything in their power to hold them out because they're a great fracking team, as we just saw there. They had one circle that entire game where they were inside the next one when it popped. That was phase 8. They were playing on the move the entire game, and they found kills in pretty much every single circle without losing a single player until the very end. That is extremely difficult to do. And I mean, the thing is, everyone knows Tornado can go out and do these things. They've done it in scrims, they've done it in previous tournaments, but they don't do it that often. And I think that is, for other teams, something that's scary. Have they found the recipe to success in more than once a day type tournament scenarios? Then they're right up there in the top with the best.
Nuclear Penguins coming in, I think, in second place there. Razor Edge in third. Penguins tried a very bold split there at the end, but it was not to pay off. Take a look at the overall leaderboards right now, or the match 4. Besiktas does manage to get 1 kill, but I believe they went out in 16th place for the 3rd time today. So a tough situation to find themselves in, though at least they got a point on the board, right? So small gains, I guess, Martin.
Yeah, but I mean, we're 4 points in now. I know we're playing a lot of the games in the group stage, but you gotta have it going from the get-go. Like, we need to see some more points on the board after the first game is done. But again, 28 points here, that's a lot. 15 28. Is very, very top heavy here. Very impressive here for Tornado Energy.
Martin, if the Nuclear Penguins had put up a game with 9 kills and maybe even first place, we would have been like, man, what a great game. And the Tornado Energy like doubles that, kills I think a third of the lobby or more, and just shows us this is the potential of this team. We get to look at these two teams right next to each other. Absolutely phenomenal play. Toby?
I mean, that's insane. I mean, just the numbers alone, right? They've eliminated 4.5 teams. And again, having said that, they did that without losing a player until probably kill number 14 or 15. That is insane. How many individual engagements they've had in different areas of the map. Look at this. I mean, they're all up there, right? How many individual engagements they've had all over the map to go out and have these engagements and continue to win them time and time and time again in just one game, that is terrifying.
I want to do a game where you swap the foreheads of the players and the haircuts because they feel like they'd fit very well. Not surprising to see Tornado Energy having 3 on the top of both of these leaderboards. HC also putting up some good numbers and some good kills in that last match. And Scooby from the Nuclear Penguins, remember, another, a team that doesn't get talked about a lot, has been putting up some good plays. We saw some good strategy from them coming out at the end of that last match, trying to play that sort of 1-1 split as effectively as you can in that situation. So I do have to give some props to them. Now that we have a little bit of time to talk, let's talk about some other things that happened in that game. I want to know what happened to Na'Vi. We saw them take the farthest north position up on top of Stalber. They got that circle that I thought they'd be able to sort of walk their way down, and then they just got eradicated. What happened to them? Where did they go? I'll go to you, Toby.
Yeah, but I mean, it was fate. Not fate as in the divine one, but it was better luck next time fate. Who had himself there was a sound of fate right there. It was he had a rich playoff of, and there was no one peeking him from below, meaning he could do the whack-a-mole on them, and he literally single-handedly took out the entire team. They were trying to look down, where can we go next? But they were thinking way too many circles ahead because they thought they weren't going to get interrupted. They lose 2 players quickly, and all of a sudden they have to focus all their time in finding this last player who can decide for himself when he wants to peek them, when he doesn't, because he had that little corner pocket where he couldn't be seen by anyone else. So just a thorn in the heel that ended up being a very poisonous one.
Martin, let's talk about Raise Your Edge. They were the first team to go north of Yasnaya on the rotations. They got into a good spot, and it's one of those things people say, well, they had the circle a whole lot. The fact is they were the first team to go north of Yasnaya, so they earned the spot, but ended up getting second and a very low kill count, or third and very low kill count. What went wrong, I guess, is my question.
I mean, they earned the spot by initiative, and this is kind of their home turf. They've established that. But even though it's their home turf, they managed to get too few points out of it. They are sitting in a position where they have the upper hand. They have all the cards dealt. They also even peeked at the other guy's cards I feel like at this point they should have gotten a few more points, and I feel like at this point they need to know how to play this area. This is their home turf. This is the circles they have the advantage on, and they're kind of rolling with it there. They were unfortunate in a few cases, but they should have played more proactive at this point. Like they were keeping 2 guys in the back rather than just 1 guy. Like you wanna, when you're playing a 3-man game in the end game, you want to have 2 guys in the front. And the last guy you sacrifice and potentially having some angles, and this is just some of the minor stuff that I'm thinking, like, these guys, they have the knowledge, they've tried this before, they have the experience. They should be making these decisions here where I'm like, what went wrong there? What was the call to be made? Because you always want to be 2 guys in the front closest to the center of the circle. That's logic at this point. And then you have 1 guy having a flank or a different angle, So just minor mistakes like that makes you lose 1 player here, 1 player there, and then you're down to a 1 versus 3, 2 versus 3, and you end up losing it because you had a worse macro or your late game decisions just didn't came into a play there.
Okay, we'll take a look at the overall standings, and then go ahead, Toby, while we look at this.
No, just if I can add to it, I think that game there, while we look at this, look at 58 points. Holy moly. That's that's pretty insane. But if I can add to that, what you just said, Martin, they literally, this was a repeat of what we saw Istanbul Wildcat do on Miramar. Yeah. They had the up push, but they pushed. Therefore, they ended up winning the game because they took ground. Raise Your Edge did the opposite. They held back. That essentially lost in the game, not having the info they needed. I just think right after each other, those 2 games, they were the exact same scenario, but Istanbul Wildcats played it better.
Not too shabby. TNP, the Nuclear Penguins, moves up to second in 43 points. The Wildcats slide to third with 37. Northern Lights still in the mix, but we're starting to see a bit of separation between the top 3 and everyone else. Really, I mean, there is the bottom pack, but they're still not that far off of it. But these top 3 seem to be really putting up consistent numbers. And if this separation continues, they may have qualified by day 2, Martin.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, I think I found the success, like the recipe for these guys. Like they started looting, by the warm, moist water down by the farm split, and then they went up to the mountains up close to Stalba and got, some bit of a cold weather there, and then they just completely evolved into like ripping everybody apart. but it's just their macro. They're able to fight on the edge constantly, not losing anybody. It's just crazy to see how well they're able to just continue to do that without losing people. Like, they're engaging so many fights and 30 fights, and they continue to succeed.
I love that you described the water down south as moist, as if the water up north is dry. Beautiful stuff. Toby, we got about 30 more seconds. Give me your thoughts looking forward into the second to last and ultimate game of the day.
Oh, I mean, we haven't been a military today, have we? No, it's gonna be military.
Oh, no.
We don't much. It's just I feel like we're right now where it's once per day. Has to be.
All right. So Toby wants to see the military. Martin wants to see more water. I just want to see a great game. It's time for the penultimate match here of PUBG Continental Series Round 1, Week 1, Day 1. We're getting things kicked off. We're headed back to Erangel for that second to last match. It's going to be a ton of fun, and I think time for teams to make some adjustments. The middle of that rankings and the bottom. Not a lot of time left to make a big statement. So let's head over to the two that will be making the big statement. You've heard of Lennon and McCartney, Simon and Garfunkel, Phil and Lil. Now PUBG's greatest duo of all time, Sims and Pansy.
Oh, God damn. Talk about being put on a
dude.
pedestal, right?
Yeah, no, damn. I was all upset he called me like Ravenclaw, but I mean, I'll move on. Northeast to southwest. We are into this one, and the desk said it, if you want to make a statement, time is now, got to be kind of soonish. A lot of the teams, Tornado Energy already looking quite towards the high end of the board here, looking pretty, I don't want to say comfortable, but they're looking pretty diligent compared to some of the other teams that just seem to be sitting around that middle of the pack, not lighting it up. I mean, honestly, would I remember that FaZe was in this lobby today? Probably not. I haven't seen a single big thing from them yet, and that's very underwhelming because FaZe is one of those teams that can pop off, but we haven't seen it. We haven't seen that big strength. Raise Your Edge had a good couple of games. Again, nothing wild, nothing crazy, but okay. The classic Na'Vi, have we seen that? Here and there, but again, we haven't seen that consistency from any of these big dogs. So I'm waiting to see it, and that middle pack, the same can be said. Let's see you guys step up. Let's find a bit of that form here in a very centralized circle.
Currently in the top 10, there is only 3 invited teams. I understand there's, they're not all in this lobby. I get that and take that into consideration, but still, I thought that really you'd see them further up. When you're looking towards Na'Vi, FaZe, Raise Your Edge. ENCE, I know, have been having a difficult run here, so down 11th. It sounds bad to say this, but until I see something phenomenal, and by the way, it breaks my heart because I love the players on that roster, to see them down there. So until I see these sterling performances time and time again on repeat, it's hard to envision them currently in that top 10, top 7 area. I think that's fair to say, and I don't think that's BM in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, you're totally right. Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, where are they? What are they doing currently? They're both on 18 points, 9th and 10th. We're only in day number 1. That's said, we will always, when it's all said and done, we're only in day number 1. There's still a hell of a long road to go. But these are invited teams. These who are PUBG essentially saying, all right, you've been here from day 1. You're at the top of the European, top of the pecking order. You deserve to be invited through this. You don't have to go through the qualifiers. It does not necessarily pin a target on the back, but it does set a standard. I think that's fair to say. There is a standard. If you're getting invited to these without having to work your way through the meat grinder, as Steve put it, you have to show that strength. You have to show the lobby that you are a presence and you are a force to be reckoned with. And currently, I really feel like at the moment, it's Russian teams, Russian, Ukrainian, from EU East, they're really turning up the pace of these lobbies and really showing what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, the CIS region as a whole has definitely been kind of impressing, and it's hard to look past that. Just knowing how good, they consistently are. They seem to be able to apply that style across the board. I mean, obviously, Navi's the easiest one to look towards, but then, Northern Lights are out there, Tornado Energy are out there. There's plenty. This whole lobby is kind of pretty CIS biased as well. It's got a good few teams from that region, so again, it shows how strong that area of the world is right now at PUBG. We've definitely got them towards the forefront. I say Na'Vi, though, but I'd like to see more from them. Look at that 9, 10, 11. FaZe, Na'Vi, ENCE. Come on, boys. More than that. More than that. I get it, you can cruise. I get it, we say FaZe Sunday. I'm tired of that. storyline. Start playing out your games better early on. You know what I mean? Like let's stop doing the cruise control sort of situation. I want to see big games from the offset. Yeah, you don't have to play 110 percent the whole time, but more than 9th, 10th, and 11th when you're one of the best arguably in the world. I want to see a bit more. And maybe I'm wrong to hold them to that standard, but I feel as though they're all good enough to do better on a consistent basis. But we do have plenty of days to go. But I really don't want to keep saying that. I'll let you have today, but I do not want to say it over and over again. It feels like such a wasted statement. However, we are seeing a couple of teams starting to shuffle across. Nothing too much. Again, this is a very centralized circle, so of course it will take time until we see those full compounds being crashed, that real big pressure starting to happen. If you do see a compound crash, it's either been incredibly well scouted or they really, really want that compound. There's plenty of area to be in.
There is, which, to be fair, is the story of this circle. With a bit of water either end of it, we can kind of go anywhere. Oh, no. No, Besiktas, not like this. Not like this. Can't lose players off the bat. If he hits him through the window, that's going to be a GG. The tires are going to be good off the back of it anyway. I won't expect him to be able to do too much. They've got a spare car at least. They can work their way towards it. Heading up to that ridgeline, I mean, it's a strong ridgeline. You see some of the top pros playing it. FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, the amount of teams that we will see kind of alienating towards this area. Magnetizing towards this area. Besiktas will certainly be alienated from doing it again, though. That nade. She created overstepping the boundaries here. It's pretty deadly to be going out this far into the open. There is zero cover. And if he has some support, that should be a return frag. AKM kicks like a donkey, so it's going to be hard to use at range. I'm surprised he hasn't whipped out the SLR and moved the red dot across for a bit more of guidance, but it also worries me, does that, in the fact that they've just got a teammate up and left him on his own, Lauren. Like, where was the refrag? Where was the defense? Where was the trade?
Yep. Where was that? I think that is all you can really summarize in that regard. Razor Edge back on the move. Nailup's gonna just dip out. Anyone near that? No, no one's. I mean, to be fair, either Snip, Na'Vi, Razor Edge, if they do come in this way, could potentially pick that up. Obviously, 3's always welcomed. And outside of that, look at this so far. FaZe kind of portioning off the east, Northern Lights up in the north. The central area, WP, Wildcats. I would say Besiktas, but they haven't been able to hold some of those positions. I think they're sitting north of Farm for now. And Unity, making their cross from the bridge. No one really there to stop them. Na'Vi just following back Snip as well. So, again, if there is early fights, it may be just poorly scouted or maybe just a little bit unnecessary, if I'm honest.
I'm going to go have a look this evening how some other regions have done, and I've tried to keep up with some other bits and bats, and I always tune in to various other regions and watch what's going on. Shout out to Paperthin for holding it down over in the east, just constantly with the English streams. Big shout out to him for doing that, providing coverage. So I always try and kind of tune in when I can. The time zones and real life and everything else makes it a lot harder to keep on top as much as I would certainly like to. But I've been intrigued to see how kind of the top end of the teams, you know, Gen G coming into certain days and so on and so forth, 4 a.m., you know, all your big dogs, if they're in the same boat where they're struggling against some more unknown teams, and if other teams are starting to step it up around them, or if day one just becomes a bit of a struggle bus for them, so to speak. And if they're in the same boat as everyone else, the meta and the game's evolving, and everyone else is kind of pushing the boundaries below them.
I mean, the thing is, right, as much as I'm going to be very critical of the top teams because they're a top team for a reason, the thing is, obviously all the other teams will have watched them, learned from them. You know, everyone knows what, you know, FaZe likes to do, for example, or Na'Vi. You know, their playstyle is noted. There's a reason they're the best in the world, just because they can continue to do that. But the point is, it is noted, whereas how much time do you think they've spent watching the playstyle of someone like Snip, or the Wildcats, or the Penguins? Probably not that much. And that's no discredit to those teams. It's just how it goes. You don't often play in a lobby with them. You might be aware of, you know, where they like to drop, maybe lower to their rotations, but is it second nature to you? No. You probably know, you know, Na'Vi and FaZe probably know how each other likes to play, sure. But again, when the rest of the lobby is looking up, it looks up towards the the top end that has been playing on a regular basis. They've seen this during your PELs and what have yous. They'll know what they like to do. So again, it is going to be a bit tricky for some of these teams. That could be his night field ending right there. Bloody hell. How do you get that many teams in that area? I guess Rozhok becomes playable. The little compound towards a bridge. Yasnaya itself, that's... eek.
Wide swings all around. A few people will be taking the Rozhok bridges, maybe trying to push it as far close to shooting range as you possibly can. I wouldn't like to go too far. Players will have to remember that the Yasnaya pond is in play here, and that will play a factor for Circle 4. Again, if you know PUBG Esports by now, you'll understand how the land ratio works, and it will pull away from water as it goes into Circle 4. This one does play a benefactor. It's basically anywhere you can swim. Anywhere you can't touch the bottom of the floor with your feet and you end up swimming. And that's why we have I think it was years ago now, where it actually played a factor in Circle 8, because it comes in at 4 and 8 towards Watertown, because there are places where you can't put your feet down. Oh, ooh. Gets through. Doesn't run anyone over. Super lucky to be able to do that. Hip fires with the minute. Actually getting kills. So for everything that could have gone possibly wrong there for Besiktas, it's gone right. TQ, though, on the defensive. They're here with the grenades. They're rolling in. Rolling thunder straight underneath the feet. Over the hillside they go. And please don't let this be another 16. Otherwise, this is just going to be a meme.
It looks like it.
Oh, no,
I'm gonna be honest. It looks a little like it, unless FaZe takes that title from him. There it is, 16.
God.
Oh, boys, the coffin's here. Hop inside. And yeah, TQ gonna claim it, but they're not in much of a better position. FaZe are also under fire. They've been compound crashed. That's Unity coming in, and Gustav wants to get out and fight there. Losing on Fuzz facing Uber. Again, this is FaZe. It might be going down in 15th here. They might be able to take Unity with them. We'll see. See what AT and Gustav can do, but I am rolling my mind back to when are we going to see FaZe late gamers 4? When do we get to see that pleasure? Because we haven't had the opportunity. It's been 2s. And yes, they play great when they're in 2s. They can frag out. No one's going to tell anyone that FaZe can't frag. We know this. We need to see that other level of FaZe that gets them to endgame with 4 alive. But for now, they're trying to hunt out Unity. That's their first port of call. Today isn't about anything other than that, but Danny Mon's already got 80's number, and he might be able to get the follow-up. There it is. Barrel all day long. FaZe eliminated in 15th, and a similar story going forward. This is not the FaZe I wanted to be seeing. And for Unity, that's a great jump up, considering Unity are in 11th now, and FaZe was the target in front of them. So not a bad shout for Unity. Whether they knew it or not, it doesn't matter. That's a good start for them.
All right, Steve, Martin, Toby, I know you're all listening. After the game's done, please expand on these barrels, and if it's going to have a huge knock-on, I don't want to start going through it now during mid-game, but I want to know if it's going to have a huge knock-on effect, not only on the teams, but on the players as well, as in this scoreboard. Do people expect that you can now pretty much pull up and take laser beam fights like that? Because even the barrel's been a substantial killer, a good amount of range, to be honest, especially on the vehicle. So I want to know from the desk after this exactly what kind of knock-on effects it's going to have, because these are some weird lobbies at the moment. I know the circles have been fairly okay. We had a few weird ones, especially towards Miramar, but so far I think they've been pretty standard. It just feels really messy to me. I mean, it's good because it's keeping us on his toes, I must say a little bit, Lauren. It feels a lot more... Well, it just feels different. It feels like there's a lot more conversation coming out of us now. But yeah, I just don't really know what's going on at the moment. It definitely feels different, and I definitely feel like this patch has had some sort of effect on this.
We'll see. We'll see down the line. I think you're bang on for now, and we'll see if it does maybe supplement and support teams who are a little bit better on those pull-ups, so they get aggressive, they want to take those fights that kind of suit that barrel style, that barrel meta that could come through. But for now, we have to look at WP, who are now sitting in one of the strongest positions. Now, the fields aren't as unplayable as they used to be. There are a couple of areas towards the south, especially a little towards the east, where you can see some players holding in these craters. It works out. TQ already fended off one team, and they might have to fend off another. Unity quite close by.
I mean, they could be playable terrain, but standing next to 2 smoking cars, it actually bounces up in the air and twats him on the head. It literally landed on top of him. That is so unfortunate. 2 of them side by side. First one goes, other one bounces on him. Dink donk dead. Away we go, moving on to Quizz's POV. The SLR comes into effect. Luke's down. He was a strong fragger from some of the previous rounds, so to lose him immediately in this ball area, I mean, I don't really know what they're doing down here. It's not a great position to be working off, whether or not they just got knocked out of the vehicle and had to stop. Example, is lingering in the distance. They should be able to finish one off. Runs through the fire and just sees this burning body on the movement. I don't know why they're
swear
there.
the barrel reminds me of the old AK. Do you remember when the AK was super OP back in the day?
Super, yeah, 'cause
Like,
you
it
could
was
pretty
just
much
amazing.
guarantee where
Like,
the
it reminds
first
me of that.
3 or 4 shots.
Like, it just reminds me of that. And of course, this is in, like, really good players' hands. So it does look a little bit better than it would in most people's, you know, control. But, I mean, it just feels super strong right now. The spray looks pretty consistent, which was kind of, you know, the harsh point of the barrel before, was that thing kicked like a mule. It does seem as though they're able to control it now with some sort of regularity. So that's pretty interesting to watch. Now, let's see how this circle unravels, because most are deciding that it's going to be on the south fields, or banking on that fact. I think only maybe 1.5 teams have split north of the road that leads through Yasnaya. Of course, that's a pretty diligent option, just due to the fact that you know, the lake is there. But it could potentially go further east. Now, just purely because, you know, you still have Yasnaya in there, you have a lot of that area that could maybe moved in, but we'll see. We'll see how this shapes up. The likely bet is kind of just south on the fields itself, and if that does come through, WP are in a very strong position. Same with Northern Lights, same with Red Zone.
I mean, it's risky to play fields. You touched on it with the new update. It is playable, but the grenades that we've seen, they can just... The fields can be your grave. You know, you're in these bunker areas that just roll in. There's nowhere else for them really to go. They'll bounce off the back walls and you're a dead man. Zorf disconnected from the rest of the roster. Let's see if this circle does pay off for TNP. Now the Penguins have played it. So now with that split, leaving 2 in the yellows, big amount of territory, huge amount of territory, but it needs to be defended because you got GF on the opposing side of the road. Zorf and Yasnaya, he's there for the backup plan. Generally, we don't have many city endings, so you should think it'll pull away from there. Nade takes away the vehicle, at least, so we'll deny any kind of fast rotation. I like this immense, though. It's a weird place to be fighting, but hell, Circle's updated and they've got to move forward. Take this fight first, regroup as a roster, which is exactly what they're doing, get rid of BL, and then push onwards.
This is a big pull-up. Razor Edge, nice turn of events. Shiv showing party people how it's done, with the barrel quick flush on that too. Now Razor Edge went all the way from east to west, swinging around the north. They've tried to go for the cleanest approach and they've done it. They've beaten out GF to this. GF is now being forced forward. You can see Arb there. Oh no! What was that? No, dude. No. Poor old Arb, man. That hurts me in my feelies, you know? That makes me feel real bad, and you should die for the res. Die for the res, dude. Full commit for the res. Die with the teammate, you know. Oh, that's cruelty. The Penguins hold where they are. They've got the yellows in the fields. Razor Edge getting some attention from Na'Vi out towards the east, though.
There's 2 of the teams going to come their way, Lauren. It's this fight on the screen. Whoever survives out of these 2, in theory, should go towards the Penguins. It's the yellows. It's a good, strong compound to hold. It's further to everything about it. It's a good position. At the moment, you're up against the white. You're going to have to cross a road. I mean, if you really wanted to be safe, and you've only got 2 or 3 people, 1 or 2 people standing, you could run towards Yasnaya, skirt the edges of it, play the apartments, loot any old gear that you need. Happy days. 1 player, I believe, standing in the form of Kemba for Na'Vi. If Monkey can hit this shot, that'll be a good amount of... Currently, those are in Sanok, I think. They've arrived on time. 1 more nade will get the job done. Udia is a dead man. Unless Monkey can go for the super res. Does he have a vehicle? No, he's cycling nades, which means he's going to go for this kill. They do have a vehicle they can play with, though, so I'm assuming Shiv goes and plays full-blown medic. If he gets that res, that'll be fantastic. This will be phenomenal from Monkey if he somehow lands this nade. Again, a selfless player for Razor Edge who's happy to play on his own. If he can take these 2 out, this just buys him so much time.
This is a good little steal for Ents as well. These ditches, if they go for them, depends how far they take it. Maybe a little too greedy here on the pull-up. They could have gone to the first, but they opted for the second. The first was free, but they fully blind sent it in, and oh, this is a feed and a half. Even if they manage to clean this player up, that is a travesty from Ents. They could have done well from that if they didn't fully overcommit towards that second crater. If they'd scouted on the first, maybe you could have seen more from them. But it's not to be. Na'Vi gets on their players back on their feet, but the same can be said for Razor Edge. They're back up to 4 now. So a little bit of, you know, time here and there allowed for these results. Oh, Besto might be in danger, just to avoid the damage from the vehicle.
They've got problems on two fronts. Lauren, better luck next time. Say they're knocking the doors. They are a little bit agitated by Raise Your Edge. They're looking that way. Although that damage was purple, so that means that grenade has come from behind us. M24 in hand. We do see a couple of snipers on the side of better luck next time during games. It's always good to see when you got a marksman on the roster. Circle. Hard shifts. We go to the south. Pulls away from Yasnaya. Keeps the yellows in. Keeps the Harry Potter. Many players will be kind of safe on that side of it, I want to say, given the fact that WP won't really have any problems unless the Northern Lights push upon it. You can see them in a 2-2 split now in the north. I'll keep a tabs on that and see if they want to make something of it. In fact, there we go. As soon as I say that, Hinman goes down. So maybe the Northern Lights are pushing onto the Potter Tower. They'll take that, remove WP from play, and then they've got a really nice avenue of approach to the central of the circle once it gets going. TQ still lingering. Penguins, happy. No one's really pushed him yet, just for the simple fact that Navi, Raise Your Edge, and Battle next time have been keeping each other busy. I'm interested to see where Raise Your Edge do make a point of contact. If they take it further to the north, you have that kind of like drop-off that they can play really well. Two players in the containers. Batulins is cycling grenades. The mid try to bomb this thing out. All the smokes are coming their way. Gets the 2 for 1. Knew exactly where they were. And this will be no response. Not right now, at least, for WP. They should be doing something. Even Spyro, knock him down, get him away from the gates. Batulins is here, and he's on a tear. That's 3 of them. Can he get the 4? The 4K, he's outside, he's waiting, he's hunting, he's hoping to try and get this 1 point that's on the floor. Batulins actually gets eliminated. That is surprising. I did not know that all 2 of them were knocked in the back.
No, Nick's played that really well. Good timing on the push. Quite surprised it worked out, and we see another team coming through. Now, this time, Red Zone didn't opt for the second set of craters. They went for the first, which I was kind of hoping what Ents would do, and then maybe scout towards a second, because TQ have been in this ditch the whole time. They've been there the entirety of this. Like, since it looked likely for the field, they have been down to 2, and I think they've basically cleared out 2 full teams at this point, or at least put a lot of pressure towards them. Now, let's look further afield. Raise Your Edge have shifted further north. They're looking towards the Penguins as their next target. Nyx, I think, is alone. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the revive off, but here comes a push. The Wildcats trying to come in towards the Red Zone boys who've already got themselves in the ditch. But look at that flash. Bobby's completely blind. Going to try for the flush, but he's got bigger threats at hand. Players right behind the tank, and he's just been swung on. And there, again, another team falling down. Red Zone, unable to make it work in these ditches.
Everyone just goes towards them because there's very little hard cover to work with. In the distance, there's nothing else really to play. There kind of is a safety that you can get to this top 10 area by going in there, you know, just kind of battening it down, and if everyone turns up after you, well, they're just free kills at the end of the day. TQ holding on by tooth and nail. It's very, very, very sword edge for them. Like, they've been there for a while now, and they've been picking up frags, which is fair play, but it's for late game, like, they've lost players. The utility and gear is probably going to be broken at this point. Their economy, I dread to know what it's like unless they've just been picking it up off the dead bodies. Tornado Energy will be their next point of contact as they come out of the liquid compound and over the little hill. Get themselves into this fight. That's the hill we're speaking about in question. Nuclear Penguins. Circles kept them in on their little compound. Raise Your Edge have gone for a 2-2 split, but they lost one during that transition. Actually, Zorf, he's at the back of the building, and he has just been knocked. Is this time for Bedlam next time to push? They realize what's happened here. Push on the knock. Fig, not inside the vehicles. It's actually just going to stay outside. Hard pull up we go. That's level 3 gear in hand from Artix. AUG, get it into play. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we see kind of pressure on both sides of the map now. You're going to have the craters under fire, but also this one's the big one. Because Raise Your Edge are getting invested, they're getting interested. As better luck next time, apply the pressure towards the Penguins who are kind of stuck in the middle. Now, at least for now, Kissick does go down. That's Bogger finding it. A couple of nades here and there to try and buy some time, but Artix is very close by. A good nade could do a lot of damage, but right now the barrels do better. There's one of the nades we were talking about. Artix gets it, Bogger with the flush, and Bogger even does better. This is better luck next time being mauled. I think it's just Fate alive. He's going to be left to his own as Raise Your Edge are now surrounded them. Udir might get the angle first. Let's find out if Fate makes it forward. No, it's Zorf to find him. But now, the Penguins looking worse for wear. They're beaten up, they're broken, and Raise Your Edge know it. But can they push it now, or is it too late to make the push? Udir's kind of out on a bit of an island, but Tornado Energy decides to have a go towards TQ. And TQ so far have held this ditch for so long.
BSD also can get themselves involved in that fight, especially if they've got nades. Any lethal utility thrown across would be devastating for both of those rosters. So still trying to keep Raise Your Edge at bay. Monkey's there just to pin them in and be a distraction, be a focal point for them to fixate on and let Shiv and Udia get the better position. There is a really nice area where they're playing off at the moment. If you go and ask James what that's called, I'm sure I'll tell you. I can't remember what it is exactly, but I know it's they have some kind of name for it. They'll play that area and be able to work their way as a crate on top of it as well. So it'll be a really, really good focal point for any other team that wants to try and work their way in. But the thing is, there's no one in the north. There's Nixes, so you'll be able to look that way, maybe steal a dink or two. But because it's really only part of hard cover and because you've only got one player, generally speaking, you should be laying down at this point.
Let's see what they can do. The Wildcats swinging out a little bit further. Oh, dearie me. Okay, the south east side is going to be brutal, and for actually the Penguins it's quite rough too, because if they leave that compound, obviously, Razor Edge is sitting center. They get the kind of, there's a little bit of cover where that T junction is, just in the kind of grassy fields. It's what the Wildcats are running up it right now. So let's see who keeps attention on the full map. It looks like Team Quantum 10 kills out of these two. They've held this ditch to perfection. It's their ditch now. We'll call it the Quantum ditch for all I care. So let's see if they can keep doing it though. 8 kills on one of their players. That's ridiculous. And, well, certainly not 1080p. That was more like 240p on that peak. But now let's see if it can be picked up. Yeah, unfortunately, this time not going to be able to convert it as they have to leave the ditch. The spray is good enough from Example, and Tornado Energy find another way forward. This could be another late game performance from Tornado Energy. Waking up later in the matter, but hey, whenever it happens, it happens. Razor Edge still holding central on the circle, and it looks like that crate couldn't be better positioned either. They're going to get all the cover it needs from it, but they're taking so many fights on so many fronts here. They've got to be careful to not spread their attention too thin.
Tornado's still got vehicles to play with. Maybe they just pull it up to some of the hay barrels and work the way off the back of it. Nixty's gone. Good, quick dink from Levent. That clears the western front for them for now, so they can advance on there, maybe even play Edge of Blue if they really want to. Try and get behind Raise Your Edge. Raise Your Edge's position has just been so vital. Oh, they've knocked Shiv out. Okay, that's big. To remove Shiv from the backlines gives them an avenue of approach. It now forces Raise Your Edge to play back and forth. While they have a very, very good area to work with, you have full 360 open area. Like, you're not safe. Apart from as the terrain will bend and you can lay down and plateau, that's the only real bit of safety net that you have. Now, all of a sudden, IW go from being edge of circle to being fully flanking onto Raise Your Edge. Removing Shiv like that is just a phenomenal job. Oh, I feel so sorry for Raise Your Edge. They go from being one of the best places to potentially one of the worst shortly.
Yeah, the Wildcats with that swing, it's crazy, right? The difference one position can make to yours, it can kind of immediately take away the safety from it, but we'll see how this one works out. There's 4 teams, 10 players. This is going to be fun. I actually really like this. We've got some really scrappy teams in the final circle, too. The Wildcats have certainly shown their potential, but their position's quite rough to work with, although that ridgeline can be pretty useful. Tornado Energy, let's look at their position. Hard to see it from this camera angle, but again, a little bit more of an open field, so dependent on those smokes slightly more. Raise Your Edge has a bit more hard cover. They have a little bit of terrain to play with, so they can maybe keep their heads down. Rupture, spotting out some Tornado Energy, but look at this. Look at the lines of sight they're working with. There's minimal to play with here.
Raise Your Edge only one's in the circle, but it's who do you fight first? What do you watch happen? Oh, that's a shot. Dink. Straight out the vehicle. There is smokes available for them to maybe get the res, but the time is limited, and this will kill you. Tons of damage done to the arriving player. Example, he's hurt. Udia, broken, bent, gone. Taken down by one team, removed by the other. Spoke about Raise Your Edge position. It was good. But Shiv's job to hold that backlines, it was just, unfortunately, it was not necessarily his fault, but just been seen by so many players open. The avenue approach was real, and now it's only Monkey last man standing. One of them will fall on the side of, really good shot coming as well, on the side of Tornado Energy there. Vehicle goes up, at least forces them to keep healing. Melman hiding out towards the back of the blue. Monkey with the hard push as well. Smoke's behind him, gives him some kind of cover, but if Levent just steps up, then it's going to be very, very nasty. How has Zorf fallen to the blue? Zorf, what did you do? You were in this. You were standing. How have you let that happen when Hellstream? Oh, that's bad. They could have took central position there. I'm not sure how this one plays out. Like, that's really bad to die to the blue at this
Might
stage.
have gone a tag and then died to the blue. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like maybe as he was trying to leave that,
good shout.
could have been
really
caught
good shout.
potentially. But then also you saw him trying to heal up in that position just a second ago. We'll see. Hellscream now gets found, and sadly for the Penguins, they do go down. There was a time in which they could have had a good position, but Tornado Energy showing everyone how it's done. And right now the three of them stand supreme. I love Melman's position too. It's going to keep these two players from the Wildcats humble. They can't swing this way. They can't flex that way for an angle anymore. And yes, Melman goes down. That's a problem. The trade should be there. And Example does just that. Levent has fallen. Rupture now left with it all to deal with. Molotovs, nades, anything they've got is going to be thrown at them. And I think he knows his days are numbered. He opts for the blue, but at the end of the day, another great game out of Tornado Energy. These guys are playing lights out. They're playing like, I expected all the other big teams to be doing, but, so far, it's just them looking consistently diligent in these.
Hard fought 28-point game in the previous one. Then we roll into our second game of Erangel, and they do the same again. Not quite the exact kills. What are we on? 7, 8, 9 frags in total. It's still damn good. I think for a mindset of a team that was kind of chasing the top last week, to be able to continue that forward when no one else really is. I mean, Northern Lights to a lesser extent, they're down in 4, so they're still up there. It has to be said. Battle next time we saw doing some damage as well, so 5th position to them is pretty good, but still. Martin called it on the previous one. It was something that we didn't highlight as much as probably what we should have done, to the fact that they worked so hard for that. But even then, going from team after team after team after team to get to the end game, all right, you've got the frags, but to secure the win as well while doing so, it's fantastic PUBG. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been really good so far today, and we still have one more map to go. But before we get there, we have to hear from the brains of the bunch, which is the analysis. Desk, home setup, webcam show, I don't know, whatever you want to call them.
Well, the brains of the
Webcam
bunch.
show.
Definitely not me. Definitely not I, but maybe some of the best hair, as I think that we've all come out looking pretty nice. Toby, I'm loving the locks. They're getting nice and long during this quarantine time. Stepping up, nailing it. Let's talk about the highlights, boys and girls. The 5th game is in the books. Tornado Energy gets yet another win and have absolutely been dominating. But I want to talk about something. Sims asked us to bring this up, and I always do what Sims asks me. He said, will the barrel have a knock-on effect, in his words, on the game or the meta going forward? Because as you're going to see in these highlights, pull-ups seem to be a lot more dangerous when someone's waiting for you with a fully loaded barrel.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, the barrel meta is real. Like, if you're going to pull up in a compound and the pull-upper has a barrel and the defender has an M4, there's a bigger chance now than there were before. That shot, though, oh my god, I gotta comment on that. The best luck shot. The shoot at head and look away to the knock was insane. I was ecstatic to see that. No, but pulling up on a compound with a barrel, it's just gonna leave you more comfortable going into that. Especially because there's still a lot of people that are staying with the Scar, staying with M4, but the time to kill on the barrel is absolutely insane. So if you don't start to adjusting to the meta already now, you're going to be left behind already, because the time to kill on that thing is absolutely insane.
And it's that, right? And is that compared with the fact then, or I guess alongside with the fact that you have so many people who go, oh, it's the barrel mid, and now we have to use the barrel. Maybe they've always been using the Scar. Maybe they've always used the M4, but now they're going, oh, now in order to be the best, you have to use the barrel. Then they will start using them in tournament. And to be fair, I mean, yes, it's a better gun for some reasons, but it's also much harder to play. And there are players in this lobby as well. You see it, maybe not on Quizzy's part right there, but there are players that are whiffing barrel sprays that maybe they wouldn't have whiffed with an M4. So I feel like right now, as a meta thing, the barrel will have impact that the people that are really good with the barrel will get a lot of kills, whereas to over time, when everyone is equally good, it's just going to be kills will come in faster for everyone.
Match 5, as the bottom 8 teams are shown here from their performance there. We saw Besiktas go out again in 16th place, unfortunately. They did manage to get 2 kills, though, so points on the board, whereas FaZe and Eds are on the bottom, as well as Na'Vi, some teams that we expected to do very well in Series 1 not really stepping up. On the opposite side of the spectrum, Tornado Energy and Nuclear Penguin, Wildcats, I mean, let's be honest, Martin, I think you said it, or I don't know, or Toby did. It seems like Raise Your Edge, Nuclear Penguins, Tornado Energy, Wildcats are in the end of every single match that we've seen.
I think it was Toby that said that. Yeah, we were talking about it during this one here. Also very impressive to see here 8 kills on 1440 by 1080. The resolution man himself. Very nice of Ends to deliver 4 kills personally to him. So very nice to see. But honestly, again, the amount of sheer points that these guys get in mid game is insane. Like they're outside in circle 1, they're outside in circle 2. They arrive like mid game in circle 2, and then they just start fighting and they start wrecking people, and they are not in an advantageous position. They're just good players and they're adapting extremely quick.
All right, well, it sounds like we have a chance to talk to one of the players from Tornado Energy who have been absolutely incredible. Quizzy, I got to start out by saying 2 wins and complete domination so far. Congratulations. It's not even a question. It's just a straight up damn. 18 kills on the last game, another big one on this one. What is the secret to your success? Why do you guys dunk so hard on day 1?
Thank you, boys. Just wanted to say hello to you, everybody, as well. I think we're just playing aggressively, and I think that's the case to win.
Martin?
I think that's all. Like,
yeah.
We're just checking the positions, and that's it.
So, Quizzy, you guys, like, you had a rough group stage last time, right? What do you think? Like, obviously you thought it was not acceptable. Have you learned from, like the finals from group stage last time, or are you just on fire right now? Because it feels like you're just so confident it doesn't matter. You're just gonna fight everything right now. Or like, can you explain to us what's going on compared to the charity group stage compared to now?
I think, as you all know, I joined the roster only 2 months ago. The charity showdown was the first tournament, like the big tournament with me, the boys playing with me, like the big one. So after the group stages, we just had some, I think, miscommunications, and that's all. We just learned from it, watched the demos, and after that, when we played the finals and got the second place, we understood how we can play it. And even in the finals, we had some rough games that we didn't play till the end, so we could have more points and like get the first place as well. So we're just learning from our mistakes and getting better.
Awesome.
I was wondering, Quizzy, obviously, again, congrats on your 2 wins. You guys have played absolutely insane today. And I was thinking, having seen you guys play for a long time, how do you individually, like on your team, spread out the roles? Because I know you have an in-game leader and so on and so forth. But in terms of your fighting, because I'm always very impressed with that you keep 4 alive all the time. How do you spread the roles individually when it comes to fighting?
No, I mean, when it comes to fighting, all the players are individually good, so we all have the good experience in fights, so everybody can shoot. And if someone who is taking the first position and going to the push, he always calls what we need to do because he sees everything, the opponents and so on. So actually, he started to be the captain at this moment. And after we got the fight, or we have the third party who is coming. We have like Melman, who is a caller, who you can, like, the last word is always from him. So he actually saying what we have to do. So we have like 4 callers when it is fight, but if it's like the fight is not going well, we have like the man who just can stop it if we need to.
Cool, thank you.
Awesome. All right, before I let you go, I'm going to ask this, and you can't say yourself. Who do you think is the best team in the world right now?
NLT, I mean.
Who scares you?
Like, NLT is the good team because like, I know these boys. I played for NLT a year ago and so on. I know everyone at the team, and we all, like, we have a good communication and sis and so on. So we are like the friends with NLT guys. But I mean, they're playing always like we played 3 or 4 tournaments, and they're always in top 3. So I mean, I think this is the team that you have to be scared.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you go back and get ready for the last game of the day. Let's see if you can get the hat trick on Erangel and make it a 3-for-3. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, thank you, boys. See you.
Good luck.
You know, I got to be honest. I think times they are a changing to a certain extent. I mean, we're watching the first day of play, and granted, Liquid and TSM don't come on until tomorrow, but FaZe has had a rough day. But the conversation has changed vastly, especially here in Europe, in my opinion, Martin. There was a time when you would say anybody who's the best team in Europe or even the world, and there was pretty much 3 or 4 teams that were just dropped immediately. And now we're seeing, you know, Tornado Energy says NLT. I think Tornado Energy made a very strong statement that they could be put up there to start this thing out. Is it a shift? Are the tectonic plates moving in terms of European PUBG? Are the top becoming the middle and the middle becoming the top?
I think there's multiple things to this. The teams that were on the top that have fought their way to the top throughout the years, the 18 and 19 to stay there, they were playing a different meta than the guys that have been playing, you know, contenders, your online leagues and stuff like that. And now we're playing that. We're playing the 24 team meta or the 24 team group stage meta, and that meta is vastly different from our usual 16 teams, many games in group stage. It's very different. So the teams that have been kind of forged through 2019, they've been forged through this kind of very rough open system stage where they're playing different group stage with, you know, 24, 32 teams that are changing. And I think it's their time to show that how much they had to adapt in 19 is also how much they will have to adapt in 2020, and that's where the meta is today. So I think we're going to see more of this. It's going to continue, definitely.
I mean, we see a lot of things shifting, right, Toby? We saw the barrels potentially going to move into a dominant position. The pickup of Molotovs over grenades. The next patch is bringing a different sort of damage system to vehicles. How fast is the game changing, and how do you, if you're an established team, sort of keep up with that when you've spent years training sort of the way things were? Is it that big of a difference?
It is massive, and it's going to, as you're saying, I mean, from patch to patch, we're getting changes and improvements and fixes here and there that are changing things even more. And don't even get me started on the day that we might even get to see Vikendi come into play as well, because that's going to be a potential 1/3 of the points you're accumulating on a map you've never played competitively before, right? So you could see teams that have never accomplished anything just find the golden egg on Vikendi and start racking up points there. We won't know if that's going to happen until obviously until that comes into play. But I think overall, I mean, it's a matter of constantly improving and adapting, just reading the scenario. And that's what you see. I mean, with scenario, I think what Wizzy said was really interesting, and the guy that's first is the one that calls. It's not, oh, but we're relying on this one specific person to give all the info because he's the captain. It's, if you're the guy that's up front, you're the guy telling guys where it's at. And then when it's calm again, sure, you have Mailman in the back and give the info, but they all have to on the fly be able to become the kind of temporary in-game leader. And I think the fact that they can do that, you can see, as Chris said, he's been on the roster for 2 months. There are people that played together for over a half year that doesn't have anywhere near the success that these guys are having yet. And I think that's extremely impressive.
Yeah, I guess success is not measured by the moments that things go right. Success is measured by how you handle it when the wheels fall off. And it seems like Tornado Energy seems to do that well. When the fat is in the fire and they are, you know, backs against the wall, they know how to make the call and they know how to close the game. As we head out to close today's games, the 6th match, 3rd here on Erangel to wrap up day 1. We're going to see which teams can make the call. Can Tornado Energy win 3 in a row? It's time for us to know, as we'll send it over to the team making all the right calls here on this map. It is none other than Pansy and Sims.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, final one of the day, the last look at Erangel. And honestly, if you asked me at the start what the top 3 would look like, I don't think I would have picked this, 9 times out of 10. This has been definitely an eye-opening experience, and I'm sure the rest of these teams will certainly be saying the same. God only knows what this tournament will look at like at the end of this, Rich. I mean, it's been a shake-up for sure. Tornado Energy have been, heads and shoulders above most people, but it has still got a lot of games to go. This is not over. This is just the first look. How much do we need to pay attention to this? How much do we have to put into this being actually how it might look down the end?
Nope, doesn't get it. I was hoping we were going to get a knockout there, but never mind. I think we do definitely have to pay attention here. There is absolutely no question whatsoever about it, given what we saw. Oh, potential for Zaki. We shall see. Given the fact of what we saw at the Charity Invitational and how the CIS region is stepping up as a whole, the things that they've been doing is phenomenal. Northern Lights, they kicked ass. They took names. It was a great performance by them. Some of the stuff that Navi was pulling off last week was just absolutely damn right disgusting. It shouldn't have been done, like rezzing within 2 versus 1s, 3 wins in a row at one point. And Tornado Energy, we kind of saw them go from bad to great. Like the turnaround of a team, sometimes we see a team who will just barely scrape qualification. They'll have a poor run. They'll make it through to finals. They do okay. With Tornado Energy, I think they were 15th, 16th towards the bottom through qualification and then end up in the top 3. Like night and day performances. If they're just fixing all the final little bells and whistles and just attuning to themselves, and again, if they've been practicing online, if some of these guys have just been smashing the normal servers, live server, getting to grips with the new meta, getting to grips with the guns, like, you know, what grip you're going to use on the back of the barrel, it's still open for interpretation how you want to abuse that. Honestly, I don't think we can take the eye off the ball. I don't really know how this is going to go because we still have got to get to throw 8 more teams into the ring against all this and see how they fare out. You throw Liquid in there who likes to move around and likes to bomb center. It might deny some of these players that teams are potentially doing. I don't know. There's, without question, we cannot unnotice them and the times they may be changing. But I suppose when we get to the grand finals, whoever's on that winning spot by the championship Sunday, that's still a long way away. That's still what?
You're right.
5, 6, 7, 8 days away.
You're absolutely spot on. I mean, beyond that as well, I think it'd be a mistake to ignore that this is different to what we'd normally see when it comes to PUBG these days. I think we've grown accustomed to playing online nowadays just because of, you know, obviously the current state of the world, but normally that's not the case. Normally we are at events, normally we are traveling, and sometimes, you know, some of these smaller teams definitely feel the nerves, they feel the pressure, and they don't feel the comfort of their own homes. Can I say that time and time again anymore? No, but would I say it's a safer bet to put your attention towards Na'Vi FaZe, for example, if we were in an offline environment? Sure. Can they step up under harder circumstances with known proof of that? Sure. Do I know that someone like, you know, the Penguins or the Wildcats could do the same? Not yet. BSD, did you... Goodbye. I don't think you really wanted that to go as far as it did, but it is what it is.
It's going to get a bit of a wriggle on. Maybe we get across there. It's not a big issue. Circle them. Could be a fun one to end the game if we get that Northern Yeet on the next push. It's in.
Over on the chicken tendy.
The tendy's in sight, Lauren. To the words out of my mouth, the tendy is in sight.
I want chicken tendies. I'm hungry. I've not made dinner.
Come on.
Oh, sorry, mate. Chicken strips, chicken breast strips. How about that? You know.
I've had chicken breast today. I had that with some cucumber, with some spinach, and with some almonds.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Yummy. That sounds quite good. Let's talk about who's in a good position to get towards these north side of this. Because normally when we see this, that strip of land to the north that I like to call the Tendy, does become the primary focus for these teams. So there is a lot of the South Island still in this, so it's not obviously a 100% bet. Now, we did just see one of the Wildcats get found early on, but there is a trade coming back in. BSD gets back in, but BSD gets traded on. So this is, whichever way you want to cut it, potentially a loss for the Wildcats, unless She Created or maybe Levin could get this back on to maybe an even trade. But for now, it's a bit of a rough one for both of these teams.
Do you think his name's actually Resolution? He's just memeing us all this time.
Yes.
Have I just been stupid there, or is that the actual thing?
Don't know, but his name probably is Resolution, or it will be now.
Oops. Yep. I'm gonna name him Resolution. That's it.
Yep.
We're going for it. They'll disconnect from the fight at least. There's no point in standing there. Not when everyone else is rotating around you. Why bother? Carry on. Leave him in Yaz. I mean, it's a choke point. You may get another team that thinks, oh, Yaz is safe. We'll just have a quick traverse through. Ends up dying because they're just camping on the bridge. It is possible, especially where the zone is just on the very edge of it. Still a lot of water in play. Still a lot of time. Again, with how the circles work, we've no idea what's going to happen. It could still potentially roll all the way down to Gatka if it really feels like it. There is that potential. We've seen weirder and more wonderful things. Northern Lights, Looting around Gak has been pretty fruitful for them. They can maybe even roll into Severny and pick up some stuff. The only problem with Severny at this stage is you have that hill as you evacuate Severny on the left-hand side. And then all of a sudden it just becomes so deadly because you've got 3 teams already set up there opposite the shooting range. Above the shooting range, we'll see GF, ENCE, all playing the hillside, all waiting to see where it goes. I like ENCE's position mainly because depending where the circle is, they're going to be safe. The center of the circle, right, if it goes further afield, circle's going to be in. They can advance to a better position somewhere around the field, maybe even one of the compounds within a hop, skip, and a jump of them. If, and only if, we get the card yeet and we go to the south, they've got the bridges to work. And they've split it between 2 as well. You can see the quad stack already. Rust and Mark can see gunfire being sent the way of Tornado Energy. That actually denies them access across. They'll have to find another avenue of approach. So ENCE's position now is paying off dividends. It's keeping people at bay. It's keeping people at distance. More importantly, it's keeping them in a good position for rotation.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. Now, let's see. I feel as though if it does go north, it'll just kind of carry on as not predicted, but as we'd kind of expect at this point. But we'll see. If it shifts south, it's time for some fun. Easy now. Easy now. I'll have to wait and see. There's still a fair amount of time left on that circle. I think for FaZe, I'm wondering how they get over this. I guess they could take the Georgia Pole bridges, but they might get a little attention from Raise Your Edge. If they go towards the east, they'll get attention from ENCE, but they should be able to make it across. Maybe losing 1. I doubt anymore, but they don't have to. That's the thing. And northeastern side is a little bit busier than I'd like to be looking at. You've got Northern Lights and the Penguins very close by to each other, and then you've got Na'Vi just south of the old Moline town. So it gets a little bit spicier. We do see the continued fight between the Wildcats and TQ carrying on. They've certainly remembered what happened, and Levin has tried to avenge the fallen teammates. But as of for now, it's just quite scrappy on the outskirts.
Yeah, up on the plateau as you come into Severny, you probably see Nuclear Penguins just set up there, just for the fact that they need to get themselves together and figure out what's going on and where they want to go next. They're hoping the circle does come their way. That is the only downside to this area. If you do go all the way to the north, you are quite simply at the... Oh, that's bait and a half. That is a 9 billion IQ play. Send the bike, bait him out, and doesn't just run him willy-nilly. Now nades will come flying through the roof. What a very, very good preemptive play coming out of Na'Vi there. Senya, now he knows where a player is, and they're all magnetizing towards this, Lauren. This is going to be a pull up both sides. Northern Lights Na'Vi, who comes out on top of this one? This is going to be a bloodbath.
Na'Vi are there first. Spyro and Batulins are a little bit later to the party, but we'll see if they fully pull up. It looks like Tab and Besto sat a little bit further back. So for now, I think Senya and Kemba are a little bit more isolated, but this is going to be a hard fight whichever way you want to cut it. Better luck next time getting the attention of Besiktas on the cross. And you've got to be careful and not outstay your welcome. And then Carl is waiting on the other side. Still kind of curious on that Na'Vi fight here. Yeah, we'll keep a little bit of an eye on it as well. Down to the bottom right of your screen as the flush towards Artix is going to come in. And can Northern Lights stay alive? That's the big question here. Na'Vi are quite meticulous. They don't often kind of go aggressive early game. And sub 10 minutes, this is quite early game for Na'Vi to be invested into a fight.
I can see vehicles already getting garnered in the black. You can see him there moving across from it. I think other in the backside as well. They'll probably... I think they had two vehicles in the back. If they do, then they can disconnect completely for it and run off separately. All right, so they're taking the 2 I was talking about. Where the other person is... Oh, Kemba got shot off the back of it. Oh, no. Okay. It was a sketchy one from the very start. I mean, I liked the play. I think it was good to just get off the bike a little bit early, send it in front of the door, force the hand of anyone inside to shoot away you go. Gets the information, so it doesn't die there. But to pull up on the edge, yeah. To kind of expand on what you mentioned, Lauren, they're not one just to go diving into a fight for no reason with very little information. They are meticulous. They do work things out and talk to one another and kind of get the lay of the land before just diving in head first. For that one, may have been just a bit too much. That's a response and a half. I've actually sent one back at, what, a good 400, 500 meter shot from the opposing side.
Real casual. Real cash.
Wow. Batulin, why did you come this far?
I think he was trying to catch him as they backed away and, you know, little tunnel visioned. And speaking of, let's see if they can get away from 80. 80's on his own in the vehicle. Trying to back off this. Barrel's good. All good to get out. 18 needs to move. Look at that covering fire. So instantaneous in place. Gustav has his buddies back. Instantly gets the fire down, quickly gets the flush, and there's no chance for a response. Yes, they lost out on the corner compound here, but so what? They can fall back towards Georgopol and have their safety in numbers.
Circle updating leaves a little bit of water towards the south, but not too much. So we'd assume, given where the hillside is, I mean, don't get me wrong, many a time, circles do go towards the top of that Georgopol hill, mountain, Everest, whatever you want to call it. It is still possible. Phase 4 isn't here yet for another one, so that water kind of play won't play too much of a factor on this circle. We'll see where it goes to get the rotations through. Everyone is bidding on it going towards the northern side of it, so I'm intrigued. If this hard eats to the south and gives it the yin-yang circle, then I just don't even know what to do. You'd expect this to be a northern side, yet it does, so there we go. We know where we're going to be going now. Raise Your Edge are in prime position here to receive this one. They can also use the compound that's just below the foot of the hill, so they can keep the spine or the ridgeline that runs through them from red zone all the way down to phase clamp. They can play that, but then there is option to just put one player in the buildings to deny access for other teams that want to go and smash in there and just sit pretty in the circle. It'll pull away from water, so we know it's going more towards the north. So sitting there anywhere now above phase is kind of it's prime territory. There is one compound left, almost in the middle. Someone's going to smash into that by default just because you have to at this stage. Zorf, can you get... Oh, he's inside. Excuse me. I thought he was actually in the blue. I thought he was going to die then. Anyone actually in the blue? Okay, so all the northern lights are in the blue off of the back of this one. Raise Your Edge. It actually looks like maybe Shiv disconnects from the rest of the team and goes further into the field to watch the building from there. Better luck next time up past the plane crash. Snip is waiting here for them, Lauren.
Yeah, I liked Snip's positioning. When I looked at this, the previous circle, I think there was two options. That one, either it went out towards the west a little, where kind of Raise Your Edge is, or it went a little bit more central, almost east, where kind of Snip was waiting. And it did go further to the west, but yeah, Snip's position is still pretty good at catching people trying to transition from east to west here, so they might be able to get a good couple of kills. Whether or not they can stay alive through this, or stay as 4, is the next big thing. If they can, really nice for them. Now, down to 15. Better luck next time. Was the team to fall first. Northern Lights outliving them, even though they are wildly in the blue. FaZe control in the south with Ent, Tornado Energy, and WP. Up in the north, Red Zone. Probably the Penguins eventually, but the east, Rich, that is rife with teams. Na'Vi, Besiktas, GEF, TQ. I guess the Penguins, if they opt to go that way, and Northern Lights could maybe go through there. There's not enough room for all these teams.
And what's even more of a deadly factor to all of this one, Lauren, is that Ents have still kept the 2-2 from basically the start of this match. They've sent Squeaky and Diggory more towards the middle to play the wood side of it, but they've left Rustam Ma and Tixu in the quad stack, the 4 stack, whatever you want to call it, cubes, to watch the bridge. This denies rotations. And by the way, on the map, I'm actually just seeing from nowhere, Unity have arrived. All this has been going down. Unity have been playing blue. I apologize, I didn't see them earlier on. Unity have yet to make any stands within a circle for the last 2 or 3. Yeah, I didn't even realize this. They're beyond Georgopol. They're just above hospital now, just wandering in. So they'll take the North George Bridge, or the West Bridge, whatever you want to call it, coming behind Raise Your Edge. That could be an absolute shocker. A complete shocker for Raise Your Edge that someone comes behind them. If that happens, that is just absolutely unlucky. If this happens and they get punished for that, that is just pure unluck.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, who would predict it at this point? I mean, yeah, you might keep an eye on Georgopol in case FaZe decide to do it, but you're not expecting a whole other team to come flying out of there. Now, the circle's kind of shifted towards, again, the compounds we thought it might, kind of in between the Fields compound and the one where Levant currently is, that sort of ridgeline that runs across. Yes, you can have multiple teams on that ridgeline, but it's super, super visible, and the Northern Lights are losing out in the blue, somewhat to be expected due to the fact that they struggled making it in, and here comes Unity again, another surprise factor. Whether or not Raise Your Edge see them is yet to be decided. That could be a factor now, because Monkey's somewhat looking that way. So we'll see. We'll keep our minds towards it. Quantum trying to slip in, trying to avoid detection. Oh my word, that is very, very fortunate timing for old Robert. Tab's been called up though. This eastern side, I don't think anyone makes this out cleanly. If any of those teams get 3+ of their players in, it would be a miracle, but no. Besiktas down in 15th. Another poor performance for them, sadly.
16, 16, 13, 16, 16, 15. I hate to be that guy, but that is not good, boys. You need to
Nope.
go away, reset, watch the VOD, because that ain't going to cut it. You will not be making grand finals. And remember, this is essentially acting as our major, right? And I know we call them all different things, and it's the Continental Series as such, but without Berlin, this is essentially our major. This is a $200,000 prize pool, if memory serves me right. First place, 50 grand. Then you'll have the Pick'ems challenge in, where there's more money being added to the prize pool for the winners and for the overall players. Like, there's a lot of cheddar to be won here. And a lot to be said. If you want to be at the top of your region, you want to prove yourself, and you want to prove to the rest of the players, this is the place to do it. We have a 6-day group stage, and then we have two 2-day grand finals. Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
They're only 5 maps each. 20-game finals. It's pretty damn good. Looking forward to it, but we got to get there first. And you got to get yourself out of group stage. It's a tough lobby. It's a rough old lobby. You got the best in Europe. Just to touch on the old scenario that we spoke about, it kind of is unfolding. I've seen Raise Your Edge have turned and faced Unity. Naileup is disconnected from the rest of the team, so it will move into a 4 versus 3. Keep an eye on the kill feed, see if it kicks off, because we've got battles going on all over the bloody map. This is going to get dicey.
Yeah, the eastern side is going to be brutal, and this is a big fight for potentially a large portion of the map. And as you said, with Naileup disconnected, it's going to be a disadvantage fight for Raise Your Edge. They're going to be struggling with their numbers, and they need to get a pick fast, and a clean one of that. And Unity, no slouches. FaZe could maybe chime in and get Danny Mon or Set if they go over the hillside on the other edge, which I don't think they'll do, so they should be okay. But it looks like FaZe might be coming up on this. I see Gustav and Fuzzface getting quite close in vehicles, so they might be waiting on the jump off. If they see blood in the water, they'll pile into it. Now in the east, you've got Snip being taken down from either the Penguins diving in, Red Zone diving in. Anyone could steal those kills right now, and here comes the breaking point. The blue hurts too much. There's too many players there. Too congested, and Ents is even leaning into this from the south, sending Tixu and Rustamar a little closer to investigate what's going on. The problem is they're going to find Tornado Energy, who are probably the most solid of the bunch here. Snip have stayed alive, I think, with 3, so not bad considering.
Now Raise Your Edge have pushed down the hill. Naileup can actually play a factor here. He can overwatch the team that comes over the hill. He can keep a track of Unity if they're going to be peeking and maybe trying to get a quick pick. Pray and spray. Tixu only does about maybe less than 50% damage. Should have knocked that one on the head. Example now allowed to run away with this. Keeps going again 2 times, isn't paying off. M4, maybe not what it used to be. Ever so slight damage reduction. We shall see if some more players do start to transition over to the barrel. Comes and faces off those squares up and goes down. Rustamar has been knocked. And instantly there is fire from a distance. Very little HP on the side of Rustamar because Quizzy's coming in to get the job done. Try and finish it off. Put a bottle cap on this one. Squeaky has also arrived to maybe try and lend support to this, but Melman, SLR, distance. Gustav also getting involved straight into the steal. FaZe jumps in. You spoke about Unity, maybe we have an eye line on them. Set has fallen. Headshot off the back of Uber. No doubt that'll be a mini with an 8 times on if memory serves me correctly and history repeats itself. Quizzy, a Mailman, off the back of 2 wins. The feeling good on this one, still 4 frags as well. Might be able to skirt it into the top 10. But they will be running simultaneously with ends towards the circle. Then all of a sudden you've got the Wildcats, WP, GF, all in front of them. This is super, super risky. The next one that will unfold, it'll actually be Unity versus FaZe. I'm glad we've jumped on board with this one because they've just had 2 fall back to back.
Very uncharacteristic of FaZe. In my eyes, they don't, badly approach these fights. They're normally very diligent at that. AC and Gustav weren't really able to get into the fight as much as maybe they'd like. You're going to see Unity actually keeping 4 standing and taking away Uber and Fuzzface. I think Uber's still knocked, but yeah, you've just seen Gustav go down as well. This isn't good for FaZe. This is not the clinical team that I expect, and again, I hold them to a high standard because they are FaZe Clan. They are one of the best in the world, and those fights, you see them win. They turn up, they're smart, they're clinical, they're quick on these, aggresses. They don't, waste time on it. 80 now going to be tasked with dealing with 4 players potentially looking their way, and simple math says that this doesn't work out well for him, considering he's also further out towards the blue than they are. So Unity initially looked they were going to fight Raise Your Edge. Raise Your Edge disconnected, went towards the compound and just moved up the hillside more towards the north, and left Unity and FaZe to fight it out. And well, as expected, well, I mean, looking at it, yeah, FaZe, you know, probably were going to die in that fight after those first 2 knocks came in, but do I expect them to go down in temp? No, not really. I expect a little bit more from them. Nail Up does find Luke, so that will be Snip gone as well. And Razor Edge portioning off, dividing, you know, 1/4 portion of that western side. It's all theirs, even lingering towards the north. They're just pushing these teams back. Think of the way this hill rolls out, right? Think of how open that kind of eastern area is, where actually there's a lot of teams around that compound. That hillside is brutal to transition towards. Udyr, Monkey, and Nailup, if they play this well and play smart and play tradable, they're in a good position. But now, with Red Zone noting that there is a knock there, it could be time to try and move up on this and potentially pressure them at their weakest moment.
The very little saving grace is that Red Zone was hampered for all but a moment. Nuclear Penguins went sniffing, they noticed them, they turned, they faced it, but now they're just disconnected completely. They said, okay, well, we'll leave them behind. Atomico Mome all the way up against the blue. It will give them a bit of an unexpected angle, so to speak, especially if they fix it towards Makandak and Koru down below. Nail Up knocked, remember, Monkey's already gone once. Udyr is there to try and fight the battles. He is looking, maybe, to try and get this res. There is a potential. We're looking at 3 different fights at the moment. I apologize if we don't keep up with all the information all together. Squeaky up in the top area, friends. Scooby's about to see 4 players just cresting over that hill towards him, which is the team of GF. Then you've got WP just lingering in a compound in the distance in themselves. Unity still is free, actually. They've got this area completely for clean.
Red Zone might just win this fight. They've split them. The 2 that are up towards the north have just been picked up. They've been knocked, and now they've got a 4v2 potentially against the others, or maybe a 4v1 even, considering Udyr is all on his own. And keep in your minds, Razor Edge were probably in the paramount position in this, and they opted to take these fights, and now they might lose them. We'll see. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. This is the one fight we can't watch right now, but it could be a big deciding one. It won't obviously knock out any of the teams, because obviously Shiv's still alive, unless Shiv gets spotted by Unity. Now towards the east, Tempest are on their knees, bleeding aplenty, and there they go. I think it was Hellscream was your last one standing. Top 5 now. This is going to be quick and dirty for another team at least. Now, good work from Shiv and Udyr to combine towards Red Zone. Not letting them get away with it. Only one standing. Momi still stands, though. Still holds on to this, and Shiv is now tasked with, can he save this for Razor Edge? Or is this all but done? Might have to sacrifice his own for the greater good here and try and go solo. Momi getting forced out towards the low ground. Nice tag, but no frag. The nade will get a couple of knocks, but not enough.
Gia was giving him the information, but Mummy says no, we'll deny that one. And it's kind of scary to think that this all came off the back of Unity's presence. The late game arrival, out of the blue, out of nowhere, to be honest with you, forced Razor Edge to go on red alert. They hampered for a second, and then they came back. Then they went to face off against, Red Zone. They come back broken and battered. Unity is now coming to clear up. They're going to collect the last men standing from these 2 teams. Mome could do some damage here. We did see, I've got to say, credit where credit's due, Razor Edge didn't go down without a fight. They at least took it to a 1 versus 1. So it was pretty damn good effort. They need to now clear Mome out, and this is the same principle of what they've done from Razor Edge, just been a presence behind them. It's such a nuisance and an annoyance. GF and WP probably will go toe-to-toe. If they do at least crest that hillside, that's where it becomes all right. So they have full info now of where they are. Yeah, Unity. Been a little bit quiet in this lobby so far. 12th position, 18 points overall. I think they've come off, 18 frags as well. So it's literally come off of placement. Excuse me, kills, not placement in any way, shape, or form. Let's see if they can do it better by putting a first on the board and ending the day out clean. 4 players up. Sets left back to keep a track of Momex. They know 1 player is still alive and kicking up against the blue. Evolution falls. That's Daneman top of the hill. Again, hiding behind those vehicles. They know exactly where it is. The full tap of power of the SLR. Nade, or even just a molly, anything just to skim him. They've got to get it behind that stone. Fire from a distance, though, as GF now want to get involved.
Don't know how much room he's going to get to play with here. You can already see the rest of Unity putting their focus towards Red Zone. That's happening now. Set's gone down, so actually, for Unity, not keeping the 4 alive could be a problem down the end of the line, and Momi's putting up a good fight. He's being a nuisance, because obviously for Unity, they'd want to be looking late game. Now we did see Party Beetle fighting Micah, the remainder with potential. They go down. And there goes Momi to suit. So now let's look at what we have left. It's a 2v3 now, and actually Arb just got a good bit of a glimpse towards one of the players. I'm trying to think of who it was, and I wasn't quite sure which member of Unity they saw so cleanly. Probably Danimon and Horizon, as those are the two that are on the side of the hill that could potentially have a fight on. But Unity have had a high fragging game here. I don't know how many kills. GF has 12. Big kill game for both of these teams, so certainly feeling out the game here. For Arb, obviously the temptation to swing towards the north and try and catch that flank on either Orange or Danimon would be ideal, but you're not going to be gifted that freedom when you have a player disadvantage. Vest is not looking so hot now for Party Beetle. He's looking worse for wear, but he's keeping the attention. He needs Arb to bail him out of this, but I don't think he can do. The nades, they may not be as strong as they were, but they're still strong enough, and Arb now left in a 1v3, trying to find some room to make the play, but the position's been noted. If he can catch off one, maybe get a flush, that'd be excellent. Flash in the hands of one. Nice spray. Not good enough. Unity arrived late to the party, Rich, but then, my God, did they turn up.
Yeah, to say they arrived so late and then picked up 12 frags as well, kicking off from it to hold that ground and hold that position, they put Raise Your Edge out of place. I feel a little bit sorry for them, and we kind of said that towards it. Yeah. You would not expect anyone just to turn up. Like on the other side, if we look towards the cubes, the 4-stack, you saw Ents, they were defending that, so nobody could rotate behind them. That was completely cut off and just disconnected completely. There was no room for error. But with them, you think, well, who the hell's going to come out of North Georgia at this time? What? I mean, Christ, it was what, Circle 2, 3? They were still in blue. We hadn't even seen them on any of the battlefield whatsoever. They turn up, they frag out, they pick up the win. I mean, hell, again, 18 frags to boot thus far, 0 placement points. Well, there you go. You've got another 12 and another 10 for the win on the placement. So, honestly, like, CIS today has been electrifying, and it kind of worries me for all these other European teams. They have to wake up and smell what's going on because they're going aggressive. They're playing aggro, and it's paying off. It's good PUBG. It's changing the meta.
Yeah, you're bang on. I mean, so far, I think this is going to be a wake-up call to all the other groups who are probably watching, and all the other players and the teams going, okay, I guess that's how it goes down. Let's get ready for our games in the next couple of days, because this has been a cracking first look at these groups and the teams we've got coming up for the next good couple of days as well. So guys, on the other webcams, the brains of the bunch, take us through what you've made of today, because obviously there's so much to be said.
So much to be said. No, I'm kidding. It was awesome. I think CIS has become the norm, right? These guys have absolutely been phenomenal. I am blown away by their play, and it was cool to see a new team come out with the win. 12 kills there, Martin. Not too shabby, and not an easy circle. I joked about calling that the Avengar circle because we used to see that back in the day where they'd come out of sort of North Georgia and cause chaos. And a CIS team steps up and lives it out over there. What'd you take? What were your takes on this game?
Obviously, big for Unity. They had some rough games today, honestly. So for them to be able to step up like this and get a great game, it's good. But they need to step up the rest of the 5 games. They need to not just have a be lower than mediocre day to be able to stay in there. They did not manage to get to the charity group finals from the group stage. But with this, it's a good kind of push in that direction. Our 40-point day is where I think they're going to be ending at, and I think that's going to be okay. But they cannot bank on just that one big win to get them more than half of their points for the day in 1 game out of 6.
Toby, yet another qualifier team takes a chicken dinner in day 1 of competition. It seems like if it's not Tornado Energy winning, it's a qualifier team.
Yeah, it's impressive to see that they are going out there performing against some of the, I guess you can say, more established teams of EMEA PUBG, and I think it's I don't want to say it's about time, but it kind of is. We were talking about the whole debate of how PL was and how it didn't really allow for a lot of other teams to get a kind of a piece of the pie or a time in the spotlight, and now that they have it, they're saying, guys, well, you have been in PL and everyone's been looking at you. We've been practicing as well, and we have what it takes to fight you, and I think that's maybe also kind of a wake-up call for top teams. I'm not saying that they are, but they can't be resting on their laurels. They have to expect these teams that they might not even know too well to be able to put up a good fight, and as we can see, they are.
You make a good point. Iron sharpens iron, right? And in the PEL, the same teams always sort of played, and they had close scrims and everything else. Let's take a look at the match 6 scores as we top. Where there are qualified teams that have, as you said, been training and been practicing and had the skill, but they've been scrimming, in lower levels. And when you're training back in the old days with concrete and buckets and old tractor tires, and then you get upgraded to training with legitimate weights and training materials in a good gym, which is basically these guys scrimming at this level now, their skills are going to get sharper, faster, and be really, really good. And that's what we're seeing. Unity showing us that comes out with 22 total points, but by the same token, game frame, team red zone with potential, all coming in 1 through 4. Also, teams that, have been overlooked in the past. Kill leaders, Martin, walk me through them.
Party Beal from Game Frame, nice to see him stepping up to a big kill game for him. Danimon as well. It's nice to see that the Unity guys, we know these guys, Orange, we've seen him before, Danimon we've seen him before, they're able to do this, and they're able to step up to this kind of task. So it's nice to see them up there, nice to see them frag out. But for me, this game was the day actually was kind of the defining moment a bit. Obviously, we are missing some very big names that usually dominate the lobby, and they impact the lobby so much. And
all right, well,
I think them. Yeah, go.
Oh no, finish your thought, and then I'll take mine. I want to hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying. I wanted to finish off with we're gonna have some very big names. That's also gonna have a big effect on the lobby. Step into the ring tomorrow, and I think we're gonna see less chaos tomorrow than we have today.
Okay. That said, we have one of the members of Unity Orange. He is here to chat with us a little bit as we wrap up our day. Not a bad time to win in the last game of the day. You guys played that very, very well. Got 12 kills, if my memory serves me correctly. Let me ask you about that circle. When it goes all the way up there to the northwest side of the map and then just kind of sticks around up there, what's your mentality? How do you guys plan for something like that?
We see on Killfeed Navi and Northern Light who dying, and see 2-3 guys dying from these teams, and we understand only these teams can come to hard shift outside circle, and we do this rotation, and it's work. Yeah, just in this game.
Nice, Martin.
Nice. So I want to hear you guys, Orange. Like, how? What are you guys going to change? What changes have you made? If you can leak a little bit to us from not qualifying the group stage in the charity to you obviously wanting to qualify to the finals here in the PCS season 1.
I think we need to play more thoroughly because we just try to. We just try to pick circles when this is no needed. We need to start fights and win the fights, and we can do it. We can fight with any team on this tournament, but we don't do it before, and now we just start to fight.
Fantastic.
That makes a lot of sense. I wanted to ask you, going off of that, I've always thought of Unity and Orange and you guys as a very aggressive team when you want it to be. And I was thinking, you're kind of, I guess, a new roster with Danimon and Horizon joining you not too long ago. Has that changed anything that those two guys joined the team in terms of what amount of firepower you have, or maybe what decisions are being made?
Yeah, Horizon working analyst, like analytic, 2 years, and he understands He good understands circles. He good understand how to play tier 1 teams, like FaZe, Liquid, and others. And he help us with rotations. He help us with understand map inside the game, and he giving good performance like individual player. Danimon is just a monster. Give him Beryl, he'll kill anyone. It's monster. I don't know how he do it. Just don't understand. And it's so. Yeah.
Okay. Let me. I guess unless you guys have something else, we'll finish up with this idea that CIS today has been unstoppable in terms of just the style of play that we've been seeing. Sim said at the end of the match. Is there something do you guys play together regularly? Are you training together with the other teams like Tornado Energy, and you've helped each other get better? Like, what's the secret to success? Because the region just seems to be insanely powerful right now.
No, I think no. We don't train with CS teams only. I think CS teams have a good fight. All team on CIS, on qualify, on tournaments have a good shooters. We can fight with any team, and I think CIS coming more from day to day to top of tournaments.
Awesome. Any other questions from you guys? All right, sounds like we're good. Orange, thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it. I don't want to hold you any longer. I know you've probably got a bed to get to if I don't miss my guess based on time zones. And we'll see you back next time you play. Keep up the good work.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for my bad English.
I thought it was quite nice.
Thank you so much.
No, it's good, man. It's good. It's good.
All right, gentlemen. Well, that wraps up our day of play. We'll take a look at the scoreboards and things like that when they are ready. But Unity comes out with a much-needed, I would say a much-needed win for them. But again, it comes down to there's sort of a regional dominance going on right now. And he said it what felt like best. They just get kills. I mean, look at this. With potential, Nuclear Penguins, Istanbul Wildcats, and then Tornado Energy with the double. Very impressive. Unity gets the last win. Martin?
So with this today, look at the points as well. 81 points. That I would say that they're qualified already. Honestly, it's doubling fourth place with Unity and Ratio sitting there. So that is so many points that they barely have to worry about the next couple of days coming in. Honestly, we're talking about what 120 maybe is going to be the cutoff, 115, something like that. So it's going to be super easy for them to just, continue their play and dominate the group stage. I hope they can show this performance in the finals as well.
What are your thoughts looking at the leaderboard? Toby?
I mean, the immediate things that spring to your mind is, Richard talked about it during the game as well, invited teams underperforming, right? You have FaZe Clan at 12, you have in 13's Na'Vi sitting at 20 points on the day, Ents is down there as well. That's not going to do it. Do I expect them to stay down there? By no means. I know they're going to come up once they find their kind of the footing in this circle. But we are in this group of teams, I should say. But we are entering a phase where more and more teams are going to be unknown to you because you don't have the same consistency in going up against the same opponents every single week that you did in PEL. And right now, we're blessed with a format where we get 6 full days of you playing a lot of games to qualify for a final. There will be tournaments in the future where it's maybe a best of 12 qualifier that you're playing, and you cannot have a full day of underperforming like that because then simply you won't be qualifying.
And I think that maybe you can see the schedule. Guys, we'll be back again, actually every day this week. We'll be back tomorrow. This is today's schedule, sorry. So we're done for the day, but we'll be back again tomorrow with even more action. But I do think there's something to be said from even the fan perspective, though. Less than 25 points, in my opinion, is simply unacceptable in a day of play for teams with the pedigrees of FaZe or Ents or really or Na'Vi. And it's frustrating to see, but it really does make you start to sort of sit back and wonder a little bit. Like, that's just, I know we're saying it's just FaZe, they'll turn it on, but how long can you really be okay with that? I guess, Martin. I guess you have to.
Yeah, you have to accept that, but I think there's one other big thing as well is that Northern Lights have 32 points.
Yeah.
They were dominating the charity grand finals, and they have 32 points. So I think if you add that to your Ents, your FaZe, your Na'Vi, you can just look at it and say, you know what, this has been an off day. This is the first day. The guys coming in from the open qualifiers have clearly dominated, and I think that's the kind of the warm-up of the open stages coming into this has just been an advantage. And I think we're going to see it turn around. Definitely already from tomorrow, we're going to have 4 extremely dedicated and hardworking teams coming in tomorrow that we've seen perform at the very top level, and a 4 new teams that is also extremely hungry for wins. So we're going to see changes tomorrow, I'm sure of that.
All right, well, that is it for us today, guys. We played 6 games. We got 6 more coming tomorrow. I'll be back with these gentlemen to talk all about it. But don't worry, I'm not here forever. I'm just filling in the very large shoes of Kylaris, as he is busy focusing on beard growth over the next couple of days, but he will be back very soon to play along with us. I want to give a shout and a thank you to you guys. Appreciate you hanging out here. We know that you have lots of options for your evening, and you choose to spend it with us, and that means the world to everyone here. So behalf on myself, Avenger, Toby, Pansy, and Sims, thank you so much for choosing to spend your evening with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.